The protagonist runs through the forest, saying he can't believe he's going to be late on such an important day. A group of people sees him from a distance and says that he has finally arrived. Stating the knight says it's ridiculous for the new to arrive so late. However, the girl next to him tells him that he also used to be late. Our protagonist apologizes for being so late. His name is Junsu Shin, and he has the creator class specializing in weapons. With that, they stand up, and the knight says he was just joking. However, the protagonist already realizes he made a mistake. It's been 3 months since he joined this guild, and now he has his first chance to enter a dungeon. He has to stay alert, especially since he's entering as support, and he wants to show everyone that he is also useful. Inside, a rank B hunter named Doyen Mun asks if this is his first time. Embarrassed, he says yes, the only dungeons he has entered were just to collect items. The guy explains that as support, the most important thing is to position himself intelligently. If he distances himself too much, he can end up alone and be killed without the team helping. And he warns that since he is a creator, he needs to be alert to send a dagger whenever he receives a signal. The guy asks if it's easy, and he says yes. However, he mentions that he can also create other weapons. The guy explains that it won't be necessary and that he doesn't need to try too hard this first time. At this point, the mage named Hyonu Lee senses that creatures are ahead. The captain tells them to form up, and with that, they advance. The mage tells the chief that there are 2 small concentrations of mana and 1 very large one approaching. Doyen finds it strange that the chief is heading in their direction. He says he will handle it and asks the protagonist how quickly he can make a dagger that responds in about 20 seconds. The guy says that's perfect and tells him to start making the first one. They will finish this in a maximum of 40 seconds, and the crystal creatures are already starting to advance. The team is excited, and the knight says he will go ahead. He activates an ability, steps on the ground, and strikes the shield, lifting the monsters. With this, the girl advances, punches the first one in the face, and dodges the second. However, strangely, the creatures pass by her. She warns the mage to be careful, and the knight steps in front of him to prepare. With that, he finishes conjuring the spell and sends a barrage of fire, exploding the creatures. They get excited, and the protagonist is impressed with the good teamwork. He then announces that the weapon is ready and fabricates an F-rank knife. He grips the handle and throws it towards Doyen, telling him to catch it, which he does mid-air. Using a magic that bathes it in shadows, the weapon dissolves. With this, he jumps towards the chief and cuts in a single strike. The head falls to the ground and the weapon is destroyed. The group gathers with everyone in good condition, and the protagonist is impressed that this guild he joined is much stronger than he expected. Everyone was individually strong and also had great teamwork. On the other hand, he didn't do anything besides create a simple dagger. He questions whether he really deserved to be there. Doyen appears, asking if he is okay, and our boy responds that he is, but apologizes for not helping much. The chief looks confused and says he has no idea how much money they save because of him. The ability he has is strong, but it dissolves any weapon, making it very expensive. That's why he needs the help of a creator like the protagonist, and says that for the first dungeon, he did very well. Our boy thanks him, saying he will do his best. The knight says it's now time for them to fight and return when the place shakes. Everyone wonders what's happening since the chief is already dead. Junsu points out to them, telling them to look and warning that the wall is crumbling. The mage activates a light spell and says it looks like a path has opened. At this, Doyen wonders if they discovered a secret passage. The knight gets excited, saying that there is usually a lot of good stuff in this type of place. With this, the fighter says she is very eager, because they will profit a lot. Doyen asks the mage if he detected anything, who says no. He says that if that's the case, they can at least take a look to see what's there. Hesitantly, the mage agrees and the guy calls Junsu. They begin walking into the cave, and in the next scene, Junsu is running from a creature, wondering how this happened. Everyone was already dead, and he was the only one left. It made no sense for a creature like that to be in a D-ranked dungeon. Not to mention that no one had ever heard of a monster that couldn't be detected by magic. He looks back and the creature is right beside him. It hits him with a punch that sends him flying. He hits his head and blood comes out. Trembling, he starts to get up, telling himself that he can't die there, but the chief keeps advancing. He starts making a dagger, saying he won't give up in this place. He completes it, grabs it, and throws it at the chief. However, the chief easily deflects it with his arm and nothing happens. With this, they are face to face, and he gets punched again. The impact breaks the ground and throws him underwater. As he sees himself sinking, he tells himself that he knew this would happen. He is a useless D-rank support who can't do anything but summon simple weapons. And it's so pathetic that he ran and abandoned his friends. They shouldn't have brought trash like him and should never have awakened. But that's when the legendary message appears. He had discovered the source of something hidden and completed the requirements to become a player. There was a flash of blue light and he was welcomed as a player by one Junso Shin. He was still drowning when the message asked if he wanted to accept the new reward. He had no idea what all of this was, but he was drowning and had no choice. So he clicked yes. In the next scene, he was walking on steps made of swords. He saw himself face to face with the chief and had received the experiences of the past life of the adventurer Junsu Shin, the weapon creator. The chief saw him with an aura and went to punch him. But at that moment, he received the reward. His eyes glowed and swords were thrown, piercing the chief. The monster was thrown to the ground, but the protagonist felt a strange headache. He didn't know what was happening and strange memories were entering his head. When he looked ahead, the chief was already coming to punch him again. However, the impact hit directly into his spiked shield. He realized he hadn't taken any damage, even though the creature was so strong. With this, he was thrown back, thinking that if the information was correct, the chief has a weakness he knows. Golems in general do not have a specific weak point and can easily recover from any damage. And that's why the easiest way to deal with them is by attacking from all sides and all angles. He activates the world grid ability, surrounding the creature with projections. Within that region, he could manipulate the items as he wished. With that, he clenches his fist and the swords advance toward the chief, exploding the area. After some time, when the smoke clears, the golem is shattered on the ground. He approaches, exhausted, thinking it's unbelievable to use a creation ability in an offensive way. The system says he killed a certain chief from a certain place. Then the protagonist sees a purple aura and wonders what it is. The system activates the ability to absorb demonic energy, and an orb appears in his hand. He pauses for a second to try to recover from everything that has been happening. It seems he gained memories of a past life of his own, but he has no idea what that means. What he discovered is that this other self of his is living many generations ahead. And in those times, the world had already been completely destroyed. He received memories of massacres impossible to describe, but he also gained all the knowledge and experience of that moment. But nothing indicates that that future is certain, especially since many things have already changed. One of them being the status window in front of him, something that didn't exist in the memory. And then says that it seems he has become a so-called player. According to what he learned, players weren't supposed to exist at this point in time. Only in about 2 years when they're first supposed to appear. You become a player when you start seeing the hallucination known as the system. This completely changed the world as each player received different rewards from their system. And that's what allowed people to go beyond the power of the Awakened. It was this way that the guild he was in had become one of the strongest since the chief became a player. The protagonist, on the other hand, didn't change much but continued to do his best to help his guild. In his past life, he always thought it would be very convenient to have this, but it's better than he imagined. And one of the biggest differences is that he received a passive ability to absorb demonic energy. He sees that he will have to absorb it to receive a new reward and imagines he knows where to get it. However, now is not the time for that. Looking at the bodies of his teammates, he knows that the first mission is to get them out of there. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, a girl looks through the blinds and asks if they are really going to let him go. She says it's strange that 5 people died in the incident and the only survivor is a D-rank support. And the most suspicious thing is that he managed to recover everyone's bodies and didn't just run away. The girl asks the chief for an answer, who then asks if she's suggesting that the D-rank guy killed everyone. He hits her on the head with a folder, warning her that this is not an ordinary civil case. After all, it's extremely difficult to know exactly what happens in a dungeon. He then leaves saying that many people disappear like this because small guilds don't win the auctions for gates, so they enter illegally and end up not notifying anyone when members die. The girl says she understands and wishes him a great day. Walking down the corridors, the guy is thinking about the protagonist. Everything he said seems true, but he has a strange feeling about it. First, he was too calm during the investigation. He had no experience in dungeons, so why wasn't he panicking? His account was missing some details, but it seemed completely logical. The worst part is that he's not happy about it, but he can't get involved. However, it would be wise to keep an eye on him. Walking through the city, the protagonist says that something is wrong. The gate was listed as unconfirmed, but they clearly had proof of purchase. Even the association's seal was marked on it. One option was that someone pretended to be from the association to deceive the one guild. Not to mention that other guilds have been experiencing similar situations. He doesn't know the reason, but there is something in common between all these disappearances. All the guilds have players like Doyen who would become heroes in the future. Clearly, someone is trying to erase the existence of the heroes. This means that for now, he must ensure that no one knows he has abilities. It's already the sole survivor of something that will remain a mystery, and if he does anything, it will be suspicious. The first selection for players will be in 2 years, so he has plenty of time to prepare. He'll have to use the memories he has as much as possible to become as strong as possible. At the same time, he needs to gain all this power without attracting much attention. He looks through the skills, searching for something that would help in this case, and he smiles, saying this will do. Fast forward a year later. In a forest, a blonde guy strikes the shield of a werewolf. However, he was using a Walmart sword because it's impossible. The sword broke in the middle of the shield. The monster throws him away, but he manages to stab the knife into the ground. As soon as he looks up, the creature is already coming. The creature gets the ground, and he desperately jumps to the side. The whole group seems scared while the chief keeps approaching. That is a D difficulty Null Lord. The blonde points ahead, saying there shouldn't be a Null Lord in an E-rank dungeon. This type of monster should only be in a D-rank place. However, the chief doesn't care and jumps towards him. The knight throws himself in front and blocks the attack. However, from a distance, he warns that he won't be able to hold on much longer, and they have to find a way to hurt this monster. The problem is that this creature is one of the biggest nightmares for new players because it's immune to magic, and in beginner groups, it's common for them to rely heavily on magical power. This situation often results in everyone's death. The blonde knows he's the only physical damage dealer in the group, but he hasn't been able to do anything. The guy holding the shield doesn't have a weapon to defend himself. The blonde scratches his head, thinking if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come with this group. But then he hears a strange clicking sound next to him. When he looks, there's a guy mining in that dungeon. That's the helper, the person there just to collect crystals and items. The blonde thinks the guy is some kind of lunatic to be so calm while everyone's about to die. But then something catches his attention. The guy's pickaxe dissolves in his hand. Now knowing that the guy is a creator, he has a chance to get a new weapon, even if he's low level. He calls out to the guy and the protagonist turns around. With that, the blonde runs over to him and asks if he's a creator and if he could make a sword. The protagonist says theoretically he can. The blonde then shows the rest of the sword and asks him to make something similar to it that is as durable as possible. Junso apologizes, saying he came in as a helper and not as a support. The blonde yells at him, saying it's not the time to focus on details since everyone's about to die, and warns him that he will die too if they don't manage to kill that boss. Junseo says that's fine, but he has a condition. He would forget all of his skills as soon as they finish the dungeon and would also share the items as if he were a support. The blonde says he's asking too much since a weapon alone doesn't win a dungeon. The protagonist smiles, saying it's interesting that he says that because weapons are essential in dungeons, and guarantees that with this weapon in hand, he can't be defeated in that place. The scene shifts to the Overkill Guild, one of the top 3 in Korea. The chief tells the girl to come in, and she says the association is asking for his cooperation. He asks if it's about another misclassified dungeon, and she says yes. He says that's fine, but they'll have to pay a lot since few awaken enter gates that have already been closed. That's when, in looking at the photo, he seems to remember the protagonist. When another dungeon had been misclassified and he went to check it out, he also saw that guy there. He remembers that in the incident, he said he was a helper. When a dungeon is misclassified, the chance of survival is minimal. And strangely, in 2 cases when this happened, this guy seemed to be involved. Taehan already knows this is no coincidence. The secretary says that last week a B-rank dungeon was classified as D and the entire group was wiped out. Taehan says the association must be having a huge headache. He remembers the old man from that place and knows that guy's life isn't easy. He says it's fine. They'll make money because of the intervention ability they have. Then he asks about what he had requested. She says she bought a B-rank weapon from a blacksmith, but he should test it first. Taehan explains that every weapon gets destroyed when he uses his ability, and the problem is that there aren't many good creators. So he tells her to keep looking because he can't keep breaking precious items like that. With that, a short-haired guy enters the room saying they have a problem. It seems some of their recruits entered the dungeon that the association asked for help with. Not only that, it's a C rank and a difficult one. Taehan immediately says if it's an emergency, they'll take care of it. A bunch of reporters and adventurers are in front of the Red Gate, until someone announces that the Overkill Guild is arriving. The reporters turn and start asking if they're there to intervene. They approach a girl with glasses and ask about the situation. She talks about the members who entered and that it was reclassified as C rank. He asks how long they've been there, and she says 2 hours. He then says he doesn't know how many he'll find alive, but he'll do his best. He and the secretary approach the gate. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a katana. Her name is Huizu Min, and she can create spaces on the other side of cover or barriers. With that, Taehan takes the sword and sets it on fire. One slash at the portal and the intervention skill is activated. The only problem is that only the person who used the ability can enter the place. That's why she activates his sword before passing it to him. He takes a new sword and she wishes him good luck. Taehan then finds himself inside the dungeon with a bunch of defeated monsters. Seeing the corpses and the humidity, he knows it's a reptilian dungeon. Not seeing any excrement on the ground, he knows the monsters in this place have some intelligence. It's probably a colony of lizardmen with some knowledge. Considering the number he saw defeated, he already imagines the people must be dead. He advances to the room, ready to see the worst scenario. However, when he arrives at the area where the lost group should be, he sees something completely unexpected. A lizardman jumps toward the guy, who easily defends himself. The archer shoots an arrow into the creature's ribs, and the guy has no idea how that group is dominating the lizardmen. After observing for a few seconds, he realizes that the lizardmen are faster and stronger. So what are they doing differently? At that moment, one of the lizardmen strikes the blonde's sword, leaving him defenseless. A monster comes to finish him off from above, and Taehan says he arrived just in time. An explosion happens, and when the smoke clears, Asura has blocked the monster's attack. Taehan wonders who used that ability. Then he sees the protagonist standing there with his hand glowing blue. At this point, he notices he's being watched, and they lock eyes. Someone starts counting the number of members. He realizes there are 8, 9, and next to him there are 10. He says it's strange because he only remembers having 9 people, and Taehan asks what he thinks he's doing. At that moment, a guy is struck and thrown to the ground. The lizardman goes to finish him off, and Taehan leaps into action. The protagonist knows very well who this guy is and notices he even brought a spare weapon. Fire begins to emanate from Taehan's sword, and a burst of flames pushes the adventurer. Taehan tells them to stand back, and they thank him. With that, he is left alone against the lizardmen and once again conjures the flame magic, slicing the creature in half. The creature collapses to the ground. At this point, Taehan notices that even though he only used one spell, the weapon is about to break. Then he hears a step, and a creature is advancing toward him. The monster attacks the ground, and Taehan retreats. The protagonist asks if this always happens when he uses an ability. Apparently, he wastes a lot of weapons. Taehan questions if he's looking for a fight. Suddenly, Junso creates a katana and tells him to use it. Taehan is confused. It's not normal for someone to construct such a complex weapon with a simple hand movement. Only an extremely experienced creator can do that. So the question remains, why is he here? Suddenly, Junso says he has one condition for him to use it. Once the dungeon is complete and he leaves, he should forget everything about his abilities. Taehan says there's no way he can force himself to forget, even if he wants to. Junso then says he can go to his bag and break another weapon he brought. Taehan sighs, realizing he has no other option. He promises he will forget everything when it's over. Now our boy smiles and says he can go have fun. The leader charges at that moment. One of the lizardmen comes towards him and he activates the flame ability on his sword again. However, with a direct cut against the creature, the monster's weapon shatters. He finds it strange because all he tried to do was block the attack. This would only be possible if the weapon itself were extremely powerful. He already knows that somehow the boy made something above B rank with a simple movement. Once again, another lizardman is about to strike. But now Taehan gets excited. He wants to use all this power and see how good this weapon is. He faces one of the lizardmen and activates an explosion of flames. At the same time, he goes to its back and stabs it in the neck. The monster falls dead and he notices the blade is still intact. Meanwhile, the people in the dungeon are thanking him for saving everyone's lives. The leader says it's great to see no one got hurt. They explain that they were struggling until the boy there started making some weapons. He just observes, approaches our boy, and asks his name. Junso questions why he wants to know since he's just a helper. Taehan says his own name and says it's better to communicate that way. With that, Junso looks back and introduces himself. He tells the guy in the group that he placed all the mana crystals at the entrance. Then Taehan asks him to wait and asks why they don't go together to the boss room. Our boy says he's there just as a helper. The leader agrees but warns that no one will be able to leave until the boss is defeated. The protagonist says he can handle it, but the leader says the weapons are already breaking. However, Junso says he already made him a sword that won't break. Taehan responds that this is a misclassified dungeon, so you never know what might happen. Even in the boss room, there could be something completely different, so he needs to be cautious. The protagonist sighs, saying he understands and goes along. They arrive in a huge room, and on a throne, the Lizard King is sitting with a creature. With that, the guy comments that he will finish it as quickly as possible, because this sword will break if he keeps stalling. Our boy is already getting angry at him for doubting his weapon, and says if he really doesn't believe it, he can test it as much as he wants. With that, the Lizard King points the blade, and the creature lunges at them both. They both dodge, and Taehan goes after the beast. However, the creature strikes in midair, and he can't get close. Once again, he defends himself and creates a circle of fire, preparing to advance again. But this time, the Lizard King approaches and collides with him midair. Once again, he is sent to the ground, and the boss activates a flame ability on his lizard. Suddenly, a shield appears in front of Taehan. Obviously, it was our boy's doing, and he takes the hit from the lizards still being thrown. The boy doesn't get tired of taking hits. He even teases the protagonist, saying he thought he was a weapon creator. Our boy asks if he's ever been hit in the head with a shield to see how much it hurts. The guy laughs but warns that when they get out of there, he will have a lot of questions. He flies toward the boss again, who this time sends an attack with a chain. He defends himself with the blade, but the boss's chain wraps around his sword, and he pulls. With that, Taehan is thrown towards the lizardman. The protagonist stretches out his hand and tells him to take this seriously. He dissolves the guy's sword and reconstitutes a new one. This way, he is no longer trapped by the chains and easily slashes the monster's mouth. The Lizard King has no idea what happened, and at the same time, Taehan throws his sword like a spear. The boss dodges, but now Taehan approaches and kicks him in the stomach. The poor guy falls to the ground, but Taehan doesn't stop. He activates the flame ability and flies towards the boss. When the smoke clears, the poor guy is burned and missing an arm. He looks to the side and sees the protagonist grab his spear and run towards him. As he tries to strike, it seems to hit some kind of shield. Our boy just warns him that it's not good to point a weapon at him. While Taehan approaches from behind, the boss realizes he's screwed. At that moment, outside, the gate turns blue. The people know they cleared it, and everyone leaves the dungeon. Everyone rushes to Taehan, asking for details about the dungeon. The Overkill Guild members ask if he's hurt, and he says he's fine. The people inside thank him, saying that if it weren't for him, they would have died. Meanwhile, the protagonist says he already took his share and is leaving. He observes the people and leaves without anyone noticing. Reporters come to ask Taehan how he managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. He turns to say that, actually, all the glory goes to, but he sees nothing and seems at a loss for words. The people comment that if it weren't for the master's arrival, they would have died since the weapons were already broken. He runs to the guy and asks what he's talking about. Doesn't he remember the guy who was creating weapons for everyone? The guy looks confused, asking about the weapon creator. He looks at the girl next to him and asks if she saw the guy who was helping to create weapons, and she says no. Taehan turns to the others and asks if they saw the guy creating weapons, and they also say no. The only thing the boy had done was gather a bunch of bags with mana crystals. Taehan has no idea what happened because he remembers everything very clearly. One of the memories that comes to mind is the protagonist saying that he should forget everything about his abilities. With this, he imagines that the protagonist must have used a creator ability that can impose restrictions. The problem is that this is something for high-level people, so how is he able to do it? At this moment, the other Overkill members ask if he's having a problem. He throws the bag into the guy's lap and runs off. They're confused as Taehan looks around, wondering where that boy is. What he doesn't know is that he's hiding right behind the little wall there. The guild members approach and ask what's going on. He tells Huizu that he needs her to find someone immediately. Now it's our boy who can't be found. A while later, she informs him that she's located him. It seems he entered a D-ranked dungeon with 4 other people at 1 p.m. He's happy the boy isn't too far away, and she questions why he seems so interested in a D-rank creator. Taehan becomes thoughtful. Of course, anyone looking at the boy's record would think he's really D-rank. But the existence of the ability to create contracts and rentals proves something very different. The A-rank rental ability forces someone to fulfill a predetermined condition to receive an item. This is an ability that many creators use to make a lot of money, but apparently the boy was using it to hide his identity. What's even stranger is that with the creator ability the boy has, he would be at least on the same level as Taehan. The only thing he can do now is ask in person. Clenching his fist, he says he's never felt such a sensation when holding his sword. In fact, he's more impressed with being able to use all his power without worrying about the weapon being destroyed. He's met many extremely skilled blacksmiths, but as soon as he activated his ability and struck any creature, the sword shattered. The blacksmith was devastated by this guy destroying their masterpieces. No one could meet his expectations, and the problem is that creators can only produce standardized weapons. However, that guy's sword had a design and performance beyond expectations. With Junso's weapons, he might be able to use an ability that no weapon has withstood so far. He knows it would take at least 5 hours to clear a D-rank gate. He stands up, and the girl says he has a meeting with the master of the Hayama Guild, but he tells her to cancel it because they can't lose the boy. Meanwhile, at the gate, an orc takes a slash to the stomach. The knight is shocked, wondering how it's possible that the helper created this sword. He managed to kill the boss without even using much mana. Our boy, as always, is calmly in the corner. However, the guy is all excited, saying he's never had such an incredible sword. He turns to the protagonist and thanks him. With that, everyone is already saying it would be great to invite him to the guild. It would be the biggest waste to leave this boy just as a helper. Observing them, the protagonist thinks he used more mana than he expected. He wouldn't have to worry so much if he still had the mana he felt that day. When he faced the golem, he felt an immense kind of energy. However, since then, he has never been able to reproduce that same sensation. Now he has access to a small amount of mana similar to what he had before. At least it's enough to create some weapons and some pickaxes. From the memories, he learned that creation is a primary ability. It has a simple principle that the more mana you put in, the better the item is. However, there is a way to increase a weapon's power without needing more mana. This is with enough knowledge to know exactly how it is forged. The better your knowledge, the better the quality and the less mana required. As soon as he discovered that this was a concept of his ability, he started practicing every day with a blacksmith to quickly learn what was necessary. He has no idea how strong a weapon he created with all his mana would be. However, even his pickaxes were much stronger. He has to keep using the rental ability all the time, so he needs to accumulate as many crystals as possible. Not to mention that the mana items he would need to buy are extremely expensive. The only thing he can afford to buy are mana potions that are distributed to everyone. At least he has to be thankful that people still invite him to missions despite being D-rank. And the passive ability to absorb demonic energy is making progress. All he needs now is just a little more demonic energy. The problem is that he needs 20% more and gains about 1% per dungeon. And the only way to speed up this process is by entering misclassified dungeons. That's because he can always get much more demonic energy there. The problem is that no one knows the true difficulty until they enter. And in the last one, he would have had trouble if the guy hadn't shown up. But unfortunately, this is the only way to evolve and keep his identity secret. After that, everyone leaves the dungeon and goes home. The protagonist realizes the memory was wiped, so everything went well, until someone calls his name. As soon as he turns around, Taehan is coming with his secretary. At that moment, the boy knows it didn't work on that bastard. The guy asks if he remembers, and he says he might not. Taehan tells him to stop joking and hands him a card. Our boy looks confused, and the guy says he wants to discuss something with him. Oh, it's a card from the Overkill Guild, and he wants to chat with our boy. The boy knows that it is one of the 3 largest guilds in all of Korea. The problem is that he can't get involved with someone that big, so he will have to make an excuse. He turns around saying he doesn't have time because he has a dinner reservation. However, Taehan places his hand on his shoulder. He says he doesn't need to worry because they'll pay for the dinner, and it'll be quick. And Taehan has a very well thought out plan. He invited the boy to dinner to get him on board. Junso decides to accept just to see how well the ability to make him forget worked. He agrees, thanking him. At the restaurant, he asks what the master of the Great Overkill Guild wants to discuss with a D-rank support. Without wasting time, Taehan says his class is Berserker, and he has a lot of power, but no weapon can withstand his attacks. That's why the biggest difficulty of this class is finding something they can use. That's why he went to the best blacksmiths and spent a lot of money hoping to find something that worked. However, none of the weapons he tested so far could handle his power, except for the sword our boy created. Junso realizes that his ability didn't erase any memory, which means he missed some detail. The guy then calls out to him, saying he'll get straight to the point and asks if he wants to join the guild. He knows the boy isn't in any guild, so he's willing to pay an exorbitant price. He'll receive $10 million, a 10% annual increase, and the right to take items from missions. Our boy apologizes and says he's not interested in joining any guilds, so he'll decline the offer. He smiles, thanking him for the meal, and leaves. At that moment, the secretary asks why he made such a crazy offer. I want to stop making jokes about it, but Taehoon tells the secretary that she wasn't there to see how good he was. It's been a long time since he touched a thick sword, and it didn't scream. He felt as if that sword could withstand all his power and remain intact. The secretary was about to say something else, and he adds that another reason is he's tired of breaking high-rank weapons. She recalls that one of the guild's biggest problems is that the boss keeps breaking all the weapons and can't use his full power. She finally understands if he could really create something like that, it would be almost a bargain for them. However, she reminds him that no one has ever created something like that, not even the best in the industry. She asks if he's sure, and he says yes. He's willing to offer whatever the boy wants as long as he works for them. Outside, our boy thinks it was a shame to refuse such a good offer. Having the help of a guild like Overkill would be great, but the time hasn't come yet. However, it's okay because it's just a matter of time and a guy will come back. Elsewhere, a bunch of goblins are defeated on the ground and a guy is cut down. The knight asks who he is. The man pulling out the sword says it's impressive since most people would be begging for their lives now. He's a blue-haired guy who says that's someone who has the potential to become a hero. The boy asks who he is and why he killed everyone. Is he trying to steal the items? The guy says he's going to die soon, so he doesn't need to know. He just tells him to come at him or he'll die standing still. The boy knows it won't be easy, and the worst part is that there's no way out of that place. He runs towards the guy, but he easily defends himself. Even with a series of attacks, nothing happens. Then, with one move, his sword goes flying. When he looks up, he gets kicked in the stomach and thrown against the wall. It seems the sword flew away with an arm, and the boy is being called a disappointment, saying that it looks like he got excited for nothing with this job of killing a hero. Actually, his arm is still there, and he apologizes, asking not to be killed. But the guy says he'll help by making it as painless as possible. And with that, he delivers a killing blow. The psychopath still makes a disgusted face, saying he thought there would be a decent fight. He approaches the boy and tells him not to worry, that he fought well against the boss. And that's what everyone will know. It's a shame this always happens in misclassified dungeons. Looking at the photo he took, he says this is another one for the collection. Then he feels a chill and says he hates feeling that disgusting sensation and asks why the priestess is there. An extremely dangerous villain enters the scene saying she came to collect the precious ingredients. The guy says it's a bunch of trash. They should have let them grow a bit more. The woman looks back and asks if he's doubting the master. He tells her to stop being so sensitive and take care of the rest, and says they better start sending him to fight S-rank hunters because that's the only reason he's in all this. She begins the ritual and tells him not to worry, he'll have his chance soon. Something starts coming out of the wound, and she's curious to see what it will be this time. With that, a hand comes out of the wound, and she says it seems to be what she thought. The master was right, and a monster is in front of her. Meanwhile, in front of another gate, the protagonist arrives, and a guy says he finally showed up. Clearly, it's the guy from the Overkill Guild, and our boy asks what he's doing there. The guy says he's flattered to be recognized like that, and our boy says it's obvious, since he's the only one carrying weapons back and forth. Taehan then says he's there to clear the dungeon, and the protagonist asks what he's doing in a D-rank one. He says he's completing it for a guildmate who got sick. With that, the rest of the team calls them to hurry up. Our boy has no choice but to enter this dungeon. The problem is that this forces him to change his plans. Everyone enters, and Taehan asks our boy why he doesn't want to join the guild. Taehan asks if he heard about the C-rank gate that was auctioned off this morning, and he says yes. The other two in front comment that the guild won the bid on the first try. The protagonist wonders if these guys found something. At this moment, Taehan asks if he's interested in buying gates. He says if he joins the guild, he could easily buy anything above B rank, because being in the Overkill Guild obviously has many advantages. Being in such a guild means being invited and adored by the public. Besides getting more jobs, you also get paid much better. Not to mention you can claim special things. For example, in special gates, you can get an entry ticket. Additionally, many of the treasures are confiscated by the guilds that own the gates. Taehan says he knows the protagonist has a goal and their guild can help with whatever it is. However, Junse responds that it's none of his business. He turns and says he understands that no one has ever refused an invitation from Overkill, but he makes it clear that no matter what happens, he will not join any guild. With that, he walks away, leaving Taehan disheartened. Taehan wonders if this guy has some trauma because of what happened early in his career or something else. But whatever it is, he won't give up. That guy has his eye on the boy. The group continues advancing through the cave, and Taehan notices that the place is full of spider webs. He finds himself in front of a large opening and knows that from here on, it's monster territory. The knight in front says they seem like beginners, so he'll explain a few things before they enter. They'll be facing a legion of spiders, which are weak creatures but move in large numbers. There are probably at least 50 per group, which should be easy for them to handle. Their teeth have paralyzing acid, so make sure you don't get bitten. Taehan warns that the spider group is approaching and tells our boy to be careful. However, he responds that he's just a helper and tells him to focus on the battle. The guy doesn't stop pestering him, saying it's basic for a combatant to protect the supports and healers of the team. The protagonist was about to say that no one follows those rules when someone shouts that the creatures are coming. From the ceiling, the legion approaches and the boy, trembling, starts telling himself to calm down. All he has to do is kill those creatures like he trained. A common spider has an E-rank difficulty, but a legion automatically raises it to D rank. The group prepares and the spiders jump at them. A step to the side and a slash down the middle takes out the first one. The guy raises his shield and knocks a bunch away. The mage takes the opportunity to use an area lightning ability, electrocuting everyone. Taehan thinks it's not bad for a group of B-rank hunters, and he won't even need to help. But then Junso says that the number of spiders coming doesn't look like just 50. There's already one on Taehan's face who activates the flame on his sword and cuts down a bunch. His luck is that even with weak spells, he can kill the spiders so his sword won't break. But then someone screams for help. The group is surrounded by the Legion. The shield bearer says he can't defend against so many, and there are far more than 50 there. The boy who was trembling says it's impossible, and the mage says she's out of mana. Taehan starts running and tells Junso to come with him, but our boy is leaving, saying he has something else to resolve. But as soon as Taehan looks back, he's about to be attacked by a spider. He yells for the protagonist to duck, but our boy closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he forms a grid above the spider. A sword appears on its back at the same second, and Taehan just watches. The sword is the best weapon the protagonist can make at this moment. The easiest way would be to conjure dozens of swords and send them at the spiders, but he doesn't have the mana for that. That's why the second best thing is to lift his finger and start manipulating a sword. He looks to the side, sends it at the spiders, and it pierces one, too many, zigzagging and killing them all. Our boy points his finger and creates a whirlwind of slashes around the two of them. Taehan is completely confused with a pile of spider corpses at the boy's feet. The sword finishes off the last one, and Taehan wonders if this was some kind of area damage ability. The strange thing is that the battle didn't last 10 seconds, and he wiped out a legion in that time. He just can't understand how he used materialization for the fight, or worse, that any support could do that. Our boy points to the side and asks if he's going to help those guys because they seem to be in trouble, when Taehan sees the poor adventurers are surrounded and almost dead. He tells the protagonist that he's going to have a chat with him when this is over. He says whatever and just asks him to say he also killed those things because no one will believe it was him. The guy looks, ignores him, and goes after the monsters. A while later, people are thanking him for saving their lives. And the knight says he was surprised because he looked a lot like the leader of Overkill, but he had no idea it was him. He apologizes for not telling them and says he's there on an investigation. The girl says he doesn't need to say that because they would have died if it weren't for him. And the girl blushes, saying he was so cool killing the monsters and asks for a photo. However, someone calls for them. It's the protagonist and another guy from the group who went mining. The guy says there aren't many other creatures in the area, but there's a passage in the way and he thinks it goes deeper. The knight says he thinks it's better for them to go back because it's getting dangerous. Clearly, the number of spiders and the layout of that dungeon don't match the information the scout provided. Dungeon is nothing more than a term for locations where various monsters from another world appear. Before the whole ecosystem of hunters was developed, many people needed information about the dungeons. It was too risky for someone to enter a dungeon without knowing what was there. And that's what created the scouts, people with abilities to move stealthily and detect threats. The emergence of this profession drastically increased the survival rate in dungeons. The knight says that considering all this dungeon must be one that was misclassified. The guy hesitates for a second and says they should continue since Taehan is there. The guy says he understands but can't put everyone at risk just because Taehan is there. The guy insists and the girl says it's a perfect chance. But their leader asks if this dungeon is more important than everyone's lives. They get scared until Taehan says he doesn't mind. He's there to investigate, but he's still a member of the group, so if they want to continue, it's fine. With that, the protagonist agrees and the guy thanks him, saying having his help will be great. He then asks Taehan to be the leader, but he says he doesn't mind. He can continue leading. The guy says he understands and says they will continue and asks everyone to follow. They continue entering the cave until they find themselves in front of a giant door. I've seen this story of a giant door before, guys. He warns that they are about to enter the boss room, so he will leave a brief explanation. The boss of that dungeon is the Queen Spider of the Legion of higher difficulty. She doesn't have many combat abilities and is easy to deal with. However, all this is old information, so they don't know what's on the other side of the door. Clearly, your information is messed up, my boy, but that's okay. He says they will charge in and opens the door. At that moment, they find themselves in a sort of cavern, and Taehan can't sense any movement. What's even stranger is that he can't feel absolutely anything. The guy tells them to prepare. The boss has arrived along with the other spiders. They see the creature and are relieved because it doesn't seem to have changed. With that, she conjures an electric circle and sends it towards the creature. She gets all excited that she hit it, but then something changes. The boss spider is actually already dead. The guy is confused. He's never heard of a boss being dead when they arrive. That's when he asks what that is. A giant leg strikes the boss's body. The monster roars, revealing an interaction a B+ rank boss. She smiles at them, and the group is already terrified. She launches an attack, but Taehan steps in front and defends the group. Now they're in trouble. He wasn't expecting to see a monster above B rank in this place. Any simple attack from him won't do anything, but the weapons also won't last a single blow. He needs to end this in one move, and he jumps and strikes the belly, but the entire sword shatters. He manages to make a small scratch, but the spider comes to hit him. At that moment, something appears and blocks the attack. It's a sword from Junso, who says that one is just a temporary fix. He'll make a decent one soon. The protagonist thinks that even with a misclassification, the boss of this place should have been the C-rank Spider Lord. They're very lucky Taehan is there. Even for him, it wouldn't be easy. Killing a B-rank creature is completely different. The monster keeps attacking and Taehan keeps defending. A B+ rank boss can easily fight an A-rank hunter, The problem is he knows about Arachne's special ability, so Taehan will need help. Junseo tells the team to start moving because the spider is no longer targeting them. Scared, the guy asks what he means by that. They start questioning why he registered as a helper if he has all these abilities. He looks back and says that before resolving that, they have other things to take care of. He stretches out his hand and starts summoning a sword, a staff, and a shield for the team. He says they can choose to take the weapon, clear the dungeon, or run outside, but he hopes they make a good decision. With that, the spiders are cut down. The guy is impressed with the sword. It's by far the best weapon he's ever used. It's almost like cutting through paper and the monsters become easy. The mage raises the staff and unleashes an electric spell. Everyone immediately notices that her power has increased dozens of times. They can't understand how these weapons can be so strong or he made them out of nowhere. And now everyone wants to know who he is. Taehan is struggling to hold back a B-rank creature. She keeps screaming and jumps at him. With that, he says to himself that he will have to end this as quickly as possible. He lunges at her and the spider comes for the attack. At that moment, he slashes and she falls to the ground. Taehan observes that the sword is still intact, but strangely, a bunch of spiders starts descending. The group wonders why there are so many creatures alive if they already cleared the area. Taehan tells everyone to fall back, thinking there will be trouble if she uses that special ability. Arachne can sacrifice other spiders to heal herself. That means he won't be able to defeat her until all the smaller ones are eliminated. Once again, he activates the power on his sword, saying he will have to cut everything at once. However, at that moment, the sword cracks. Taehan says that's quite impressive. He didn't have mana when he made that sword, but it's incredible that he managed to break it. He then summons a large sword and tells him to use that, explaining that he knows the guy likes one-handed swords, but this is the most durable one he can create. The moment he grabbed the sword, he knew he would have enough strength to kill all the spiders. He said it was strange to use a two-handed sword, but it would do for now. He activated Berserker and charged at the boss. The poor thing couldn't do anything and Taehan just passed by its back. Junseo was just observing that this was the unique ability of Berserkers, and he's sure Taehan could never use it at full strength. That's because it's a class that loses control of itself in exchange for absolute power. That's why they always prefer not to risk destroying the weapon by using all their strength. With that, Taehan releases an explosion and relaxes a bit. He needed to dissipate all the energy, or he would go into full Berserker mode. He's even trembling in the thought that this is the second time he's managed to use that ability. Apparently, he was wrong about the boy. In fact, the powers he has are something no one has ever seen. He will probably become the global sensation once people find out. They're just standing there observing the corpse. And Junseo is just looking at the demonic energy, which is much more than any other dungeon he's seen. He asks Taehan if he can feel anything from the monster's corpse. The guy responds that no, it's definitely dead, and there are no other spiders to revive it. And that makes Junseo realize that even high-level hunters can't sense this energy. He approaches and activates the demonic energy absorption. Finally, he's filled the bar and now gains the ability to create demonic weapons. After a demonic weapon is created, it is saved in memory, and he can materialize it without spending more demonic energy. Unfortunately, our boy has no memory of this type of item. He'd hoped to receive something related to mana, but it seems this will be it for now. At least the bar is still there, so he will be able to receive more rewards. Not to mention that Arachne also filled half of this bar. At that moment, Taehan calls for our boy and says he wants to talk about something. He asks what it is this time, and the guy says he wants to apologize, explaining that he insisted too much on him joining the guild even after he had already said he didn't want to. The protagonist says that's kind of unexpected, and the knight beside him wonders if he's seeing right. The legendary Taehan is apologizing to a D-rank boy. Or maybe he doesn't know, but this guy might be a hidden master of the guild. Someone calls for them, and when they turn around, the friends say that finally all the monsters are gone. They comment on how the weapons are incredible and cut through anything with no effort. The mage was about to talk about how impressive the staff was when the knight approached and said they should leave this dungeon and contact the association. They found it strange and said they had to thank the two there as well. However, he just kept pushing, saying they should get out of that scary place as soon as possible. All the knight wanted was to avoid getting involved in the affairs of these high-level guilds, because it's always trouble. The only thing he didn't expect was to discover a big secret like this guy. The protagonist says it's fine and tells him to just tell him. He's sure Taehan knows he put the contract rules on those people, but he, as the boss, didn't need to apologize. However, Taehan says that from now on he won't follow him anymore. That doesn't mean he's giving up because the opportunity is always open, and he asks if he wants to sign a deal. He's sure he will like the new terms. The scene changes and our boy is at the guild with Huizu saying it's a pleasure to see him again. She says she's the secretary and will talk about the contract terms, and he thanks her. She explains that he doesn't need to worry because they are in the area with the best security and no information will leave there. Then she hands over the contract saying it contains everything the guy offered him in the dungeon. If any changes are needed, just let her know. Our boy thinks it's really in line with what the guy offered. He places it on the table and says he'll sign it. In the conversation, he asked what this support deal is about. Taehan said that the Overkill Guild would provide all kinds of support behind the scenes, but no one would know he joined that guild. He understands that Junseo had some reason not to join, so he wants to help him without him needing to reveal it. The guild would provide absolutely everything he needed, from equipment to materials or gates. The contract would be for formality, but everything would be kept secret. Junso questions why the guy is offering all this. Taehan says it's obvious it wouldn't be for free, and he would ask for help on some jobs. However, he wouldn't be obligated either and would always have the option to refuse. Junso then asks what happens if he refuses everything. The guy says that's fine. His intention is just to form a relationship between the Overkill Guild and our boy and prevent him from joining other guilds. That's what he's offering. At that moment, the association's investigation team appears and asks if the master is okay. Taehan turns and says he'll answer our boy after they're out of there, but he hopes it's a good offer for him, explaining that he values his ability much more than he can offer. Now Junso thinks that all he wanted was to maintain a good relationship without having to join the guild, but it's even better to have such a deal. He places the paper on the table and asks when he can ask for supplies. Huizu says he can request something now if he wants, and she hands him a box, saying it's a gift from the leader for accepting. As soon as he opens it, a purple glow radiates and he just thanks her. With that, he hands over an entire list of everything he wants. She takes a look and asks how long it will take. She says at least a week, and says she didn't want to interfere, but these items won't do him any good. He says it's okay, it's not for him, but for someone else. The scene changes to another place, and our boy looks at his phone, wondering if she'll be around now. There's a blonde girl in the middle of the crowd looking a bit shy. Our boy looks and says there she is, the A-rank hunter named Jiahan. In a flashback, a fire arrow pierces through the chests of two monsters. The creatures fall to the ground, and it was Jiahan. She was considered the blessed archer after the player selection. Timidly, she approaches the information desk and says she wants to request entry to a gate. She hands over her ID, and the staff says it's incredible that she's an A-rank hunter. So why does she want to go to a C-rank gate? Embarrassed, she says she actually wanted to go to a D-rank gate. The two were a bit confused. In her history, it's clear that she has only been to 2 dungeons so far. It's normal to hear about someone with weak powers giving up, but not someone with so much power. Seeing her writing, the guy thinks she must have her reasons. It's a shame, but soon she'll probably be downgraded. The rank of an awakened is decided by the amount of mana they possess. When the blue energy fell to the earth, each person's body absorbed a different amount. It took some time, but they discovered that those with more mana gained the best abilities. Thus, people were distributed into different ranks based on their mana amount. However, the rank was not permanent. A low-ranked person could clear several dungeons and advance in rank with the association's authorization. And of course, the opposite is also true. At that moment, Jiahan hands over the paper, and the woman asks if she has a group. She replies no, so the secretary says she will look for people to go with her. But she explains that it's hard to find people willing to go to a D-rank gate, so it will take some time. Jiahan feels a bit embarrassed and asks if she could go alone. The woman says she could if she had permission, but she doesn't. She asks if she wants to take the test to get permission, and she says no, she'd rather wait for a partner. The secretary then says she almost forgot to remind her. Next month, she will have to renew her hunter license for the first time, and she tells her she will need to clear C-rank or higher dungeons or at least pass the A-rank test to keep that license. Jiahan feels a bit embarrassed, and Junso is just there observing. The poor girl walks away, talking to herself, saying she didn't think it would be so hard to sign up for a gate. She should have just done it online instead of coming to a place with so many people. But she had promised herself she wouldn't lose this rank. After all, if it's a D-rank gate, she knows that won't happen again. Then she receives an invitation and sees that it took less time than the woman said. Seeing it's just a D-rank person, she thinks it's okay since the plan was to go alone anyway. In front of the gate, she feels strange because it's been a while since she put on adventurer clothes. Then someone appears, asking if she's Jiahan. It's our boy, who introduces himself, says he'll be her support, and greets her. She thanks him, introduces herself, and he apologizes for being late. I still don't know where he lives to be late every time there's a gate. The protagonist knows that in her past life she failed the test twice and fell to C rank. Even so, she later managed to become the blessed archer by receiving a special talent. He already knows what this talent is and that she doesn't even need to become a player to have it. So the plan is to awaken her ability by force. Inside the dungeon, the goblins are wandering around looking for a target. The creatures leave, and she notices that the information on her watch was correct. It detects mana, and it seems it was worth the high price. She looks at Junseov and says she wanted to train alone and asks if he minds if she hunts without help. He says it's okay, and she doesn't need to worry. Just let him know if she needs some arrows, and he'll make them for her. With that, she thanks him and stands up aiming. She shoots an arrow. I think she missed, man. The arrow just evaporated a goblin's head. The green creatures turn to try to shoot back, but she fires another cannon and evaporates them. To Junseo, the natural strength of her attacks is much higher than most A-rank hunters. The problem is she can't always be precise. That explains it. Her best record is hitting 3 targets with 3 arrows. With that, she concentrates, saying she'll finish this with 2 more. But she gets startled when the goblin blows a horn. Immediately, a legion comes and her watch starts shaking. The poor girl is surrounded and now has no idea where to shoot. A goblin is already coming from behind until a legion of swords appears around her. Our boy, all calm, says it looks like she needed help. She's confused and asks if he's not a D-rank creator, and he confirms. With that, he says she needs to shoot an arrow in that direction. It has to be the strongest attack she can muster. She says okay, while wondering what this crazy guy is thinking. With that, the shot goes into the forest, and she asks what they're going to do. He says now they run because the path is clear. With that, he finds himself in front of a huge mountain. She says they finally escaped while wondering how they managed to retreat from the goblins. Actually, that's not exactly what happened. When they got close to this place, the creatures were afraid to advance. She can't quite process it because everything happened at once. But why was that guy so calm about it? She wanted to leave, so she said it was better to give up and go back. However, Junseo said that wasn't an option. The goblins were very alert and wouldn't leave that area for a long time. Since he had knocked down the help signal, they would have to wait for all the creatures to disappear. She asked how long that would take, and he said many hours, maybe the whole afternoon. With that, she was scared and asked why it would take so long. But actually, that was a lie. The goblins would leave in about 30 minutes at most because they are not systematic hunters. This is just an excuse from Junseo because he needs to get her into that cave somehow. If he just said that was the plan, she would run away, saying she was scared. She apologizes, saying it's all her fault because if she had killed the goblins, none of this would have happened. Trembling, she says to herself that she's getting in the way even in a D-ranked dungeon. When she was about to start crying, he told her to wake up and said that since they had plenty of time, he would ask for a favor. She was confused, but he said he would explain every detail. With that, they entered the cave, and she questioned if he really needed her help. Even though she was an A rank, she had no experience and only did everything he commanded. The place they were in was actually a training dungeon, Elite, a place that has elite monsters but no bosses. He explained that he needed to kill a creature in this place, but no one trusted him, and she was the first person who agreed to join the group. The protagonist was doing all this to see if she had a reaction. She hesitated for a second and said that if he was really okay with someone like her, then she would help. Remembering that when she was in danger, he also helped. And she also knew very well what it was like to be rejected by all the groups. That's when her watch started beeping and a giant foot stepped in front of her. She was trembling, but Junseo was calm, pointing the flashlight at an elite monster. She told him to step back while thinking that even though it was elite, it was only D rank. If she could land a precise arrow, it would surely be enough. An attack went straight to the monster's head, but it used its club to block. She realized she would have to use her maximum power and conjured another attack. However, her mana started to dissipate, and she realized she was trembling a lot. At that moment, when she looked ahead, the goblin was coming. Junseo grabbed her by the collar and threw her back. The monster struck with its club and she called out his name. With that, she remembered a time she went into a dungeon with other people, and they complained that she almost hit them with an arrow. She said she missed the target, but the girl said she would have to be compensated or pay the price. After that, several teams started rejecting her. No one wanted to team up, and everyone considered her the most useless A-rank hunter. She told herself she should give up on all of this. Right then, she was about to be struck by the boss. Junseo said to himself that he hated pretending. He set an aura sword and blocked the monster's attack. She asked how he did that, but he ignored her and told her to listen to what he was going to say. Now the most difficult part of the plan had passed and the item would surely activate. He kept trying to buy time, telling her she would see a mark on the monster's head and just needed to shoot with all her strength. She felt strange, as if all her senses had become sharper. She stood up, saying she was confused, but she could clearly see the target. She knew exactly where to hit, and it was just one shot away. With that, she opened her eyes, pulled the bow, and shot towards the boss. Junseo was excited that at least everything had worked. The attack hit, charged, and exploded the boss's head. Seeing that made him think it was all worth it. With that, the boss's body fell to the ground and the creature was full of holes. Jahan was exhausted and he said she must have felt strange. However, he needed that extreme sensation to amplify her senses. That was the only way for her to understand her potential. Jahan asked who he was and how he knew all these things would happen and what he meant by potential. Our boy said there was no need for all that and they have plenty of time. But she just told him to stop stalling and answer quickly. Suddenly, she started trembling and was about to faint. In the next scene, he was carrying her on his back. It had indeed been a lot of work to get an ally, but at least he managed it. Once outside, she apologizes, saying she wasn't feeling like herself. She explains that she didn't know how to act around someone she doesn't know and apologizes again for suspecting the protagonist. Junseo, feeling a bit awkward, says it's all okay. While she's being all cute, he reassures her that it's not a problem, especially since they managed to hunt and kill the boss. He then asks to take a look at the necklace he had given her earlier. She reaches into her pocket asking for a second, and then hands it to our boy. He sees that the crystal has lost a lot of its color, indicating it was definitely used. That item is called the meteoric sensation and is something only found in the harpy's nest. It's an item that can amplify all of a person's senses and is automatically activated when certain requirements are met. It enhances all information processing to an extreme level, and sometimes for a split second, the person using it can experience superhuman strength. The only problem is that the person needs to be feeling something extremely intense for it to activate. That's why he tried to ensure that Jahan was terrified of that creature. The only problem is that this item is so rare that he had given up on that option. But who would have imagined that he would get the chance to acquire one directly from the guild? It allowed her to feel, for a second, the potential she already has within her. Junseo tells her that she must remember that her primary focus is always to hit the target. To achieve that, she will need to change bows. He explains that with a much larger one, she wouldn't have to fear creatures getting close because she could stay far away. Jiha, feeling embarrassed, just listens to the boy's tips. She thanks Junseo, who awkwardly asks what she's thanking him for. She says that at the moment she was about to die, she felt something in that pendant. For a second, she found the confidence that she could hit any target, and her eyes became sharper than ever. At that moment, she saw a mark on the monster. Awkwardly fidgeting with her fingers, she says that although she is rank A, she's actually more of a rank D. But even being so incapable, she realized in that short time that Junsu did everything to help her. She's struggling to say something but can't. He tells her she doesn't need to force herself because he's going to give her his number, so if she wants, she can just get in touch. Hearing this, she relaxes a bit and says that's exactly what she wanted. However, when Junsu grabs his phone, something catches his attention. Taehoon had said something urgent came up and asked him to get in touch. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Taehoon was talking to someone saying they needed to talk after a meeting. Obviously, it was Junso who agreed and thanked him for the item. Taehoon said it was good the item was useful and mentioned that he would need his help soon. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Kuzu, who said the leader of the Hunter Association wanted to speak with him. On the way, she mentioned that this was unusual since that guy normally sends requests. She asked Taehoon why they would want to see him personally. One of the few options is that an S-rank gate has appeared again. Taehoon said he wasn't worried because Junsu had agreed to help. If he can fight like last time, everything will be fine. He was already smiling, thinking it was a great choice to build a relationship with Junsu. Meanwhile, Huisu was wondering why the boss was so excited. Remembering our protagonist, she asked if it was because of that boy. The only thing she didn't understand yet was why Taehoon offered unlimited support to a guy like that. One of the few options is that this guy has more impressive abilities than she realizes. However, she keeps an eye on Taehoon. This girl seems to be jealous of our boy. As he reaches the door, the guy asks if he's alone. Taehoon looks confused, questioning if they were expecting someone else. The guy says yes, because the leader of the hunters mentioned he had called 2 people. Taehoon then asked who else would be coming today. The guy smiled, saying that he finally arrived. In the background, the two had already turned around when the guy called for the boy. It was the purple-haired guy with the scar, who said he missed Taehoon. Huisu knew very well that this guy was the only person Taehoon disliked. He got right in Taehoon's face and said he missed him, joking around about standing in front of the great genius of the Overkill Guild. However, Taehoon just put his hand on his shoulder and said he didn't have time for childish provocations. The guy mentioned that he knew Taehoon had been very busy visiting all the low-ranked dungeons lately. Huisu asked what he was talking about. The guy said that Taehoon had been hunting only in weak dungeons and got lucky that one was misclassified, or else his reputation would have been ruined. Huisu wanted to respond, but Taehoon just said it wasn't worth it. Then the guy at the door informed them that the leader was waiting. He went in and asked the boss if he could let them in. I thought it would be some super buff hunter, but it was just an old man saying these people never change. He immediately informed them that an unconfirmed gate appeared 3 days ago. Taehoon questioned if something was misclassified. The president said, unfortunately, they had no idea since they couldn't measure the mana of the place. The purple-haired guy looked very confused, and Taehoon found it very strange because he had never heard of a gate where you couldn't measure the mana. Gates are usually classified using 2 methods. In the first, you look at the amount of mana, which indicates the type of monsters there. In the other, the association sends some explorers to check the creatures and decide the rank. The president explained that they couldn't measure it, and Taehoon asked if they had already sent any explorers. The guy said yes, they had sent 5. However, obviously, none came back alive. The other hunter said this was crazy. He was called to go to a place with no information, but the guy reminded him that if the gate's seal is broken, the creatures will start roaming the city. When that happens, the entire country has to mobilize to prevent the nation from being destroyed. The president said that even if he didn't want to, he had to ask because it was an emergency. Looking at both, he informed them that they had no choice and had to clear the gate for the city's sake. As help, they would also receive support from the Himu Guild. He then informed them that they would start the mission in 2 days and would receive the maximum rewards. Taehoon asked if they could choose only members of their guilds. The guy said he could choose anyone, but the information couldn't leak to the public to prevent hysteria. At that moment, Taehoon smiled and the guy next to him noticed. At the Sinwa Guild building, the purple-haired guy arrived and everyone welcomed the boss. He couldn't forget that little smile showing that Taehoon was very confident with some kind of plan. That obviously didn't make him happy, so he told everyone he wanted her in the group. He was referring to Yuren Kang, and everyone informed him that she wasn't even part of their guild. The guy left saying he didn't care and that they better call her or everyone would be fired. 2 days passed and Taehoon's group was at the gate. With him were our protagonists and the bodyguards. The girl mentioned that the time was approaching and asked about the other guilds. The bald guy informed her that there were still 5 minutes left, so theoretically, no one was late. She pulled out her weapon, saying that maybe with holes in their heads, they would think faster. But the guy punched her head, reminding her that here, they were all allies. Taehoon then turned to the protagonist and thanked him for accepting the request. Junsu said that he helped him, so now he had to return the favor. But the truth is that 5 days ago, a dungeon window appeared for him. He knows that this type of mission was extremely rare even in his past life. He wonders why he is receiving a mission when other players haven't even been selected yet. The only thing he knows is that this type of secret quest gives a bunch of legendary rewards. And obviously, by coincidence, it was at this gate that Taehoon called him. So Taehoon calls the protagonist over and warns him that he will apologize in advance for someone's behavior. At that moment, someone approaches, saying there's a lot to do. It's obviously the Shinhwa guild members, remarking that it seems overkill is very idle. They probably think that's why they only stick to low-level dungeons. The girl wants to say something, but the bald guy tells her to let it go. Junso knows very well that the media is always talking about the competition between these two guilds. Then the leader of the Shinhwa guys takes a look. He sees the protagonist and starts laughing, asking if that was Taehoon's ace in the hole, commenting that judging by his clothes, the boy must think it's a picnic. He then glares at Taehoon, suggesting he must think the mission is a joke. The guild members tell their leader to calm down and focus on the mission, and Yu Ran Kang, from the back of the group, says that every second counts. I knew she was bad, but I didn't realize she was this malicious. Even the girl from Overkill is shocked, asking why they brought Yu Ran Kang. This woman is the only elemental master in the country who can control all 6 elements, but she relaxes, saying with so many prepared people, this dungeon is already won. However, Junso knows that in the past life, this group failed, so this won't be easy. Out of the 8 people who entered, only Taehoon came out alive due to his ability to cut portals. It became news for being the place where 7 high-ranked people perished. The problem is that since the association hid information about this place, he has no idea what awaits them. Inside the dungeon, they are beating everything and wondering why it's so easy. Even Junseo finds it strange. They walk through the mansion's corridors, everything is so easy that they have time to admire the place, until the guy with glasses notices something. The door they entered through shuts in front of everyone. He tries to open it but warns that it's impossible to get out. They count to 3 and everyone attacks. Nothing happens, so the leader tells them to step aside. But then some puppets attack him from behind. He turns with a punch and the dolls disintegrate. He tells everyone that this place is so easy that he hasn't used any abilities yet. Then the blonde girl asks what's going on. The monsters he just killed are already regenerating. He crosses his arms, saying now it's getting interesting. He creates 2 giant hands, saying it's finally starting. The dolls regenerate and appear in front of everyone. But at the same time, the leader punches them. The poor things are smashed to the ground, while the Overkill members provide some support. In the background, Yu Ran Kang asks what our boy does, to which he replies that he is a creator. She says she has the power to end this but won't waste energy on such a group. Observing Taehoon, she remarks that she was excited when they said the best would be there, but she says, for all their reputation, they're a disappointment and she would have preferred to decline the offer. Junso is just watching, noticing that the creatures have a strange energy around them. He realizes that the puppets are connected by some strings. Looking up, he sees that all the demonic energy is being drawn to a strange object. He wonders what happens if he destroys it. The problem is that he doesn't want to reveal his abilities. At this moment, Yu Ran Kang creates a giant ice block just to crush an insect. Junseo questions why she doesn't use her power to help others. While aiming at a fly, she says she already gave the reason. She electrocutes the bug, saying she only kills what she wants to. Junseo immediately realizes she hates insects, so he decides to exploit this and asks if she's afraid. She says no, so he points to the sky and asks what she will do about that. What he created was a shield with a spider right in front of the demonic item. She begins casting a fire spell, saying she's tired of this, but Junseo starts dismantling the creature. She throws a giant fireball upwards, and the purple-haired guy wonders why she's acting like this. Suddenly, all the puppets collapse to the ground. He yells, asking why the monsters aren't moving anymore. The protagonist approaches the strange item, beginning to absorb the energy, realizing that no one else could see it because it was demonic. Taehoon then suggests they should check out the rest of the floors. The bald guy agrees and tells them to follow him. They enter the next room, seeing more puppets, and the purple-haired guy runs ahead, claiming it's all his. He elbows the first puppet, and Junseo watches from the back, noticing how easy everything seems. After clearing several rooms, Taehoon tells them to move to the second floor. When the purple-haired guy tries to say something about Taehoon not being the leader, Taehoon just turns around, which infuriates him. He curses Taehoon, saying he would die for ignoring him. However, he feels a strange pain in his hand despite the easy fight. Junseo steps away from the group, wanting to check one of the rooms again. As he approaches, he sees some lines of demonic energy. In the battle, the purple-haired guy struggles, not having time to use his abilities. The team seems to be defending against something invisible. Taehoon asks if everyone is okay, and they respond that it is still easy. That's when Taehoon notices something. He has no idea where Junseo went. Our protagonist is just absorbing energy. He realizes the fight is getting tougher and decides he must participate. But suddenly, a trapdoor opens beneath him. He steps back, wondering what's happening and if these are the enemies. A blonde girl starts climbing out of it, and Junseo wonders why a little girl is coming out of there. As soon as she notices him, she gives a non-threatening smile and asks if he is a hunter. Before he can respond, she turns and tells him to follow her, then starts running back to the basement. Junseo calls for her to wait, wondering how she knew he was a hunter. The girl mentions that a woman downstairs said the hunters were coming to save her, and she is sure he must be one of them. He seems confused, and she asks if he doesn't recognize her. The girl says it's strange since the woman mentioned a hunter would arrive just as he did. Meanwhile, the orange-haired girl stands there despondent. Junseo realizes her mental state is completely shaken. When he mentions being from the Hunter Association, she turns around. She stands up excitedly, asking if he really was sent by them. He confirms and asks her to explain what happened. She collapses to the floor, saying she's so relieved and starts to thank him. She says she'll tell him everything that happened. When she came to explore this dungeon, 3 others had already failed. As soon as she entered, she was immediately attacked by the puppets. She tried to turn back, but the door was strangely already shut. Junseo remembers something similar happened to his group. He asks if she knows what happened to the other scouts, and she says she called for them at the entrance, but those who appeared did not seem conscious. She explains that she fled and ran into this little girl who helped her. The blonde girl says they played many games together too. Junseo asks the girl's name. She says her name is Elizabeth, but he can call her Betty. He acknowledges this and tells them they need to leave because it's not safe here. Elizabeth pauses and asks why it would be unsafe here, saying she knows it's much more dangerous outside. Meanwhile, the group continues fighting the creatures. Even Tahoon is starting to struggle. Then he notices that the monster's ability is fading. They are humanoid creatures under the effect of invisibility. However, strangely, someone's Hunter Association card falls to the ground. Tahoon remembers seeing this name on the list of the missing. The Overkill girl comments about the same thing, telling Tahoon not to kill this person because the ones attacking are all the explorers who disappeared. Tahoon knows that now that they are visible, it would be very easy to kill them. But then someone screams in the room. The purple-haired guy starts shouting, saying it looks like it's just a bunch of explorers. He readies his fists, saying now that they're visible, it will be easy, and prepares to punch, warning that they will die a second time. But something swiftly passes by his nose, making his face bleed. He asks who did that. The Overkill girl tells him that those are explorers he can save, so he shouldn't kill them. The guy says anyone who fights him either kills or dies, and warns that she won't be an exception now. He starts getting attacked by the explorers while saying if she tries anything, she will die. Tahoon tells Kim to calm down and asks for his cooperation. Kim retorts that he's not interested and accuses Tahoon of not wanting to cooperate and killing these creatures. Tahoon offers Kim all the dungeon's items if he agrees to cooperate. Kim defends against an attack, saying that in that case, he'll agree. Tahoon thanks him but knows this won't last long. At this moment, the Overkill girl calls out to Tahoon. She cutely apologizes, saying it was her fault. Tahoon tells her they'll talk about it later and orders her to stay focused. The primary goal is to find a way to save the explorers. Someone mentions the puppets outside. It's Elizabeth, who says that as long as the creatures are connected by the strings, they won't be destroyed. She asks Junseo if he doesn't find that scary. Junseo, on the other hand, wants to know if there's a way to destroy the strings and turn the people back into humans. She explains that there is, but the strings must be removed correctly, or the body will fall apart. She asks if he liked that answer, and Junseo realizes she's providing too many details for some reason. He considers asking more questions when Kim declares he'll give them 20 more seconds, or he'll kill all the monsters. The Overkill girl asks the boss what they will do. She tells Yurin Kang to use some ice ability to immobilize the monsters, but Yurin just turns around and tells her to stop giving orders, saying this dance is already boring enough. Kim starts a countdown from 10. While everyone continues fighting, he counts and reaches 7. At 6, he activates his aura. At 2, he summons his giant hands and announces he's going to finish it. When he reaches 1, he prepares his punch. But strangely, his power ceases and he realizes it's the same as before. Junseo comments to someone that she stopped the movements just in time. Walking with the girl, he says they almost lost everyone, but now he'll take over. A while later, Taehoon asks where Junseo was. He explains he had to handle something, and Taehoon tells him to be more careful. At that moment, the Overkill girl notices something. The explorers from before have turned invisible again. The team has to defend themselves once more from something they can't see. Taehoon realizes that for some reason, the creatures are ignoring him. Both move towards Junseo, who can see them due to the demonic energy. Taehoon blocks an attack, and Junseo says he can see them and will mark them, but warns not to destroy the bodies. Taehoon agrees, fearing the explorers might die. Then he sees some blue pieces fly and wonders if that's it. He lands a blow with the flat side of his sword, making the explorer visible. The monster is sent flying and he can't believe it actually worked. Everyone gets the tip that the circle in the middle of the chest is a kind of weak point. With this, the explorer who was struck is sent flying and hits the ground. Kim asks why, strangely, the monsters now seem easy to handle. While Junseo is just smiling at Kim's anger, the members of Kim's guild approach. Taehoon asks Junseo why he went back to the first floor. Junseo, with lifeless eyes, says he'll explain everything. He explains that while exploring, he strangely found one of the missing explorers, and that's how he learned about each of their weak points. Taehoon then asks about the little girl. Junseo simply says she helped him find the other explorer. Kim is just watching, saying this is very suspicious. The Overkill girl asks why he's finding it strange since it's just a little girl. Kim states the obvious. It makes no sense for a child to be in the middle of this dungeon, implying it's impossible for her to be wandering through the city and end up here without being noticed. Taehoon acknowledges this point but says it's not necessary to draw conclusions yet. Kim warns he's tired of this and is getting ready to destroy everyone there. Taehoon loses his temper and says it looks like he will have to teach a real lesson for the sake of the mission. Everyone strangely seems engulfed in a purple aura, criticizing each other. The girls start getting in each other's faces, claiming their respective masters are better. The argument escalates as the purple energy intensifies. Taehoon and Kim both have their magic activated. Junseo feels something strange. He can't understand why he's feeling so much anger when he has no relation to anyone there. Then the girl next to him says that things change a lot when she manipulates emotions just a little. She thanks Junseo for bringing her closer, allowing her to activate her ability without any worry. Junseo realizes he knew she was a monster the moment she appeared, but she had manipulated his mind to change how he acted. He begins preparing his weapon, realizing it's too late to complain. He has to stop her and everyone else before things get out of hand. Suddenly, he finds himself isolated in a world with no exit. He notices that demonic lines are surrounding his entire body, as well as everyone else's, wrapped in the same energy. He had no idea the demonic energy did this until he began to perceive it. However, he starts dismantling everything with a sly grin, obviously activating his demonic energy absorption. All the power in the room begins flowing to him, and Junsu says she chose the worst possible target. Everyone starts waking up wondering what happened. The girl smiles, saying his absorption is quite interesting. Junseo tells everyone that she is the enemy that needs to be defeated. However, she just stands there calling for her parents. Something seems to be coming from the ceiling, and suddenly, two energies fall between them. The little girl, crying, says those people are hurting her. And with that, her puppet parents appear. Without planning, Kim throws himself forward, saying they need to end this. The blonde girl smiles, saying it's time for her brother to shine. But Kim lands a direct punch on the overkill girl, sending her crashing into the wall. Taehoon immediately asks what Kim thinks he's doing. But Kim is already manipulated by the demonic energy again, and the strings are going straight to his mouth. He says that Louis did a very good job. Junseo understands why he felt demonic energy in Kim's hand. The puppet's brother had been controlling Kim the entire time. The girl starts laughing, saying she is very happy when everyone is fighting among themselves. At that moment, Taehoon jumps towards Kim, saying they need to immobilize him for this to continue. The overkill members smile, saying it's great news. With that, the poor guy is being beaten up until a barrier surrounds him, and everyone asks what it is. The guild girl explains it's an unbreakable ability he uses when he's about to die, and the biggest problem is that he'll stay in that state for many hours. The little girl calls her brother useless, but now the group is stopped and confident. Suddenly, she summons a giant aura, saying it's time to end this. Taehoon realizes the parents are very different. Each of them is as powerful as a dungeon boss. This makes focusing on the girl the riskiest move. Taehoon knows the right thing is to kill these monsters first, but he has a bad feeling. Despite the logic, the girl is likely capable of more than she appears. He tells Mayeon and Jaeyu to handle the female puppet while he takes down the male. Jaeyu readies her pistols and agrees. The puppet father starts advancing, and Taehoon immediately draws his flaming blade. Kim is still trapped in his own ability, while Junseo watches from the background. Junseo notices that Kim's defensive ability seems to have caused some malfunction in the control of the puppets. He knows it's the same control used on the explorers, but something is off. Kim turned into a puppet in seconds, right after absorbing the energy. This means they are still at risk of being controlled at any moment. However, if she hasn't done so yet, there must be a reason. Jaeyu continues shooting, and even Yurin Kang starts throwing ice shards. The puppet mother struggles to defend herself while the daughter smiles in the background. Junseo wonders why she wanted to reveal herself. Not only did she lead him to the explorer, but she also showed him the weak points of each puppet. The fact that she wanted to gain confidence before doing this indicates something is wrong. It's almost as if she forced them to fight her. At that moment, the puppet father attacks Taehoon. He defends and charges again, realizing the creature is strong. However, when his blade strikes the neck, flames burst forth. He knows he can win as long as he keeps using the weapon Junseo created. Jaeyu is almost out of ammunition. She even crafted some in advance, but it's not enough. She tells Mayeon to retreat because his attacks have weakened the puppet mother. She then prepares an enchanted bullet. The shot passes cleanly through the mother, and she confidently declares it was easy. The puppet mother falls to the ground with a gaping hole in her chest. The puppet father's body is still ablaze. Taehoon thinks to himself that the attacks were simpler than expected, but now there is only one monster left. Even though she has mind control, he is a berserker and can handle it. He warns everyone to stay back and be wary of mental attacks. At that moment, the girl calls for her father and mother, lamenting their defeat. Taehoon, uninterested in her sad speech, advances. The girl stands there, doing nothing, until she smiles and says this is what he deserves. However, the puppet collapses. The group smiles, praising the guild master, and Yurin Kang comments on how anticlimactic it was. A window appears before Junseo, and he hopes it's the end of the dungeon. But he sees something that terrifies him. The puppet is still lying dead, and Taehoon remarks that although it's the body of a monster, it's still disturbing. As he turns to leave, they all feel something. All the hunters are paralyzed at once because they sense a terrifying energy. Junseo says he knew this would happen. The objective becomes to defeat Elizabeth Bathory and receive a demon shackle. The little girl emerges from the blood, thanking them. She says she's been waiting for someone to kill her father and mother, as they were two selfish beings who sucked her power to live an eternal life. The girl rose up rapidly, but Junseo refrains from commenting because just a moment ago, she was a little girl. Yurin Kang tells everyone to prepare, knowing that while they are not weak, defeating that woman will be no easy task. Elizabeth smiled and said it seemed like they were trying something cute. Strangely, everyone felt something as she activated an energy-draining ability, saying she needed to regain her power. Instantly, everyone started coughing up blood. Yurin found it impossible that the monster could drain so much energy without even a second to prepare. In response, Elizabeth was attacked by a blaze, but Taehoon stood still while she commented on his strength. However, she stopped his attack with her hand, saying that now that she had transformed, it was useless. She broke his sword, declaring that from now on such attacks wouldn't happen. She then delivered a powerful blow to his chest, sending him flying. Tae-hoon fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. Junseo asked Tae-hoon how much he used. Confused, Tae-hoon listened as Junseo inquired about the extent of his berserker ability activation. Junseo knew this ability was dangerous for the mind and body, but he needed this information. He suspected that when Tae-hoon killed Araction, he had only activated half of his potential. Tae-hoon admitted he could increase his power, but Junseo's sword wouldn't withstand it. Junseo then revealed that if they could buy some time, he would show his true power. Observing the energy Tae-hoon used, Junseo announced it was time to show what they had been practicing. He used his ability to construct demonic weapons, which cost 100 points he had been accumulating. The system searched the demon realm for a suitable weapon, and Elizabeth watched curiously as the production was completed. A blade engulfed in flames appeared before Tae-hoon. This was the demonic sword Levitine, and Junseo told Tae-hoon it was time to show his potential. Tae-hoon felt something different about the sword. He didn't recognize the type of mana it possessed despite having used many swords before. When he touched the blade, it radiated an aura. Elizabeth noticed the sword had demonic energy and flames, but stated she was resistant to both and activated a blood magic spell. A red territory spread across the room, constantly draining everyone's energy. Junseo recognized it as an area of effectability, weaker than the initial drain but persistent. Yurin Kang collapsed, and the monster declared she wouldn't be able to use any mana. The Overkill Guild members couldn't even stand, and Elizabeth announced they would all melt now. But someone stepped beside her. Tae-hoon was the only one still standing. Elizabeth found it strange that he was unaffected by the blood territory, indicating his consciousness was guided by the sword. She raised her hands, inviting him to fight. Tae-hoon stomped the ground and leaped at her, but she summoned 2 giant blood hands to strike him. Unafraid, Tae-hoon slashed through the hands with the demonic blade, cutting them in half. Elizabeth was confused, using another hand to protect herself while wondering how he had become so strong. Compared to before, he was at least twice as powerful. Even Junseo was impressed despite his suffering. Tae-hoon unleashed a massive slash across the room, hitting Elizabeth directly. Everything fell apart. The main objective of the mission was complete. The vampire boss, Elizabeth, was defeated. Immediately, a box appeared in Junseo's hand, a reward from the system. He hoped it would at least increase his mana. The system then deconstructed the sword, which disintegrated in Tae-hoon's hand. However, he could now summon it without using 100 demon energy points. Tae-hoon looked at his hand, wondering what had happened. Someone told him not to stand because he wouldn't be able to walk anyway. Junseo comments, impressed that after using all this power, Tae-hoon is still conscious, especially since the rest of the group is down. Yurin Kang, despite all her talk, is knocked out cold while the boss has been defeated. However, as Junseo approaches, Elizabeth strangely congratulates him. He wonders how she's alive if the system said she was defeated. Elizabeth explains that she was protected because she manipulated the puppets. She notes that while she senses the same energy from Junseo, he doesn't manipulate anyone. She's only alive because she is the source of the monster's existence. Long ago, she did something impulsively. She has no idea why she made such a nonsensical decision. She had saved some little creatures from their imminent end. The story should have ended there, but those she saved were strangely peculiar. They called her and said they needed to thank her for saving them, which led to her capture. She began interacting and learning about everything they did, not knowing why she wanted to stay. Before long, she had become a regular visitor at their house. It wasn't long, but she is sure she was happy then, until she realized why those creatures had brought her into their family. She was trapped by puppet strings, her body sealed to protect them with her energy. Junseo asks how this is possible and why. Elizabeth says she doesn't know, but tells him to look out the mansion window. Strangely, it shows an endless desert. She knows it isn't real, created with her energy to protect the monster family with an illusion. She tells Junseo that his universe likely has portals too since he arrived here. She explains that in her world, as in his, portals started appearing out of nowhere, people awakened and creatures emerged from them. Junseo asks her about the end of the world. She looks confused and says she didn't see it happen. After being trapped in the puppet body, she couldn't move. Recently, she regained consciousness when something strange appeared before her. Her mission was to protect a dungeon from 100 invaders to escape an abandoned world. Junseo is baffled that she's a player with a status window. However, her body starts to disintegrate, and she explains she has no more time to answer. As everything falls apart, she says death isn't so bad. Junseo sees her body breaking and realizes he can't let it happen. He remembers the item he received from the demon gems, looks at the box thoughtfully, and smiles. Elizabeth is confused by his reaction. He pulls out the item and throws it at her, creating a collar around her neck. She asks what he's doing. The item forces the monster into captivity but can only be used when the injuries are fatal. Watching the item activate, Junseo knows it's no coincidence but finds it interesting. When equipped, the target is completely healed of all wounds. Elizabeth is restored to 100% health. Now that they know she's not a child, she's a fully grown monster and becomes a familiar of Junseo. Junseo smiles, saying he's never heard of anyone having a player as their familiar. The system notifies that Elizabeth Bathory is being captured. A golden energy radiates as she's registered in Junseo's system. He looks, noting her different form as a surprise. The once vampire monster has turned into a cat, replacing their formidable vampire with an adorable familiar. Junseo laughs, saying it seems the collar turned into a pet collar. Elizabeth, scared of herself, clearly displeased with being turned into a cat. Bursting with energy, she reverted to her human form, trying to tear off the collar and demanding how Junseo dared do such a thing to her. She begged for mercy and asked him to stop humiliating her. Junseo replied that without her human form, the humiliation was inevitable. The system notified him that he could temporarily activate a familiar's abilities by giving them demonic energy. He removed the demonic power and Elizabeth turned back into an angry cat. Picking her up, she started demanding to be put down. As he held her, Junseo asked if those people really betrayed her. When he placed her on the ground, she said she already explained her story and wouldn't repeat it. He insisted, wanting to know how they used her demonic power to survive, noting that it didn't make sense for anyone to want to live that way. Looking at the puppets on the floor, he remarked that it didn't seem like a pleasant existence, questioning if those things had any will of their own. Elizabeth explained that this degradation was common for humans as over time the soul and body begin to deteriorate. She asked if he was really showing sympathy for those idiots. Junseo turned and said no, but he couldn't believe anyone would want to live that way. Slowly approaching the father's body, he stated that if they transferred their souls, he could find something specific. Holding out his hand, he grabbed an orb, telling her to come closer. Elizabeth found herself lifted, unable to control her body. Junseo explained that it was an essence crystal used by dark mages to store mana. Apparently, the mother of that family used it to transfer everyone's soul into the puppets. Elizabeth started screaming at the orb, asking what he was talking about. Suddenly, she found herself somewhere else. At a table, she told her family she had seen the future many times, but things kept happening. The worlds would keep colliding, and it would become more frequent. She said they had a maximum of 5 years to live, and there was nothing they could do. Elizabeth, standing there, wondered if this was a memory. The father mentioned they could use an option they had researched, hypothetical other dimensions. The mother said with Elizabeth's power, they could disconnect the mansion from this universe. But that would mean being lost among infinite dimensions, waiting for hundreds or thousands of years. The blonde boy stated this wouldn't apply to Elizabeth. The mother was confused, and the boy explained that while this place would extend their lives by a few years, Elizabeth was different. He reminded his parents that without her, they would have died that day. Even if she began to hate them, they had to do everything to save her. Elizabeth asked what they were doing since she trusted them. The family observed with tears in their eyes as she was transformed into a puppet. The boy asked his mother if their minds would remain intact in the puppets. The father responded that they would be fine for a few dozen years, but after that, they would likely start to degrade and forget who they were, moving only as functional puppets. Once they disconnected the mansion from that dimension, it would be their turn to protect Elizabeth from the creatures until someone from another universe arrived to free her. Junseo had spent 50 demonic energy points to see the family's memories. Now crying, Elizabeth asked why they didn't tell her anything. Junseo said that if they had told her, she would have undoubtedly chosen to die. Junseo tells Elizabeth to stop crying and get up because they don't have much time. Elizabeth's power is still enabled for 2 minutes, and he says he didn't give her demonic energy for her to just cry. He tells her that she needs to be the one to finish this for the sake of the family that protected her all these years. She must be the one to bring their end. Desperate, Elizabeth asks how she can do such a thing. Junseo tells her to stop being so naive. That family could have spent their last years happily, but they chose a different path. They sealed themselves for eternity to give her a chance to survive. This is the only chance she has to repay their sacrifice. It's the least she can do. Slowly, Elizabeth stands up. She looks at her family, remembering the happy times. She then begins to activate her demonic powers. The entire room explodes and a window appears, stating that the secret objective of her true story has been completed. Elizabeth just stares at the destroyed puppets, tears streaming down her face. While she was crying, Junseo had reached all the dungeon's objectives and received a special reward. Sometime later, everyone was outside the dungeon. A group of adventurers was being led away, including Kim, who had survived. The protagonist felt like he had been there for years, but thought it wouldn't make much sense to say that with Elizabeth around. He asked Elizabeth what she thought of that place, and she said there wasn't much mana there, but she would try to live the best life she could since that was what she owed everyone. The scene shifts to a house at night. Kang is complaining about how the stressful days make her unable to stop drinking. She suddenly stops and stares, wondering why that rat is trying to ruin her night too. The lights turn on, and a man comments that calling him a rat is cruel. He brings a glass of wine, saying he was waiting for his partner. Kang tells him to disappear because the wine bottle he opened is worth more than his life. The man says she is very cruel since he's only there for a chat. He mentions that the master is interested in unconfirmed gates and asks her to explain everything that happened there. After she recounts the events, he remarks that it's surprising someone like her fainted in such a dungeon. She admits things got complicated, but in the end, she saw everything before passing out. Taehoon had activated his full berserker mode and was using a sword she had never seen before. The man bangs the table, realizing that hunting an S-rank individual is always worth it. Yurin agrees that Taehoon was impressive, but warns him to pay more attention to the support. Everyone thought the boy was a D rank, but he created a sword that utilized all of Taehoon's power. The purple-haired man laughs, saying if he did something like that, it would indeed be good to have him around. However, he believes someone who only creates tools is only useful if a strong person can use them. He only cares about combat power, considering anything beyond that to be an impurity. Yurin tells him that this impurity will be the reason Taehoon defeats him. The man says since the witch is in love with that support, he will pay more attention. He promises that soon he will kill both the support and Taohoon. The scene shifts to a few days later. Junseo wakes up in bed, exhausted and tired. After that fight, he has been sleeping for several days but never feels rested. He thinks it might be because of Elizabeth's skill and wonders if there is a way to deactivate it. Not seeing her, he looks around, wondering where she went. He notices the window is open and assumes she left. However, he thinks it's fine since he can use her power to bring her back whenever he wants. Elizabeth is walking around the streets, scaring everyone. Meanwhile, Junseo is focused on the treasure chest he received. He never imagined seeing one of these in real life, something players receive occasionally in the game. You receive a reward that is somewhat random. However, this treasure of significance only gives what the person opening it needs. The problem is that, for example, it might give a weapon that can only attack but not defend, or a shield that reflects any attack but ends up hitting friends. The most peculiar part is that every item is always useful despite these problems. Junseo knows that what he needs most at this moment is something that increases mana recovery. As he opens it, he knows exactly what will come out. So he opens the treasure of significance, wondering what the item's flaw will be. The system announces that the correct item is being selected for Junseo Shin. A light radiates in the room, and a moment later, a ring appears in his hand. It is the trader's gluttony, which allows him to steal mana from people. What confuses Junseo the most is that the amount of mana increases the closer he is to the person he is stealing from. Frustrated, he throws it against the wall, cursing that it's not fair while Elizabeth returns home. He realizes that while this is very useful, it will also be extremely difficult since he will end up draining his own friends. Elizabeth, seeing him stressed, asks why he is so worked up. She then mentions that the fool from before is coming to visit. Junseo goes to the balcony to take a look. Sure enough, there's a limousine parked outside, and we know who it is. I thought it was Taohoon, but it was Kim, saying he can't believe that support lives in such a place. Junseo remarks that the guy who arrived is an idiot. Kim looks up, thinking it was foolish to come here, but that guy is worth the trip. When he was frozen, unable to react, he saw the boy handing a sword to Taohoon. Even trapped in his own barrier, he could feel its power piercing through the protection. He has no idea how a D-rank support managed to create something like that, but he's excited, thinking if that damn Taohoon couldn't recruit him, he will. Junseo appears and asks why Kim is there since he didn't give out his address. Kim says that usually people are excited because it shows that the guilds appreciate them. He extends his hand, saying that if Junseo came down, he must know why he's there. Junseo brushes past him, saying he's more interested in renewing his assistant license for dungeons. At this, Kim says he'll pay triple, 3 times anything Taohoon is paying. He admits he doesn't have a good personality but always buys the talents he wants at a worthwhile price. Junseo turns and says that at least Kim knows what people think of him, but warns that his answer won't change. He leaves, saying he also told Taohoon that there's nothing they can offer him. Kim, furious, mutters that Junseo is just like that damn Yuren Kang. He recalls her saying that people in that guild thought too highly of themselves to want to recruit her. Clenching his fists, he vows they'll see about this business of him having nothing to offer. Sooner or later, those 2 players will beg to join his guild. On the way, Junseo wonders why he can only reach the association on foot when someone suddenly bumps into him in the street. He turns and apologizes, but the person says nothing, just nods. Junseo finds it strange that he didn't notice anyone getting so close to him. Then he realizes something. He seems to know who this person was that bumped into him. Looking back, no one is there. He wonders why Doyen is still alive. This is the leader of his first group who now just recognize him too. A hooded man stands nearby while another talks about the dangers of any dungeon above rank C. Junseo is beside a girl who says she's nervous because she's never been in such a difficult dungeon. He reassures her, saying that the leader seems experienced, so as long as they follow his instructions, there's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the hooded man watches them head toward the gate, seemingly targeting the protagonist. He knows he's a D-rank support hunter who has been hunting for less than 2 years. His entire career started with the Wong Guild, which was also the guild of his older brother, Doyen. He remembers asking his brother why he went to a D-rank dungeon when he could go to a much stronger one. Doyen explained that there were still plenty of resources there and the more difficult ones were too expensive to buy into. His brother commented on how unfair it was that the large guilds monopolized all the gates. Doyen said it was fine because if they could mine half of what was in that D-rank dungeon, they would be in profit. He explained that his team had been training and fighting hard, so they wouldn't have to borrow anything from any other guild. He said the world was about to know the power of the Wong Guild, but that never happened. Junseo received a call from the association with the news. He complained, saying it didn't make sense for a B-rank adventurer to die in a D-rank dungeon. The attendant explained that it happened because the dungeon was misclassified and they were still investigating. That was when Junseo felt that an accident wasn't the cause of his brother's death. He knew his brother had won the right to enter that gate through the official association auction. The question remained whether it was possible to falsify a gate auction. He knew there was something more that no one else knew. The attendant told him that the body would be released in 2 days and that they were lucky to have at least found it. This was only possible because one person survived and brought the bodies out. Junseo thought this D-rank adventurer had been too lucky. Back in the dungeon, everyone prepared to enter the gate. The excited leader told everyone to be careful not to get hurt, and they began to enter. Junso's brother continued to question how a bunch of B-rank adventurers could die and a D-rank survive. He would keep investigating until he found all the answers. At that moment, the security guards outside seemed confused. They told someone to stop, saying only authorized participants were allowed to enter. The person said he was indeed invited and presented his permission record, laughing and saying it didn't make sense for someone to walk to a gate fully equipped if they weren't going to enter. The guard said everything seemed in order, and he smiled while thinking that if the guard hadn't accepted it, he would have had to kill him. The target's name this time is Dojin Mu, and he wants to see what this would-be hero can do. The scene shifts to inside the dungeon. Several skeletons lay on the ground as the team continued advancing, taking down another creature. The leader seemed excited, saying they managed to defeat the monster. Dojin remarked that this couldn't be a C-rank dungeon. It was at least B-rank and would have complicated things if they had still been hiding. The leader thanked him, saying that without the boy, things would have gotten complicated. However, Dojin said he had only done half the job, seeing everyone falling behind him. He looked down and stared at the blades he was holding. A little earlier, the knight had been standing and the leader was already down. He had started fighting but had no chance of winning. Then someone asked if he wanted new weapons. It was Junso, who said he could build some, but Dojin would have to forget about his abilities. Dojin realized these daggers were far superior to the ones he usually used. But how could a D-ranked guy create such weapons out of nowhere? He called out to Junseo and asked exactly who he was. Junseo replied that he was curious to know the same thing. Dojin said okay and asked if he remembered the name Doyen, telling Junseo that he was his older brother and that Junseo had been part of the guild. He wanted to know what happened to his brother and what Junseo's involvement was. But then a red energy enters the room. Dojin is startled because that wasn't part of his power. The attack hits his chest, pushing him back. He looks confused, wondering if they left any monsters alive. At that moment, the man from afar appears, saying this is very unexpected. He's not surprised that Dojin, a future hero, blocked his attack. What surprises him is that someone else survived too. Junseo is just observing. Dojin has no idea where this guy came from, but he is extremely strong. The man tells him to relax and not be so scared. Junseo lowers his shield and the man recognizes him, calling him an impurity and saying he's the D-rank support. That confuses Junseo. The man says it's a pity because defeating him without Tahun won't be as fun. Dojin is puzzled as to why Junseo would know Tahun, but the man raises his blade, saying they will have to have some fun to discover if he is special in any way. He then charges at Dojin. Dojin manages to defend himself but is thrown back, realizing the man is much stronger. He knows that if he keeps only defending, he will end up dying without doing anything. The man sends a slash of red energy and Dojin dodges, charging forward. The enemy starts smiling, saying the other isn't doing anything. Seeing Junseo standing still, he says it doesn't even feel like a 2-on-1 fight. Junseo agrees, saying he's right about that. At that moment, the enemy feels something strange. His entire hand is wrapped in threads of demonic energy. He can hardly move his sword. In the background, Elizabeth is standing there, obviously casting a spell. The two of them announce that it's actually a 3-on-1 fight. The problem is that Junseo is now out of demonic energy, and Elizabeth Bathory's summoning will end in 10 seconds. Junseo managed to summon her for a short moment, but the damage was so great that he was nearly killed. However, that brief moment was enough to end the fight. The man tries to slash at Elizabeth, but she activates her vaporization ability, saying it's a pity, but she's not afraid of physical attacks. She mentions that he looks like someone she knows, but much weaker. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter because he already made the wrong move. Dojin approaches from behind. Desperate, the man turns to slash at Dojin, but he misses and Dojin is already underneath. The blade pierces through and the familiar Elizabeth is unsummoned, leaving saying it was no big deal. The man is now missing a piece of himself. Dojin wanted to finish him off, but unfortunately, the man managed to sacrifice a part to avoid death. He tells the man to surrender and drop his weapon, which only angers him further. He drops the weapon, a clear sign of surrender. But Dojin realizes he has another plan. The man stands still for a moment and pulls a purple stone from his body. Dojin notices that it contains demonic energy. The man breaks the crystal and Dojin lunges at him, saying he must have a plan. The attack hits squarely, creating a circle of energy. But then Dojin realizes it's a teleportation circle. Junseo is thankful the man escaped because otherwise both of them would be in a terrible state and he couldn't help anymore. When Dojin gets up to ask something, Junseo says it's okay. He'll explain everything. Sometime later, they are outside the dungeon. Some of the other adventurers who were farther back were killed by that man. Dojin says he doesn't think it's right that they have to lie and say the adventurers were killed by monsters. Junseo says that until they figure everything out, it's better to continue this way. If the man had permission to enter, it means he used a fake pass. Dojin asks how that's possible. The protagonist replies that he has no idea, but it seems they are fabricating things related to the association. The worst part is that it could be a genuine document. After all, the same thing happened 3 years ago. It seems that somehow people are able to fabricate any document from the organization, and the culprit is someone so influential that they're easily deceiving everyone. That's why, for now, it's better to lie to everyone. Dojin understands that this is the best option for the time being, but asks how Junseo can be a D-rank hunter when his skills are so good. Junseo reveals that a year ago, he was worse than a D rank and even his basic dagger wasn't decent. But it was during that dungeon incident that he awakened some abilities, which allowed him to survive alone that time. He knows it's all very suspicious, and you wouldn't believe it either if someone told him this. However, his goal is to tell the whole truth once he discovers who is behind the incident. He apologizes to Dojin, saying he'll do everything possible to find out who is responsible for Doyen's death. Dojin stays silent for a second, and then asks who told him to do such a thing. He's not the only one involved in this case, so he will also search for the culprit. After all, the two of them are not different from each other. He has seen firsthand what these people are capable of and also wants to uncover the truth. Therefore, he won't stop until he finds the criminal behind all this. He tells Junso he hopes they get along well, and that from now on, they'll have to rely on each other. The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse. A teleportation circle appears in the middle and the one-armed man from before emerges. He falls to the ground, remembering those bastards and swearing he'll kill them. A girl tells him he's very confident for someone who appeared after being beaten. She laughs in his face, saying it would have been better if he had returned dead because at least that way he could have served as a sacrifice. He starts to complain, but she tells him to be quiet because she's going to help him since the master has certain expectations for him. She sends an item floating towards him. The thing looks like a mass full of malazanides, and he asks what the hell it is. She tells him not to think too much and just swallow it because it will become his new arm. He refuses, saying there's no way he's swallowing that abomination she created. She laughs, saying it seems they don't trust each other, but reminds him that a swordsman without an arm is useless. He stares at the creature, and the girl tells him that with it, he'll get everything you've been asking for. He eats the creature and obviously feels something strange. She remarks that the two seem to be getting along well. The arm appears, and she says that this is just the initial form, telling him to let her know if he doesn't like it. He grits his teeth, saying that in the end, he'll kill everyone. The bastard who cut off his arm, and of course, that damn Junseo Shin. The scene changes to an airport. There are a lot of security guards blocking the entrance. People are wondering if some kind of celebrity is arriving with all this security. Someone comments about the Kaimu Guild, and a girl says she has heard of them. He explains that this group is returning from Europe after dealing with a very difficult gate. Then, a red-haired girl says that she has finally arrived. A blonde appears, and everyone starts asking about the dungeon she participated in. Her name is Hien, and she's the owner of a guild. The red-haired girl approaches and asks everyone to give her some rest. In the car, someone welcomes her back and starts giving her a lot of information about some meetings she has to attend. However, the information that catches her attention is the fact that the executor was seen 2 days ago. She asks where, and the girl responds that it was in a dungeon that was misclassified. Some people in the area recognize him by his appearance, and only 2 people survived the incident. She sees that one is an assassin, and the other is a D-rank support. She asks how that is possible, and the secretary says she has no idea. The only thing they know is that both said the rest of the group was killed by monsters. Hain wonders if they are working with the executor or were threatened by him. She says to put those 2 on her list because she needs to talk to both of them. Back at home, the protagonist sighs, saying he's not finding anything. That guy from before is not registered as a hunter or is using some kind of disguise. Junseo begins to suspect that this guy is involved with all these misclassified dungeons. Elizabeth's mansion was a prime example of a place where 7 extremely talented heroes could have died. Even if they all had the potential to become heroes, their futures would have ended there. They are not only meddling with organizations, but also sending assassins. Junseo starts to wonder who the next target might be. He then receives an unknown call. As soon as he answers, someone asks if it's Junseo, and he trembles. The scene changes to another bar. Yurin is sitting at a counter, and someone greets her. She says she expected him to wear something appropriate for the occasion. Junseo responds that he doesn't care about fancy places, so it's irrelevant to him what he wears. What he wants to know is how she got his number and address since it's not registered with the association. She doesn't know the address and concludes that it must have been Kim who went to see him. She imagines him with a confident smile inviting Junseo to join the guild. But Yurin activates her seductive skill, saying she's interested in something more personal. She tells him to sit down and have a drink. But Junseo stays firm, saying she should say what she wants quickly, or he'll leave. She says she wants to ask about the dungeon since she fainted while they were there. She knows Ta-hoon is strong, but it's impossible he defeated that monster alone. Junseo tells her to ask Ta-hoon because he's just a D-rank support. He says all he did was create a sword with the remaining energy. Yurin smiles, saying she understands, and asks about the information he mentioned wanting to share. He explains the situation, and she questions what he means by saying she might be the next target of someone hunting hunters. He says that misclassified dungeons are a sign that there was a target, and since she is the only person without a guild, he suspects it's her. She admits he has a point but reminds him of a certain detail. After all, she wasn't the only one in that situation. She gets closer, pointing out that there was also a D-rank support without a guild. She warns that if what he says is true, he is the one in danger. She seductively offers him protection if he asks for it. But Junseo isn't interested in her games and says he's leaving, not before telling her to take this seriously because her life depends on it. With that, he leaves. She picks up her phone and watches him as he goes, wishing someone good luck. On her phone, it shows she's been talking to someone named Rat, and she says it's time to take a look. Fortunately, Junseo didn't get involved. Otherwise, he might have died in his room. As he's walking down the street, someone comments that the boy is brave for not leaving a like in this. And you remember that the last chapter ended when the little hero was on his way home and suddenly felt something strange. The enemy appears, saying that he is indeed brave to walk around alone. It is that man with blue hair and a smirk on his face, and he warns that today there is no one to hear his cries. A whole purple barrier covers the city, and the man boasts that his witch is the strongest and no one will notice this disturbance. Today, he guarantees that one of the two will fall. The little hero, however, says that it is not so bad, not at all. This magic prevents people from passing, but it is a copy of the real world. The demonic energy was quite obvious, and he was wondering, where is everyone? And now he is glad that they are finally attacking. The villain is confused, scratching his head. What are you talking about, you troublesome kid? The little hero reveals that he was already expecting them tonight, especially since Yuren Kang herself said he would be the easiest target. The opponent starts biting his nails, telling him to stop lying, and prepares to attack, lunging forward and sending an energy slash. However, a blue barrier appears around the protagonist, and the attack disperses everywhere. The assassin wonders how this child defended against something like that. And when the smoke clears, our little hero stands there with a flying sword. The enemy is bewildered. This attack should have incapacitated half the hunters, but Junseo, dispelling the sword, says that this is the first time since last year that he can fight without worry. The opponent lunges again, while the protagonist says he agrees. Supports are weak, and since that is the case, why does the man not come at him with full strength to test that then? At that moment, he activates his greed ability. Meanwhile, on another street, a car stops, the door opens, and a girl with light hair steps out. She scans the area and realizes there are no portals nearby. So why is she feeling such strong demonic energy? The skilled one is named Hyen, and she has one of the best support classes. That is because instead of using mana, she uses divine power. Because of this, she can sense demons from afar, which is the opposite of her power. At that moment, her assistant asks if it would not be better to inform the association, but the girl tells her to wait a little. If she does not return in 30 minutes, then yes, call for help. Her staff begins to glow, and the determined one starts forming that aura. Meanwhile, the assistant thinks her superior is acting strangely. That is because she is walking toward a wall. But her expression changes when the blonde girl walks into the wall and disappears. At that moment, she realizes that not only did her friend vanish, but she cannot even sense her presence anymore. All she asks is that she does not fall there, because if she does, how will she help? Meanwhile, inside the barrier, explosions occur. The blue energy sword cuts through while the villain tries to defend himself with his weapon. The fight has barely started, and the boy is already anxious, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he looks to the side and says that the little trick will not work against him. But then something is behind him, and before he can notice, it is a grenade. The object explodes from a distance, and it was obviously Junseo controlling it. He is there calm, while the girl who created the barrier now understands why they want to eliminate this youth. Even though the appearance of the weapons he creates is simple, they are, at the same time, resilient and sharp. Moreover, the most impressive part is that he is using absolutely everything. His control is extremely precise. He also seems to have created another type of item. He can truly improvise in countless ways and has extensive combat experience. How did such an individual manage to stay off everyone's radar for so long? The opponent is coughing in the smoke while Junseo asks if the grenade was effective. It does not have much impact against monsters, but against humans the damage is significant. The opponent is in serious trouble, while Junseo says it is unfortunate this happened to him. He advises the man to surrender, stating that he should leave immediately. Our hero smiles, saying that it seems he can no longer remain polite. At that moment, the boy is surprised that the little hero has prepared the revealing swords from Yu Jiao, and it begins to rain sword strikes on the opponent. You will not have a choice because our hero just closed the gap and follows up. A windstorm rises, the protagonist gives that look, and from the ground, smoke starts to rise. The blue-haired one drops the sword, groaning in pain, and his arms begin to twist, changing shape. Meanwhile, the witch says she did not want to do this, but she's out of options. She smiles and apologizes. The opponent is in danger. It's just a shame she couldn't have used this power from the start to gather more data. He then tells the damned one to cause chaos, and out of nowhere, the guy's arm turns into a blade. The protagonist wonders where all this demonic energy came from out of nowhere. The situation was worse than he imagined, but at that moment, a big sword has fallen on the fool again. However, this time he swings the blade, making a cut and starts advancing towards our boy. The protagonist had to raise that humble shield while the little witch is impressed that the boy is really holding up. However, there's nothing he can do. Unfortunately, today he dies. But in that moment, our boy is pulling the little item from his pocket and remembers he received a gift for joining the baddest guild, something that might be useful when the right moment came. He was a bit unsure of what it was, and the system showed it was a bloodstone gem from Arachne. The item allows him to copy the class of whoever killed Arachne for 1 minute. What does he? How so? I'm confused. Not only that, but he also gains the abilities of the same rank. The side effect, on the other hand, is losing 99% of his health. Damn, just kill the kid already. Back to the present, the protagonist tells himself he never imagined he would be forced to use something like this. While the assassin is there all jittery, the protagonist puts the little ball in his mouth. The guy charges in shouting, but our boy is standing there calmly, throwing his arm to the side while the guy is yelling. The effect of the Arachne stone activates, and in that moment, the guy hits Junseo squarely. The notification alerts that Taehan's class and rank have been copied. At that, the fool's expression changes, and a real sword appears this time. Our boy comments that now he understands how a soldier of the combat class feels. His sword is covered in flames from that guy earlier. And the little witch is all confused while our boy is even forming an aura around that flame, The boy is angry. However, the little witch is very well informed. When it comes to putting the cake in the mouth, she already knows what he did. He can only have, obviously, consumed a bloodstone and is forcing the ability of another person. But still, why did he have a strange demonic energy? Normally, a hunter, regardless of which one, shouldn't have that kind of power, which is leaving her all twisted. The truth is that Junsu really didn't have demonic energy since the class change. However, this stone had a small trace, and that trace was enough to be absorbed by his system. As soon as he ate it, he absorbed 100 energy. And then we see that at the moment the villain's full charge, he used those points to create a new demonic weapon. The 100 energy points go down the drain. He searches for the weapon from hell, manages to produce a fragorant. In that moment, he charged in Tanjiro style, just slashing with fire. The side character knows he's screwed. The boy is thrown far away, the blade shaking all over, while he bites himself wanting to know how he's going to solve this. However, Junsu is coming like a meteor, literally exploding on the ground. In the same second, he's face to face again, throwing his arm back, a sequence of cuts. The little witch is confused. Even if he changed classes, he shouldn't be fighting like a master. The bloodstone allows the swap, but it doesn't give any combat experience. Moreover, as far as she knows, Junsu isn't a fighter, so why does he know how to fight like this? The story then says that the sword the protagonist created for Taehan was much stronger in pure destruction. However, the fragorite had some special abilities for being a demon weapon. The protagonist is there fighting and thinking that he can't even analyze his own movements, it's as if he were possessed. The sword kind of moves on its own the moment he thinks about cutting something or attacking the guy. Basically, this was a weapon that possesses the user and attacks on its own. And for him who doesn't know how to wield a blade, this was the perfect situation. The guy with blue hair continues to be pressured when suddenly, the protein head disappears and appears behind him, delivering another blow to the ribs. Wow, the guy fell like a quintuplegic to the ground. The protein, on the other hand, is exhausted. As soon as the guy fell, he also drops to his knees, wondering if the activation minute of the item had already passed. He's there suffering while the quintuplegic is getting back up again. The bastard doesn't die. The protein is done for and wishes he could use the sword one more time, but at that moment, the human is already charging at him. However, before he needed to do anything, out of nowhere, a golden light envelops the entire space. A pillar of divine energy strikes the guy in the middle, and our protein is left confused about what is happening. Someone is approaching from behind, and when our boy looks back, it's high and all swagged out. "Oh my girl, it's midnight. Why are you wearing those sunglasses?" And she says she has a lot to ask, but this isn't the time. The blue-haired kid is already completely immobilized. He starts to faint, but strangely, he opens his eyes as if he has stopped being dominated. He asks what happened to his body, while the protein is also confused about what's going on. At that moment, the guy is shouting, saying that the damn witch, what did she do? It was supposed to poo answer quickly, but she then says he leaves her no choice. Man, her divine power created the devil's guillotine. What is this? Oh no, wait, both are a bit surprised. The blue-haired guy doesn't understand anything, and obviously the blade is released and VRUM, that's it, that bath. The Red Sea forms as the chubby little witch descends, saying it's a surprise. Unfortunately, he was pathetic even in his last breath. However, Hyen isn't going to let it end like this, and she orders the bastard to kneel and put his hands on his head. The villain, however, just smiles and asks what she will do if she doesn't obey. At that moment, another pillar from the saint strikes him. But strangely, the evil girl protected herself by creating a shield. Wow, she's going to take the headless guy's body. She's really creepy. Obviously, Hyen wants to understand why this woman had divine mana. And in that, the little witch just says she did it so this idiot wouldn't reveal anything. She's not really in the mood to fight, so next time they can talk. The circle appears under both of their feet, and they both disappear. Hyen thinks that the bastard's teleported, and it's at that moment that the protein collapses to the ground exhausted. She just observes that the poor guy fought a lot and went hungry. Sometime later, our boy opens his eyes and looks around, trying to understand where he is. Probably when he passed out from the fight, he was taken there. And the most surprising thing is that his body is actually in pretty good shape. On the other hand, he woke up tied up. What is this? This little saint called for BDSM. And she comes over saying she gave him the best medicine. You don't say something like that. The protein thanks her, saying, "Thanks for saving me." Oh, what happened? She says that before he's released and before she answers that he will answer some questions. She says, "Mr. Junsu, why were you with those people? Besides that, I won't answer anything you ask before you answer me." Junsu, realizing that the damn woman already knows his name, decides to reveal everything. Meanwhile, the system alerts that she is Hyen Woo, a rank S saint well known to the public. The problem for our boy lies in his memories of the past. This is because her guild, the so-called Hayamo, was far from being one of the best. The strongest were Overkill and Shinhwa. There was another guild called Soul Link, but it was much weaker than those two. However, on the other hand, at this moment, the story is different. Hayamo is at the top of the giants, and all of this is making our boy wonder what happened. Everything he has been researching led him to this woman who now wants to know if he was going home. He replies that yes, while thinking that she is the best support in the country. Someone who advanced from rank C straight to S, however, in his past life, it seems she was a support who only reached rank B. Suspicious, huh? The prota doesn't seem to remember much about her in his past life, but her appearance was indeed very different. This girl was much more aggressive. What happened? Whatever is going on with her new attitude, it's working because she has evolved much faster. One of the things you might suspect is that she is working for some group that is attacking people who are going to become heroes. But she was also the one who saved him, so that would be kind of strange. Hyen then says she will ask another question and wants to know if he knew the guy, the so-called executor. He says that's easy to answer, but first he wants to ask her something. She seemed to know the executor. It doesn't seem like she reported the case and is still interrogating him privately. What's going on there anyway? Hyen smiles and says, "Are you going to interrogate me, kid?" He shows his arm and says, "No, he's not that dumb. He can't even use his hand, look, because he's tied up in these ropes. Besides, he won't fight someone who can hit him." The fierce one, however, says, "Oh, I will never hurt you." The protege says he knows, but that's not enough for him to reveal any information. After all, she must have seen. Those enemies don't hesitate for a second to kill allies, let alone enemies. That's why at this moment he's thinking that maybe she came to save them, or maybe she went there pretending to save them to get him to reveal more information. This is because at first the executor himself said that no one would be able to get through that barrier, and considering all this, if she wants the answers, she will have to prove that she's clean. She laughs, wanting to know if he really thinks she's working with those guys. She then talks about someone esteemed Jian Wu, a person different from her, who was extremely talented and hardworking. Our guy knows that this Jian Wu was a fire lotus and is indeed hot. Just don't tell me she died. Artist, I forbid you to draw a sleepyhead this size and then say she passed away. No. The leader says that many people wanted her sister on their team, but she never accepted offers. She believes it's probably because they eventually wanted to work together. The goal was for them to form a guild together one day. Then she walks into the room, all excited, hands over a paper saying that from now on they can have their own guild. Moreover, there was a document that was proof of the purchase of a gate. No. The artist, why do this to us? She died in the first dungeon she went to. The protege knows the document was forged. She probably entered an unconfirmed portal. Hyen is surprised, wanting to know how he knows. And yes, that was exactly it. However, that wasn't all. They would have managed to escape the dungeon. But that's when the strangest thing happened. When they were fleeing, a strange person appeared to stop them. Wow, it was the executor asking if he could join in on the fun. Jian replied that he had lost his mind and told him to try then. However, the executor just clenched his fist and prepared for the attack. In a quick movement, his first blow hits Jian, who is behind her sister. He still says that now that they've gotten rid of the trash, they can start the real fight. Hyen, however, ran away, wanting to save. But suddenly, when she opens her eyes, she only sees a fallen mountain there in the middle of the forest with blood in her mouth. She runs away desperately and obviously finds her sister all mangled on the ground. The perfect design of the artist was ruined, and she cries for her little sister. After that, she's been training hard and created her own guild. She may not be talented, but something awakened in her when she was close to the end. And that was exactly what made her survive that strange fall. The ability she possesses can heal targets and even revive others if there's enough time. Basically, with this, she gained a lot of money and power, but she didn't find her target. Junsu thinks that now it makes sense why she acts this way. They really went through something similar. Then he decides he won't keep questioning anymore. So he stands up and says that now he will tell this story. Sometime after all the rambling, he extends his hand and thanks her for saving his life. She shakes it and also apologizes for her distrust because she would do the same. When he is about to say that he wants them to be partners, suddenly someone opens the door saying he will never let that happen. The two are kind of confused while the guy is exhausted from running. The protege wants to know what Taehan is doing there. Then, Taehan calls for Hyen, and the protege realizes that they know each other since he used her first name. And she explains that she and Taehan were in the same class at the training center. We can see that usually, those who awaken power have to go through mandatory training. It is in this training that people learn to use the abilities they received. Hyen reveals that she has had her eye on Junsu since he survived the executor of that dungeon. When she was investigating, she also discovered that Overkill was interested in the guy. In a message, she asked if Taehan knew this Junsu Shin, and the guy lied, saying, "No, I've never heard of him. Who is this boy?" She found it suspicious because the Dan Taehan hardly ever lies, so there was something there. Right then, her interest in Junsu increased. Taehan denies it, saying no, that's all a lie, but wants to know why she is there. The woman then talks about the conspiracy theory she had mentioned. In a flashback, she talks to the guild leaders asking for help, warning that there was an unknown organization eliminating hunters. However, neither of them believed her and were asking for more proof. The protagonist realizes that the three leaders already know, and the girl agrees, but unfortunately, even though they know, they have no proof. But now that she has seen these guys organizing to attack Junsu, she is sure her theory has been proven. Taehan asks the protagonist if this is true, and he says unfortunately yes. He had been attacked in the last dungeon, and the same person came back this time, the partner. Taehan then asks why our boy didn't ask for help after that. Hyen interrupts, saying she went through the same thing, but Taehan never believed her. Besides, it would be risky for the boy to speak up, especially since he could end up on a blacklist, and also if he doesn't know if he can trust Taehan himself. This also says that Taehan found the boy but failed to recruit him for the guild. He then turns to our boy and asks, "So, kid, are you going to accept what I offered you?" This, we discover, is not just a recruitment. In fact, for the past 2 years, she's been investigating all the crimes and knows of numerous cases that could be the work of this guy. Moreover, Hyen starts to notice a very obvious and simple pattern. The guilds, Overkill and Shinhwa, and others that meet a certain requirement have not had cases of missing persons. The protagonist, however, says it can't just be about the size of the guilds, since these villains can manipulate even the association systems. She agrees and says yes, the secret lies in the internal structure of each team. The number of people who disappeared was much higher in guilds with many more members and dispersed. These guys try to cover up the cases to protect their reputation, and that's what makes them easy targets. The protagonist asks if there have been any incidents in guilds with organized structures, and she confirms. In this, Taehan imagines it's because they, who are more powerful, have better leaders and a good reputation. Their teams take great care of the members and would obviously notice right away if anyone went missing. Hyen then reveals that she has also been tracking the villains, but maybe because she is from Hayamo, they kind of avoid her too. She'd also observed the leader of Shinhwa, and although that bastard is extremely suspicious, he takes care of the members, and so far no one has gone missing. But that doesn't make anyone immune. It just proves they are lower on the priority list. If Jeonsu is with them for now, he will obviously be safe. Taehan crosses his arms and says that unfortunately he has to agree with her. But you don't have to be from the Hayamo guild to protect our boy. Obviously his guild, the Overkill, is much stronger in combat power. Hyen finds it strange and asks why he is taking it personally. Did he feel his ego hurt because Jeonsu didn't reveal about the executor? Not to mention how he is going to explain to his entire guild that he is entering a war because of a support. The crazy thing is there's some serious trouble going on here. However, our boy says, "My crew, I'm the one who decides here, you fools." He then apologizes, but he has no intention of joining any guild. Blondie, she's like, "Wow, and the little saint here didn't convince you, huh?" He just smiles and says, "I don't need to." Wow, humiliated. And he explains that, in fact, he wants to continue being a target. This is because, while everyone is focused on attacking him, no one else dies. The good boy. Taehan, on the other hand, says he is crazy for wanting to be the only target. Our boy tells him to remember that even the Hayamo guild couldn't gather information due to a lack of clues. That's why he concluded that if he can be the bait, they will probably be able to predict many more movements of this organization. This way, the next time he is attacked, they can capture the villains and get the evidence. Hyen wants to agree but is sweating cold, saying that he can't do this alone. The prota smiles and says he told both of them this because he obviously expects their help. When the time comes, he will call and obviously expects both of them to show up. Hyen realizes the bastard wants to force her to help him while not joining the guild, but unfortunately, she has no other choice. The prota then says he is leaving. "Help us because I'm counting on you." The scene shifts to a building in the middle of the city, where there is a calm guy in front of the window. The mischievous little witch comes in with the headless one, reporting that, unfortunately, the friend behind is headless. The boss turns around and asks if this monster was killed by the creator, and the girl denies it. The creator was indeed extremely skilled, but it was Hyen Woo who got involved. Why do I feel like this boss is very similar to our guy, right? I don't know, a bit suspicious, a bit like Sung Jinwoo. And he says that the protagonist's behavior is strange. They need to take care of him personally. She says she understands, and he then tells her to send the recluse. That will help reduce the distance between her and the executor. The girl kind of wants to deny it, saying that she can handle it alone, but he says it's an important hunt and wants to ensure that there are no mistakes in the mission. He asks her to make sure nothing goes wrong and no unforeseen events happen. When the boss counts on her, there she is, a little flushed, but I see the flush. At this point, the guy wants to know, besides the involvement of the Hayamo guild girl, is there anything special about the creator? She then warns that this Junseo was not an ordinary person. The quality of the weapons, quantity, and everything else was quite different. He is rank A or above that. Not to mention that at one point he was even cornering the executor with ease. Basically, when she observed the situation, she would say that the boy was always 1 or 2 steps ahead of the guy. Moreover, for a brief moment, something beyond that happened. He was using demonic energy, but it was different from the way she uses it. At that moment, the boss comes closer and tells her to explain exactly without leaving out a detail. A day later, Taehan is there on his phone talking to Junseo, who seems to have visited one of the guilds. I think it's Taehan. Oh, but now I'm a bit confused. I don't know. And he's telling our boy to take the opportunity to eat well because these guys have a lot of money. However, the prota just says that, as always, he's not there to be part of anyone's guild. The dude asks him to call if there's any problem, and then the phone hangs up. Now that I remember, that's Doo-jin, that friend he helped some time ago, and our boy knows that this guy can manage on his own. A kid with a lot of talent to grow and a true diamond in the rough. For sure for him, being in a guild will help him develop much better. While he's there sipping his tea, the mischievous one is observing, wondering how long they will keep using this kid as bait for the villains to show up. She questions whether he really isn't going to do anything else. He says no, he will continue as normal support, hiding all the plans and going on with his life. Taehan understands if everyone disappears together, they will really think they are involved. Haijin tells him to explain why. He says that now that they know about his abilities, they will see him as a threat. They will need to stay months and months without contact, and maybe only then, when he is truly alone, will he be attacked. Taehan wants to know if that's when they will act, And our boy says that maybe especially since the opponents know how to hide very well and will be cautious. But in theory, yes, it's when this attack happens that they will need to help. Haijin then grabs a box and says it's fine, but he should take this treasure as a precaution. She's thinking that she feels he's hiding something, but that doesn't matter. For her, what matters most now is to avenge Jiyan. The protagonist decides not to pass on information about the future, especially since he doesn't even understand what's happening. Besides, she won't believe everything he said just because he has a special class. She's a good buddy and will be good company. But there's no reason for him to tell her everything. At that moment, the door opens and guess who walks in? Jiahan. It's that shy little archer from the cave, remember? However, now strangely, she appears to be the blonde healer. And our boy is surprised. That little brat wore glasses. He helped her awaken her potential in the dungeon, but he didn't think she would even change her appearance. They've been keeping in touch, but it's just the basics, talking like, "Hey, what's up? Did you go to the dungeon?" "Yeah." And that's it. It seems that after she awakened, she's been attracting attention and everyone now sees the potential in her. Moreover, she has taken on numerous extremely risky dungeons and has even been recognized as one of the top 10 shooters of the year. Our boy says, "Wow, I heard you're top 10, you're the real deal." "Yeah, all thanks to you, Junseo." "No way, I just helped you awaken. You would have made it without me anyway." "But where's the fool? Is he with you?" "Look at the fool this time." The artist really tried to make the king of Reddit. The fool is rank C with the class of Slayer named Stahyeon Guan. The protagonist asks if this is her new ally, and it seems they teamed up because of some advice he gave. There are a few long-range classes that can fight alone, and even then, the person still needs to be extremely skilled in evasion, positioning, which is tough for a newbie. That's why she needed a partner to stay close and once again, basically serve as a distraction. This kid obviously isn't the tankiest, but he has good evasion and can avoid attacks while she's far away aiming. In theory, Dojin would be the ideal partner for her, and he even thought about making this dynamic do, but he believes it's not safe for her to be around him at this moment. And Naki stretches out his hand. "Wow, this kid is drawn really crooked. What happened, artist?" "I'm starting to think this kid. Now I'm beginning to find it suspicious, huh? Could this kid be a villain?" That would be the plot twist. And Jumsu notices that his hand is all sweaty and wonders if he's weird like that with everyone. That's when Jia-han also mentions that she started using a longbow, just like he suggested. She had to kind of relearn everything, but after a few fights, she's already dealing much more damage. She had trouble finding a good partner, but she finally got Sai-yeon. The only point is that their teamwork needs to improve, and the fool agrees. Junsu notices that the kid is more antisocial than the archer was before. Then she says she wants to ask a favor from our guy. Or rather, she actually wants to hire him for a certain task because it's not something you can just ask as a favor. She wants to join a guild. Right away, the protagonist is in a panic like Shaves. She hasn't decided which one yet, but she wants to go to the floating islands and achieve an official record. This floating island, just imagine, is an island that floats, a dungeon, an anomaly, a gate that never closes. It seems to be the type where when you kill monsters, new ones are born and portals keep appearing on each island. Because of this, the government has been trying to think of practical ways to solve this issue. Instead of trying to close the gate, which seemed impossible, they created facilities and put numerous resources in place. Basically, the island has turned into a kind of test where hunters can practice, and Jia Han wants to go there to be evaluated along with her partner. The problem is that there is a requirement. To start the test, you need someone who deals damage, someone at long range, and a support, and she wants to call the most overpowered support in all of Korea. Junso thinks it's strange that she came to this conclusion. He didn't give her this idea, and she has always been someone who prefers to fight alone. Even though in the future she would be much more confident, she was still the type who preferred not to have allies. That's why he wants to understand how this change happened in her personality. Then he said it was fine. This evaluation would open more doors for them. Sometime later, they are already in front of one of the portals. And I like how the most random people have such cool designs. That girl there apparently is just the one who explains how everything works there. The bracelet contains their mana, and basically, it would serve as both a ticket and a security device. They had to use this item to enter and be taken to the test island. Before retiring, she had already been a rank of support and is also there to protect them in case something happens. She asks for everyone's cooperation and to let her know if they have any problems. Our Prota takes a look at the team and sees that the fool there, even though he's wearing golden armor and has a pretty insane little sword, is trembling all over. He finds it strange. As far as he knows, he has fought a few times with Jia Han, so why does he still seem insecure? Not to mention he has never seen a sword like that. The weapon had a unique design and a shining pink gem. At that moment, the officer says the test is about to start, and with that, we are already on the island. They exit the portal, and she warns that each wave of monsters will have a certain number, and they have to eliminate all the monsters in each wave to move on to the next. The blonde girl already wants to know how many waves are there exactly. The woman says there are 100 waves. What? It's the Tower of 99 floors. Back in the day, this was so difficult that all hunters needed to work together to clear the area. That girl on the left seems to be wearing an Attack on Titan outfit. And currently, the record holders are the Masters of the Overkill Guild and the Master of the Hayamo Guild. Look at those two troublemakers again. And it seems that together, they cleared 73 waves in total, so no one has cleared it yet. Junsu imagines that Taehan just couldn't beat this because he didn't have a sword that could withstand his power. The officer then says goodbye and warns that she will be watching. Suddenly, a bunch of goblins from the deep web starts to appear. A column of blue fire rises in the middle of the forest, and wow, that kid there is already exuding a red aura, huh? I thought they were just goblins, but Proda says they were gremlins. At the same time, he feels a strange hostile energy coming from behind. When he looks back, it's that Sion guy all wrapped up in malice. The scene suddenly changes, and we're in the fourth wave of 3 orcs, and the kid is drenched in blood. Proda noticed that this kid has a strange hostile energy. Moreover, he's laughing like a psychopath and was having way too much fun in this fight. He then remembers that in his past life there was a certain secret and mysterious guild called Void Fantasy. No one knew who the master was, but these villains attacked all players. Because of that, everyone who was left had to come together, form an alliance to take these guys down. Proda asks, "Hey you bastard, why are you doing this?" The blonde reveals, "You wouldn't know because you didn't receive the secret mission. They were the ones who received missions to kill numerous players." Proda immediately grabs him and asks if the bastard went blind because of rewards, but the guy is just laughing like the Joker, saying he wishes good luck to those who want to survive. In the villain's eyes, you could see something and boom, his system is cruel. Even failing the mission, it explodes the head. Junseo, however, thinks that this time things will be different. He won't let that happen again. He has to find out what the truth behind this mission is. Jae-han doesn't find anything suspicious and says, "Wow, what do you think of the way he fights? I think he's quite unique." Proda is there realizing that the bastard isn't asking for help. They're already in the 5th wave, and so far the two haven't done anything. She says she's getting used to it. Berserkers change personality when they're in battle. Apparently, the cursed translator labeled the class as Slayer, but it's actually Berserker because Proda is saying that for a Berserker, he fights in a very different way. Normally, those guys are more violent, but he's using some kind of quick piercing attacks. He strikes another monster and the monster comes from behind, but in that moment, the creature takes a hit to the ribs and falls dead. It was Jia-han who had made that precise shot, and our boy praises her while commenting that Sai-yeon would do better in a one-on-one fight. However, now he's starting to understand what this guy's strategy is. He likes to activate that aura and go crazy drawing attention while Jia-han just stays in the corner flexing. Suddenly, Sai-yeon apologizes. He doesn't control his emotions very well because of his low level. Jia-han says it's okay and asks for 30 seconds for them to rest. In that, she also comments that her friend fights well, but he has several blind spots. Her role is to take care of those blind spots, and our boy wants to know how he can help. She then says she knows our boy can use that sword skill, and just asks that when her friend is in danger, he intervenes. With that, they continue forward. We're on wave 6 with 20 wolves. Jia-han throws in a flex, hitting several lizardmen on the head on floor 7. Wave 8, 24 skeletons. Wave 9, 13 orcs. Sai-yeon continues with that psychopathic look, slicing everything. Jia-han is getting exhausted, saying that soon in wave 10 they will start facing elite monsters, and the protagonist realizes he's having to use more mana than he expected for something that's still at the beginning. Moreover, Jia-han seemed fine, but Sai-yeon was already exhausted. They were indeed a team that showed their lack of experience and low level. And wave 10 arrived with 2 trolls. She's already scared, wanting to know how they will win, and the protagonist agrees that this is harder than usual. The difficulty of this dungeon was rising extremely fast. On the other hand, he is confident that Jia-han's arrows hitting the monsters' heads will prevent them from regenerating. Suddenly, one of the trolls charges, slamming the ground, but Sai-yeon manages to dodge. The protagonist notices that the poor guy is having to move too much and has no time to attack. To buy him some time to aim an attack, Jia-han decides to draw attention. The protagonist tells her not to do something reckless, but it's too late. While the fool celebrates, now the beast is rushing after them. The protagonist turns around, says he will try to buy time, and asks her to aim more at the head. He then decides to use his skills more efficiently to save some mana. He uses the grid world, throwing what seemed like a rope that wraps around the beast's feet and traps it. Sai-yeon quickly notices our boy's power. The beast falls to the ground, and our boy tells Jia-han to aim for the head. However, she points at another monster and wants to know what they will do. The beast was charging towards the 2 of them. Junseo finds this very strange. Monsters should know how to help each other. It seems that this creature was somewhat analyzing the combat situation. He really had to prepare to fight this when suddenly, that girl with the cap appears and protects them by creating a barrier. She warns that she will protect them and that they should go to a safe place. These monsters were too powerful and shouldn't even be in this wave. The islands today had some strange problem. The protagonist is observing all this, but at the same time he can't understand. He wasn't feeling any demonic energy nearby. The girl with the cap then says she will save them and uses the emergency skill to pull everyone out of there. They are teleported, and an announcement appears about irregular portals that have appeared on the islands. He then rushes, saying that everyone needs to evacuate. The protagonist says it's better for them to leave, and Jia-han agrees. Meanwhile, in a control room, a guy is watching everyone flee. He's trying to warn about something, but the naughty little witch is on his back, saying she didn't expect to see such a familiar face there. Man, I feel sorry for the executor now. The guy is being kept alive without a head, and she asks if he isn't anxious to take revenge. However, someone suddenly puts a hand on her lips and tells them to be quiet. After all, they shouldn't break the organization's rules. The woman, however, just turns around, ignoring it. Back in the forest, the lovely girl with the cap is looking for the boy she abandoned when she teleported. She finds the berserker boy half crazy there. I think this boy is going to do something crazy. She approaches, asking if he's okay, and he turns around and you can see he has a secret mission. Meanwhile, the redhead from Taehan is warning that they received a call from the association. It seems that some strange portals are popping up over there in the floating islands, and the guys are asking for reinforcements. However, Taehan doesn't care, saying they should handle it themselves. Still, the girl insists, saying the problem is quite serious. Moreover, it seems they've lost contact with the office over there. She wants to know if she can send the reinforcements already, but he asks her to wait a second. In that moment, he remembers that Junsu said he would be on those islands. He checks his phone and confirms that this guy seems to have mentioned he went there. Strangely, he imagines that Mr. Shin wouldn't want him there because that would kind of make it harder for him to be attacked. He asks about the other 2 guild members and she says that, unfortunately, they are already on a mission. He wants to know who could be sent, but unfortunately, there are no good options. Then he asks if the association called for that bandit over there. She wants to know if he's talking about the head of Shinhwa, and if it's that guy, then yes. He then just goes back and says it's fine. Let that guy be the backup. She's a bit confused, wanting to know why he isn't going to help, and he just explains that, well, they have things to resolve and Shinhwa will manage to deal with it. Cut to the car and someone wonders how this happened. The girl with orange hair wants to know why they aren't going to help her. The pilot explains that they are just civilians, have never fought properly, and will just die. He questions if she brought that staff and she says yes. The guy seems unsure, saying he'll just get in the way while she offers him to grab a big gun. He thanks her, saying that's better than having nothing. And with that, we see some guys in army armor greeting them. The guy introduces himself as the guild leader, and the old man laughs, saying he reminds him of his daughter who moved to another country after getting married. Out of nowhere, the old man said that while the guy is more confused by the fact that none of the 3 major guilds came to help. Numerous abnormal portals had occurred, but they had never lost contact with the base. And the worst part is that now that this thing has been reclassified, they will need extra help. The old man scratches his head upon learning that there were people trapped on the island, but says they can try to scout the area. They will look for the people who fled, and whoever is there, they'll bring back. If they find a problem that can't be solved, they'll simply leave. All of this is teamwork, and he's sure it will work out. My God, but the guy wants to enter the dungeon with the retired group? That's not going to end well, and the taxi guy already knows. The orange-haired girl wants to know why that is. He explains that these small guilds don't have much chance of winning big rewards. So when this kind of thing happens, they always want to take advantage, but obviously, it's a big risk. The worst part is that these guys are more like retired soldiers. They're going into the dungeon with rifles. The only advantage they have is that guy over there, the old man, seems to be able to enchant the bullets with some power, and even being military, they can still cause some damage. He taps the head of the fool, saying she should know how the hunter world works better, but in that, he also told her to keep an eye out and ensure they don't steal anything wrong and also don't die like fools. As soon as she agrees, the military guy is already calling for them. While nearby, Junsu looks back. The group of the guild master is advancing, and the assistant says she knew things would end up like this. The white-haired girl is complaining, saying they really should have wiped everyone out. The guy, however, eating breaded chicken, says it's difficult. It's a public place and would attract too much attention. Not to mention he doesn't want to participate in any plan if it's to hurt innocent people. The crazy guy next like that, and the woman seems to not have liked that comment for some reason. The headless guy already has the blade at his neck. He says it's funny how they match. While the witch says that if it weren't for the fact that he's necessary for the plans, she would have killed him the moment he opened his mouth. If he understood, it's best he gets on with his part of the plan. He, however, replies that he's not really into it. Assassinating people isn't his vibe. However, in a second, she grabs him by the neck and says they are not the same. Moreover, her child needs more mana to approach the gate, and it's best he obeys if he wants to stay alive. At that moment, the kid raises his finger and says rule number 1. Back in the dungeon, everyone is trembling, asking what's happening. The big bearded guy says he came from the office and tells the men to check it out. Additionally, they need to look around the entire area to understand what's going on in this whole place. At that moment, the pilot explains that unfortunately, there's no signal and they can't record a video report. The military guy says he understands and tells everyone to stay alert. It seems that at the moment they are looking for 5 officers who had disappeared. The guy asks about the location and he says they were near the center of the construction. Then he goes to the walkie-talkie and calls the people from the guildmaster's unit. Meanwhile, the girl holding the staff says that everyone working on this island is retired. They will definitely manage to handle it. The guy says maybe, but just then the door opens and from the bloodbath in the room, it's clear they didn't manage at all. At that moment, the old man asks if these are the people, and from their clothes and gloves, it's clear they are. At that moment, the army guy asks if they checked the security room, and the guy says yes, they're looking there now. So don't worry. Right then, the guy realizes that whoever was passing the information was not who he expected, and immediately he tells the nearby guys to protect the people because something strange is happening. He also warns the guys with the machine guns to keep an eye on the monsters and be careful because someone had hacked their communication system. The pilot is confused about what's going on, but one thing is certain, someone tricked them into bringing them there. It's right at that moment that something explodes on the ceiling. The old man looks back and suddenly, a red laser falls on him and something grabs his axe. a huge demon with a purple aura, but the scene shifts outside. Junhyang is celebrating their arrival, but her partner Harang says the damn girl never wants to drive. I still don't understand what's up with these hunters and their fear of driving. Everyone is trying to avoid getting behind the wheel. They then start heading towards the dungeon on the island, saying it's been a long time since they passed by there. The two are walking and talking while the Prota and Jia Han are listening to everything. Someone calls out to the two, and turning around, it's our boy saying they've met once before. The guy asks what brings them there, and our boy then says it's going to be hard to explain this situation. Meanwhile, someone is shouting, telling them not to stand still. Back in the dungeon, the axe guy is holding off an attack while two fools have their shields on their backs. The guys start firing, shooting at the demon, and wow, outside of the fools' bullets. Yeah, actually, I thought they were piercing everything, but it seems like they're not doing anything. Or at least the shots made the beast flee, which gives them a chance to grab the old man and get him out of there. The problem is they have to be careful because now this monster could come from anywhere. At that moment, the old man tells them to watch their backs, but right then the demon comes right behind the rifle guy, smashing him to the ground. Wow, the guy got crushed, everyone is in shock, and then, headless, it appears attacking the fool in the dark. The old man, however, frowns and comes with the axe full of aura, delivers a chop, and is already coming in for another smash. He creates an ice barrier in front of everyone who is in shock that the old man was this strong. However, at that moment, the fierce girl appears, saying they managed to gather a good amount of mana. This minion was perfect for what she wanted. At the same time, the old man tells Mr. Lee to get everyone out of there. He doesn't know what's happening, but two men have already died, and now it's no longer possible to guarantee anyone's safety. The most important thing is that reinforcements are brought or everyone will end up dying. He was focused preparing, but his expression soon changed. The woman was summoning another creature and warning that the gates would be closed. Outside, our boy is talking to Harang. It seems he told him everything, and the guy says he really is unlucky. However, he's still a bit confused about whether the kid really wants to get involved in this. The little guy obviously wants to somehow be part of these guys' mission, but the others aren't really letting him. The truth is, he doesn't even know what he's doing. That's because he hasn't received any mission, and incidents that are quite common on that island are happening. Yet deep in the boy's chest, he feels a sensation of strange agitation. And Jia then says that one of their members is still inside. All they want to do is go in to check on their friend's location. Harang complains, saying they are there to handle this alone. However, Zhong touches his shoulder and tells him it's okay. They should let Junsu join, especially since the kid has fought with them in another dungeon. Oh, and the girl has a nice little design. Besides, she doesn't care. It seems like they're going to get kicked out of the guild for letting this kid participate. Harang himself scratches his head and says, "All right then, let's go, you little rascal." Suddenly, they start introducing themselves formally. Our boy thanks them when another person comes running from the back, asking if they were from the Shinhwa guild. It seems all the guild portals were getting much smaller. The protagonist looks scared while, inside, the mischievous little witch is exuding that aura. She tells the creature to advance, saying it's time to clean their new home. The big guy heads towards the old man, who pulls back his axe, saying that this bastard needs to respect his elders. The attack seems to hit hard, but someone is preparing a golden pistol, while the monster, on the other hand, still looks like it's smiling. Wow, the old man swung the axe and already pulled out the Glock. The guy is really efficient, huh? And worse, his bullets seem to hurt. The creature is sent running. Oh no. But I think there's another one coming from above. He goes for an ignition grenade on his thighs, pulls it, throws it up, activates the power, explosion in the middle of the room, and man, what's happening? The rest of the group is fleeing, thankful that the old man is holding everything and asking them to run. At that moment, Dajin, who I think is the pilot guy, remembered something about these dungeons. It seems the gate stays open because of certain devices. In theory, it should be impossible for the portal to close while these devices are activated. With that, he is sure that this conjurer must be affecting it somehow. If they could stop her, everything would probably go back to normal. And the guy was right, because the moment the old man fired those shots and tore the creature apart, the portal stretched. Right then, Junsu and company crossed the portal and came face to face with the mischievous witch. She gives a confused stare and immediately recognizes him. Oh, she's shocked by our protagonist. The protagonist is short on words. Before she can say anything, he already shot a huge blue lightning bolt right into her belly. Even he was surprised, thinking I acted on impulse here, thinking she would attack me. However, maybe it was a good thing, because you never know what this crazy one will do. In that moment, he's already summoning the big sword, telling her to explain what's happening on the island. She, however, smiles and says that wow, she's very scared of him. What will happen if she doesn't say anything, huh? Is he going to kill her? Junsu just says yes, if necessary, that's what will happen. He then raises his hand when the hooded guy from the upper floor says, "Rule number 1, the spearman in my sight. Rule number 2, he must answer my words." The guy is worried because he was registered as a common citizen, so he can be tracked. He also warns that it's the last time he will help the witch. He then states the third rule and reveals his ability. The recluse's ability allows him to force anyone in his sight to do what he wants. However, for a certain time, he cannot change targets nor select multiple targets. And Harang immediately stands there, saying, "Yes, sir." The group is still a bit confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Seon, observing a photo of a couple. He's in his armor all bloodied, wondering if this is Officer Yu's house. When he turns around, however, suddenly a status window appears saying that he failed the fantasy vision mission. He's completely confused and another window appears too. My god, what's spam? This time it says that this is what everyone thinks at first. Dude, I'm as lost as you guys. But out of nowhere, a fist comes in, smashing his face and slamming the poor guy against the wall, and the bald guy appears saying that next time it's better for him to finish the mission or else he would be killed. 2 hours later, back in the present, Harang is getting ready to attack his own group. The Prota shouts for Jia to be careful while noticing that this guy was acting kind of weird, but he wasn't using any skills, not to mention that strange summoner disappeared. He needed to calm Harang down and figure this out. The old man then tells the kid to get out of the way, goes in that direction, and swings an axe, filling the spear. At the same time, he activates a frost infusion and freezes the kid. This old man here, I doubted him, but the dude is tough. He asks if they are the reinforcements that arrived, and the people say yes, also mentioning that the one he froze in theory is one of the people there to help. The guy stops to think and says that if that's the case, he will need their help to deal with the creatures because there are a lot of weird monsters. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses is asking the damn witch what she's going to do. That executor of hers is useless. I agree, he got beaten by the old man. The witch says it's better for him to shut his mouth, or she'll start draining his mana. And in that, she's also wondering why that damn Junseo Vat support was on this island again. He really needed to be erased once and for all using those gates. Suddenly, the Prota feels something strange and I don't know what, but it seems like a bunch of gates are appearing in front of them. Everyone is confused. And that's right, a ton is emerging. The old man is trying to understand what's happening, while the Prota is sure that the problem isn't the quantity, but the level of demonic energy coming from those things. Probably, the suspicion he had was correct. We see a bunch of demonic monsters that he's been facing. Apparently, whoever is behind this is the same person behind all that. They were the ones responsible for forcing portals to appear in other dungeons, kind of messing up the qualification. The guy with glasses is saying that the master is going to be furious, but the villain says she doesn't care. Their time is running out and he needs to stop being a nuisance, because the goal now is to kill these people. After all, in the end, they have a year until the Great Awakening. But then her expression changes, saying that something impossible is happening. It was too early. It was a multidimensional error that activated an emergency protocol, welcoming the new player, but the name can't be known. The priestess isn't the only one scared. Junseo is also confused. This should only appear in 10 months. Ah, everyone is awakening the little system. Now I understood the girl in the tight vest, the blonde here, Meo Harang, or rather, the so-called Zhong, actually the little redhead. The window then immediately gives her a mission too. She had to survive 10 waves of monsters and escape from the floating islands. The Prota is there still in disbelief that the screen appeared. At that moment, someone points and from the portals, goblins are raining down. The creatures fall to the ground, come with swords, and start rushing in. The girl here pulled out that staff, which I still don't know what it's for. It looked amazing, but it was nothing. They are there in shock when the little Prota in the corner tells them to run to that side. Man, they are fleeing, but there's a barrage of monsters coming after them. However, in that, Meo Harang jumps over everyone, pulls out the big shield, and slams it in front of the goblins. She was eager to get through the 10 waves of monsters and escape this room, that's for sure. She activates the enlargement, making her shield gigantic. Meanwhile, I think it's the fool with the spear, he's still stuck. She's multiplying the shields, holding back all the goblins, while the old man says they will have to help block the way. Junseo asks them to wait and activate the creation skill. Obviously, this time he creates a shield barrage there too, both of them holding it. Everyone is in shock, wow, wanting to know if he's using an item something. How does someone create so much at once? The plan of the two is indeed that Spartan little plan. With a shield on each side, the monsters can only come from the middle, and then it's just to throw everything there and they'll handle it. For some reason, saying this makes me nostalgic for playing an RPG when you used to make those little plans. Ah, good times. In this, Harang is asking the old man to release the frozen uncle over there because that spearman is the best when it comes to fighting numerous monsters. The old man is staring at the popsicle, asking how that spear kid is good at killing several creatures at once. Normally, it's wizards who are good for that. However, I think it's best to stop thinking like that and realize there's a bunch of monsters coming. At that moment, Jian passes by, calling that presence, pulls back the arrow, and unleashes a rain of golden meteors. The attacks ricochet, hitting one goblin, then another, while everyone is impressed. Indeed, the reinforcements were helping a lot. The girl with orange hair is impressed with the teamwork, and the old man says not to worry, that they'll handle it. What he wants to ask, however, is something from Mr. Lee. Has he ever served in the army? Because if so, grab my big weapon here. Meanwhile, that suspicious guy from the rules is on the second floor observing, not understanding what's happening. The item on the left looked like a premium item, but it's impossible for anyone in the world to summon as many shields as that barrier on the right. The little witch here, you're not pregnant to think it's normal for blood to be coming out of your belly like that, girl. You better get out of there before you die. Or, oops, I forgot. You're a villain, right? You can die. She's surprised as always by that damn Junseo, and the guy with glasses agrees that this kid is weird. On top of all that, he controls demonic energy. How are they going to defeat something like that? She says they just have to wait, and the second wave arrives. 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, and 100 ghouls. And she says she lost control of the gates as soon as the system activated. Now that it's open, there's nothing more she can do. She asks why it wouldn't be better to let everyone escape right away then? After all, they just want the islands. She replies that she considered that for a second, but seeing the girl passing by with a big blue phone, she says that unfortunately, they did something she can't let slide. The new horde of monsters is approaching, while Jae-han is preparing another shot, but realizing that her mana is running low. Mayo Harang comes rushing in, but she's confused. Let her handle it. She's the one who deals damage. Harang, however, says she knows what she's doing too. She claps her hands there, kind of in front of all the monsters. Wow, what a strong clap, look at that. The people are confused, wondering what she's planning. And that's when Jae-han notices that the claps seem to be getting louder. In fact, the sounds didn't stop even after she kind of stopped clapping. In that moment, Harang advances and activates an explosive wave, punching and sending all the creatures flying back. Right then, Jae-han realizes it's no wonder she's rank S. The people there want to come and help more. However, Jae-han says they can't stay still. Sayon is still in the dungeon. That's because Officer Yu went to get him. That's when the pilot guy reveals that Officer Yu, who I think is that girl with the cap, never came back. Wow, they found her body. No, hey artist, stop that. Every time you draw a well-drawn character, you kill her 10 seconds later. Damn it. And obviously Jae-han is a bit scared because that means what? Sayon is dead? The protagonist asks if there were any other bodies, and the guy says yes, there were several from security. However, he didn't see anyone like they mentioned, so maybe that person is still alive. In that moment, Jae-han seems to be deep in thought. Then she asks if there wasn't supposed to be another person there with them. The scene, however, completely shifts to a kitten walking on a wall. While the kid on the ground asks why they're doing this, the guy with the knife in hand says he warned him that he had to pay up soon because he has his mother in the hospital. The blonde kid on the ground says he knows, but the threat isn't going to make him rich. He needs to earn money too to help with these bills. The guy, however, just replies that he doesn't have to worry anymore. His mother died yesterday. Besides that, he was going to kill anyway and is just trying to figure out his ability and hide what he's going to do. The little cat is there stretching, saying he thought this universe would be more peaceful. However, it seems the incidents had already begun. The cat was watching the kid there, who I don't know if it's Junseo, but I think it's that kid from the Demon Guild. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Then the little cat jumps, saying he's going to have to exercise. There are some parts where I get really lost. Back to the trouble, the old guy has his hand on his face, saying he got distracted in all this chaos. He turns to our guide and says those bastards must be using the monsters to control the portals or something like that. They were probably behind everything. The prona realizes that's how that woman must have escaped. Somehow, they really managed to have control over the portals. Then Jae-han appears and says they will have to split up to look for Sayan. However, the prona asks, do we really have to find him? He said that because he believes he survived. They will just waste time if they keep hunting for him out there. Jae-han, however, says they can't guarantee it. He might be out there trying to survive. The prota, however, says Officer Yu said there are specialized abilities for rescue. Now I'm confused. Didn't the old man say Yu was already dead? Or did I mix up names again? It's not possible. I'm almost sure the old man said she died. Well, I don't know. What I do know is they discovered that the guys control the portal and that the third wave is about to start. But without indicating any of the creatures, the monsters are already pouring out of the portal. The prota says it's a race against time and they need to finish this last wave quickly. But then Jae-han starts to lose her patience and asks if efficiency is the only thing he cares about. Why was he giving up on a friend without even trying? She's really disappointed. She never imagined Jumseo would act like this. Our prota seems to remember a day when she also said the same thing about being disappointed. At that moment, for some reason, he seems to recall something. Then the old guy appears and asks them to stop arguing with each other because it won't lead to anything. They're wasting precious time, and the priority now is indeed to rescue the hostages. After all, they can't call themselves hunters if they abandon people. At that moment, however, a portal appears behind him, shocking everyone. Junseo turns around. Someone is calling him support dude. That masked guy tells him to enter the portal alone if he wants to save the so-called hostage. The scene then shifts to someone fiddling with a cell phone, asking about a certain recording. He says he already deleted the video, so there's nothing to worry about. In the middle of the room is the poor girl as a hostage, begging not to be hurt. The witch, however, just ignores her and says that the system activated too early and now they have no time to waste. She wants to know about the mission's reward, and the guy says that the most important thing now is the chance to escape. At that moment, the witch then warns that this girl is no longer useful, and the girl is obviously in shock. She pleads for forgiveness, saying she didn't see anyone's face, but the witch just tells her to shut up. It's then that the masked guy suggests maybe using her as a hostage instead of getting rid of her like that. Wasn't she the one wanting to get rid of that support guy? This was the perfect chance. The witch agrees, but knows that the guy is only saying this because he doesn't want to kill the girl. However, the truth is that the masked guy just wants to somehow test the protagonist. The scene then returns to Junseo staring at the portal while the officer is worried, obviously warning that this is a trap. Shinta, however, is sure. This is the only way to save that woman. They shouldn't be wasting time with discussions. After all, meanwhile, Harang is there surrounded by monsters holding everything alone. Really, you guys are just chatting while she's facing the fourth wave. More than 80 warriors, archers, skeletons, knights, monsters are in abundance. And Harang is getting surprised because there were still 6 waves left, At this rate, there would be no way to survive. While she's in all this fear, the protagonist is entering the portal, and he knows it's not exactly what he wanted to do, but maybe he'll have to show everyone what he's capable of. He then asks the old guy next to him what his name is, and he says it's Shinta. The protagonist then tells the guy to grab those swords over there, but the guy doesn't want to accept. Our boy just tells him to, in a minute, throw them over the balcony as far as possible. The guy is confused, but our boy heads towards the portal asking him to keep his promise. On the other side, he finds the witch. He stares at her and asks what she wants with him. She, however, just warns that she will hurt the hostage if he tries anything. It's a shame she'll have to finish him off so quickly, so goodbye. At that moment, the masked guy raises his finger and starts dictating a rule for the protagonist. Meanwhile, Jong Hyeon is still frozen there like a fool. The people are desperate, calling for his help. It's at this moment that we see from the plan that the protagonist asked the guy for. A minute had passed, and he then throws the swords away. The protagonist had the feeling that he had left something important behind since he arrived on the island, and the moment Jie said that about abandoning the friend, it made him realize something. Suddenly, he pronounces the name Yuren Kang, which we thought until now was a man, but in fact, it's a girl who is there wanting to know how he knows that name. Meanwhile, the two swords are flying, heading towards the two. The whole place is torn apart, and at that moment, people are wanting to flee. While Junseo says they'll have to do much better than this if they want to capture him. At that moment, the woman screams that she really should have been more careful against him, while the protagonist finds this potion that appeared out of nowhere strange. Suddenly, a shield appears around the priestess and she apologizes for having spared him. However, unfortunately, the game has changed and now she will need to take his head. In the blink of an eye, a portal appears behind Junseo and a creature comes to give him a hit. However, it actually hits a barrier. The protagonist dodges this at the last second, crouching down, but there's another one coming for his neck. The boy calls out in Matrix style, bending backward, but the hand is now coming from underneath him. The whole creature is on top of the portal. The sword, however, that he had summoned passes under his arm and cuts him. My God, how much is hidden underneath? The little guy thinks he can't escape this when suddenly, the spear strikes down on the creature. We then see 2 minutes ago when Jong Hyeon was being helped there, being pulled from the ice. The group then realizes that all those shield spells were the little guy's doing, and the spearman finds it strange, man, how is a support invoking so much like this? Harry, however, told him to stop talking so much and help in the fight against the monsters because they urgently needed assistance, but a wave was approaching, and the worst part is that she starts to recognize them. These were the orcs she'd faced before, and the fifth wave comes with more than 20 of them. Right away, she pulls out her bow thinking that, even though there are many, at least she has learned to fight. The secret is to shoot an arrow that takes off the head to cut their recovery. She seems confident and makes another attack, sure that this will be easy. However, the creatures were not going to make her life that easy. One of them crouches to dodge and grabs a bunch of bones from the ground. The monster throws everything in her direction, and the shield bearer has to step in to protect her. Harang is confused. Trolls shouldn't be that intelligent. Even worse is that, among them, they had a mage. And the creature starts launching an attack, sending a sound wave. However, suddenly, it is ripped apart in the middle. Both the orcs and the hunter are left confused. Shinta then suggests that they need to go help the protagonist, while Harang helps the injured Jaihan get up from the ground. However, for some reason out of nowhere, the creatures seem to have stopped attacking. The scene then shifts back to the little guy who faces the priestess and says he had already warned her. Suddenly, a golden weapon shines and falls to the ground. He says that, unfortunately, it will now be difficult for her to defeat him. In that moment, he drinks a blue potion thinking that now he has already used 2. The priestess says she is truly impressed. She gave it her all in that attack. The little guy jokes, saying he doesn't believe that's all there is. But then she says she noticed he is showing his powers, but he isn't attacking her. The little guy is somewhat surprised that he was discovered so easily. In the flashback, we see him receiving a chest, somewhat surprised. Inside was the twins' ring that allowed the user to exchange thoughts with another person. It could also teleport once, but when that function is used, the item disappears. It was Hyeon who gave it to him, saying that even though he was alone, she needed a way to contact him. After all, the executor wasn't working alone, and at any moment he could be ambushed or sabotaged in some way. And that ring was the perfect solution to summon someone. Obviously, the protagonist is using that ring, and at any moment he could bring Taehan. But then he tells the priestess that she is just assuming. He doesn't have to answer anything she says. She admits that it is indeed causing a little problem, especially since the creatures aren't defeating them. Even more so when the person who was supporting her is hiding back there. The protagonist, however, says he won't let her escape from there, especially since he has a lot to ask, but he will wait to find out what she wants. However, the woman just says it's a shame. She hates revealing unfinished projects. Suddenly, a purple hand is emerging, and back in the fight, Jong Hyeon didn't understand what had happened there. He took a hard hit and was thrown against the wall. The witch says she wanted to finish the job before hunting him down, but now that he has returned to this place, they will have to resolve this. She asks what the boy is going to do. Will he be able to take down the executor and all the gates? The protagonist, however, replies that she completely misunderstood everything. She's the only thing he needs to focus on. He was wanting to know what she is capable of because what if he encounters someone powerful too? She, however, responds that she won't reveal her abilities just because he is asking. If he wanted to force her to show something, he would have to survive. The little guy says that's not a problem, but she says she is a little villain and will use any and all necessary methods to win this. The protagonist says that then he only has one way out. Suddenly, a bunch of arrows starts appearing above her. In a flashback, someone calls for the priestess and says there is a task. It's that guy over there who looks like Junseo, who says he needs to understand the origin of that creator, how he managed to use demonic energy, and how far he could go. However, suddenly he turns around and says to forget about it. The most important thing actually was the operation. Wow, bipolar dude changed his mind out of nowhere. Oh, okay. But still, he asks if he could see the abilities when the system activates. That would be perfect. But the focus is on finding the gate. Hey, weird kid, just say what you want, man. And the priestess is now shocked. Thought it was an opportunity to get information, but why does it seem like she might lose? And even worse, why wasn't he using demonic energy? The protagonist says he has recently been remembering things from his past life. From what he knows, Hyen and Jia were completely different from how they are now. Was Jia a companion in the past life? I don't know. I'm a bit lost here too. Try and find myself. However, obviously, even being different people, they still had the same abilities. What the protagonist wants to know now is what the priestess's abilities are and if he has seen them in the past life. And, obviously, if the opportunity arises, will he kill her? Wow, protagonist. The woman asks if he is taking the fight seriously to be summoning just those spears. As soon as he agrees, she says that's fine then. However, suddenly something is happening. The protagonist had his hand outstretched and a strange aura was heading in that direction. He used Zelda's ability, Faithful Link, control another person's weapon at will. And now he is obviously using her lock there, at the same moment that the big guy is about to smash the poor girl's head. However, he stabs there in the arm. My god, it went into the hand, dragged out through the elbow. He controlled her weapon, and from her weapon created a weapon that went for the beast. Now I understand. The protagonist is giving that stare while she thinks that to be using so much, he must be distracted. She goes to strike with that scythe, but is blocked by another weapon that falls to the ground. At the same time, he comes from the front. A bunch of spears rain down from above. One of the spears is already in the middle of her forehead, but suddenly she lets out a scream and the energy spreads throughout the place. The creatures try to defend themselves, the guys hold the shield, everyone is trying to protect themselves from all this chaos. While the girl is there screaming, wow, she's angelic. Worse, she doesn't even know how she activated this. Now that's complicated. But it seems this is her anchor ability, maybe the main one. And Junsu noticed that she looks scared. He is thinking of finishing her off, but the executor is coming from behind. Suddenly, something falls on her, everything explodes. He is confused about what happened, and suddenly an attack comes from her back, and strangely, she stabbed the executor. Although, and in that weird guy appears from the portal saying she used a piece that wasn't finished. And looking at our boy from afar, he says he is sure that this is the guy she mentioned. The protagonist is scared, wondering who this guy is and why he had so much demonic energy. Then the guy says he asked to investigate, but the priority was to get information on this kid. The woman tries to explain, saying she thought both were possible. However, he just says she used everything she had in this horrible experiment and still failed. And the strangest thing is that the beast is attacking him, who seems not to care much, but says it's such a big failure that it's attacking its own master. The priestess explains that it was the executor's habit to challenge powerful people, so that's probably why. The guy, however, completely disintegrates the creature and says it's resolved. For him, the big problem is that the so-called creator hasn't even used demonic energy yet. The guy wants to ask something to our boy, who is more interested in understanding what this guy's relationship is with that energy. And in that, the hooded figure asks the same thing, wanting to know what he knows about demonic energy. The protagonist is just giving that stare while on the other side, the people are still shooting at the monsters. The orcs continue to advance, but suddenly their expressions are different. The beasts are hesitating, and it's also raining bullets on his head. The girl is scared that his ability has that rifle, but he says no, this is a special rifle, it has special bullets. The shots created an elemental explosion. Jaehan and Meo Harang are apologizing for both getting hurt. Even the fool with the spear is down there, unconscious. Besides that, there are a lot of people missing from their side, they just hope they are okay. Junseo is there staring at the head of the organization, also pleading for his companions to be safe. When the guild master appears, our little hero wants to know what he is doing there. The guy wants to know about the hostage. The hooded figure says she is alive, and our boy points to the corner there where he managed to surround her with some spears. The hooded figure says the girl could have died from those spears. He saved her because if the monster hadn't been unsummoned, it would have been close. I don't know my son, the guy seemed more like he was trying to kill, but that's fine. Shintei is furious, saying the guy is lying. Oh man, look at that. The guy reveals he noticed that the little hero used his friend as a disguise to pretend he was going to save her, but in reality to attack. The truth is that Junseo didn't want to take the girl from the creature's arms. He just made the priestess believe that so she would act on her own. Basically, he used the hostage to create an opportunity to make the fight easier. The little hero is really cold-blooded, and the captain doesn't like that at all. Meanwhile, the hooded figure loved it, saying he is truly amazing. He doesn't know who the boy is, but he has already realized that his decisions are quite rational, so he will give him a chance. He will ask for help for the plan, however, and the leader put the gun in the guy's face, saying he is a son of a and doesn't know what the two are planning. Oh, old man, don't make deals like that. You're all wrapped up in the aura now and are going to fall to the ground like an idiot, and the little hero is going to have to save you. This little hero is hesitating more than anything, asking why the guy did that. The hooded figure said it was because the guy was about to put a hole in his head. Junsu says he can't be sure of that, but the guy just wants to know. So, are you going to keep asking questions or avenge your friend? However, the little hero is the king of rationality, and he just says he knows how powerful the guy is. Besides, that guy wasn't his friend. He was a cool guy, but he was very careless. Whoa, man, the little hero is really cold. He's there thinking that this guy had a useful ability, but he didn't deserve to become a hero. And unfortunately, there's nothing he can do for him now. He made his own choices and paid the consequences. Oh dear, there you go in the end. I didn't expect that. Is he being dominated by the memory of the future, becoming cold and calculating? Even the hooded figure is praising him, saying yes, he was right about the boy. Junsu wants him to be quiet, but the guy just says he is not in a position to ask anything. The one who asks questions here is him, and he wants to know what the boy knows about demonic energy. He is silently staring at the prota, but he doesn't answer anything. And in that, the guy says that apparently it was a mistake. It was time to put an end to this pathetic joke. Then he attacks in another direction, and Junsu gets scared, asking if he is talking to everyone. He shouts for everyone to crouch down, and the guy with the gun is there not understanding what is happening. Wow, it's that same purple energy that killed that goblin earlier that is now passing through everyone. The people want to raise some shields, tank, but they end up crouching while the bunch of goblins is torn in half. Whoa, one of them, however, decides to be the hero. He is there holding the big shield, and apparently, everything went straight to him. Those who crouched are alive, right? And everyone knows this came from Junsu's direction. Yeah, but those who didn't crouch, how are they? Half of their body is missing, man. The situation the guy is in. Everyone is confused, wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, the hooded guy just says they came to collect the gates because they needed something. Unfortunately, they lost control, so all of this is now insignificant. Junsu can only think that it is impossible to face this guy with this kind of demonic energy. However, he needed to do something, so the first focus was to consume mana. It was already the third bottle. That's fine. You just can't get addicted. Clearly, the addiction has already begun. Moreover, he realized that the priestess follows this guy's orders. In other words, calling even Taehan wouldn't be enough. He could put his friend at risk. His focus now is to at least survive, along with Jia and the others who deserve to become heroes. Wow, he really did select. Those who don't deserve die. The problem is, how is he going to do that? This guy was interested in him, but at the same time, he could easily kill him. Whoa, the system is warning that demonic energy is unavailable due to an entity. The protagonist is suffering there, his nose already bleeding, while the leader seems to just be observing something. Everyone from afar is watching a bunch of portals now connected by a strange energy. Jaehan is going to do the worst possible thing. She said she can't just wait there, so she's going to help Junsu. She calls the guy with the rifle and asks to borrow his weapon. She already grabbed it, jumped, and went off to cause trouble, for sure. Meanwhile, Harang stays behind and sees a screen appearing on her back. When she takes a look, she seems scared by some information, while the whole place is starting to collapse. The hooded figure then tells the protagonist that they can finally talk in peace. Now it was good for the boy to respond, and Junsu decides to obey. He just says he doesn't know much about demonic energy. The only thing that happened is that he has a bit of it. In that, the hooded figure asks about his memories then, and Junsu is scared. Did this bastard know that somehow he had memories of the future? And the guy comments that he didn't trust the priestess. But Junsu really has the same energy. However, he doesn't have to worry. He's just trying to save the world from destruction. All he asks is for the protagonist to join this mission. The protagonist is staring at his hands somewhat silently and then wants to know why he killed that guy, who replies that it was because the guy tried to stop him and threaten him. Sacrificing someone's life like that was necessary for the greater good. He needs new allies and wants to know if our boy will help him. The little protagonist is a bit confused, and at that moment, the priestess glances to the side. When the hooded figure turns, man, Jaehan has come to die. Right away, the protagonist pulls out the knife, wondering what she's doing there. He didn't intend to fight this guy, but he also can't let him kill her. The guy's attack is already coming while she screams that she's going to make him pay for all this. The protagonist tries to get closer, throws a stab, but at the same time, I think he just tried to throw an attack to defend her. And the guy's punch comes from the side, hits him in the head, and slams him to the ground. And the hooded figure says he has good powers, but his physical ability is terrible. He should learn that mastering is necessary to increase the power of any skill. But that alone wasn't enough. He knows the boy must have defeated countless enemies relying solely on his skills. However, he won't get anywhere if he doesn't train his body. That's why he has to start working on his body and stop just taking the easy path of using the system's powers. The protagonist is confused about why this guy is saying this. He replies that he knows he possesses the memories. Maybe he can help him, or maybe not. However, in any case, he is interested in the boy. Jia is scared, looking up while the guy says their offer stands. Next time, he expects a response. The demonic energy is starting to be pulled, and from above, a crater opens that looks more like an eye. The guy comments that he didn't think he would be followed. He takes off the hood and introduces himself as Les. It's good for our boy to think very carefully about what he said, because this offer will help him a lot. Jaehan runs to help our boy while the priestess walks away. Wow, the window appears. It's not over yet. Main mission. survive the 10th horde. The protagonist realizes that they still have to deal with the boss. Obvious problem, he's out of mana. He barely managed to create a tiny dagger to attack that guy. Imagine what will come from that gigantic portal. Suddenly, a bird with a hat appears in front of them. The two are a bit confused, not knowing what it is while the creature lands in front of them. Obviously, they have no idea what kind of monster this is, while the protagonist is even wondering if this is really the boss. Jaya thinks it's a bit weak, but she's already wanting to get closer. Wow, the protagonist is going to tell her to wait, but the poor guy is spitting blood, unable to do anything. Obviously, it's a reaction to that bunch of potions he forced down to recover his mana. Or maybe it's a reaction to the demon energy from that guy. He has no idea. Brilliant, Jai-Han, you grab a rifle to use as a sword. Congratulations, here she goes to do something foolish. It was obviously to strike, but the bird turned just in time and sent someone to return it, saying it belonged to him. Wow, the creature is walking by her, saying it was stolen from him, claiming it would be returned, but it wasn't. The protagonist raises his hands there, thinking that as long as Jai-Han doesn't do something stupid, this creature will apparently follow him. It seems the monster might be interested in demon energy. The problem is how he's going to defeat this creature. The good part is that the monster itself didn't seem to have as much energy as that guy. The bad part is he doesn't have any attacks left, and the creature screams again, telling him to return it. He repeats the same words about having already asked. While the protagonist wonders why it seemed like less demon energy was coming from this monster, the bird circles around, saying it felt a lot of energy, but it doesn't seem to have any. So where did it go? Junseo says it's a mistake and it shouldn't be him, but the bird is sure the energy it felt comes from this place. It was his and seemed quite a lot. At that, Junseo reaches for the creature and pushes it away while it tries to fly, telling him to return it, until Harang appears and gives the little monster a punch to the head, sending it to the ground. The protagonist is startled as she says she thought it was a monster to kill. However, at that moment, the screen appears. Phew, the last mission was pretty easy. Everyone is just going to receive their rewards now. However, he is more worried now about the hunters who fainted and the people who died. But then, everyone is teleported to another room. The people are getting up from the ground, all worn out, trying to understand what is happening. Some talking about notifying the association. When the protagonist stands up, the people seem to be outside that place. Everyone, obviously, wants to know how they ended up there. He just replies that he has no idea. Besides that, the scared people around must be wondering what this system window is all about. At least those who were fainted were teleported and will probably receive the rewards. However, those who died are obviously not there. Those are gone. At that moment, the guy with glasses comes running and asks if he is Junseo. The confusion soon ended, and the people began to be taken away. The protagonist discovered that a large portal appeared above the city, and everyone saw it. However, it seems it lasted only a short moment and soon vanished. What he doesn't understand is if this has any relation to the portal they participated in. In any case, now everyone who was awakened will also be registered as players. That's already an absurd change compared to his past life. This changes the plans, and he also has no idea what is happening and who this Les is. Not only that guy said something about him working on his body, saying he shouldn't just rely on the system. He really needed to strengthen himself because the power he has wasn't enough. Obviously, with that, the controversy over using the system window lasted a long time. However, the world was already adapting to the hunters, and it didn't take long for everyone to accept the new reality. Many began to say that these portals would bring about the end times, but even with the warnings, few believed it. The death of 3 people from the White Skeleton Guild caused the guild itself to shut down. The investigation also revealed that they were entering numerous dungeons secretly without notifying anyone. Moreover, the members confessed that a good part of the money was sent to the daughter and wife of that guide, who I think is the old man who died. The rest of the officials and everyone else were saved from the dungeon, and they all said the same thing about a strange woman using some evil powers. The crazy thing is Officer Yu, the one who received them at the beginning, didn't receive anything because the only person she had was her husband, who also died a long time ago. Basically, she was erased from the world along with everyone who knew her. In the hospital, we then deliver a report to Su Huyo, who thanks us for everything. He wants to know the reason for the research, and she says she wants to know more about her colleagues. He, however, doesn't seem to believe much, and the girl is a bit confused, wanting to know what he means by that. The agent is trying to explain that her job is becoming very risky and things like this could happen again. However, she responds that she has to continue. If she doesn't do it, who will? Seeing her all radiant, he awkwardly agrees. Then she reveals that in the island incident, someone pretended to be part of the association and evacuated everyone. Maybe it was a gang member, some global conspiracy, and she has to study to find out who this person is. The guy hits his head with the papers and tells her to rest. That's what she should do. In the hallway, he tears up the documents and throws them in the trash, saying that soon this girl will end up losing her own life. In a part of the city, a little blue portal opens and the goblin comes out. Bucktooth glances to the side and sees the citizen all distracted. A mischievous giggle, but suddenly, a red portal appears in front of him. I thought it was in front of the goblin, but apparently, it was in another part of the city, where the kid sees that there are no active missions. However, suddenly he hears a loud scream nearby, and it's the kid who sees the goblin who is attacking him. But in mid-air, a creature takes a stab to the face. Wow, what a violent stab was that? The creature was thrown far away. How come its head didn't explode when it sent it like that? Meanwhile, the little black kitten is licking its paw, telling our boy that all this happened because he took 3 mana potions. He says yes, while the kitty mentions that he was lucky to come back alive. Junso confesses he only came back alive because that guy basically spared him. His plan was to use his abilities to see who was the mastermind behind everything. But he didn't imagine that the guy was that strong. The creature praises him, saying it was indeed an incredible plan. At least it worked. He saw the person's face. However, now that he has seen the appearance of this less guy, what is he going to do? Especially since anyone who saw him in the portal also saw the abilities he possesses. The protagonist tells him not to worry, and at that moment, we see that when he was about to enter the portal, he activated the ability that made an agreement with the people. He was going to fight the monsters and save the officer, and in exchange, everyone would have to keep his abilities a secret. He says that because of the mastery of this power contract, the players are somewhat obliged to obey. This explains that with the activation of the system, everyone received new abilities and powers based on the classes they had. It's basic. The archer gained precision, the knight now feels less pain, the mage gained more mana, even the supports got new abilities, and now Junso has the ability to make exchanges. Since he is the guy who produces items, the exchange agreement can make a specific target obey certain rules to use a weapon. However, if the person is much stronger than him, they can somewhat resist the power of this. On the other hand, as the mastery of this ability evolves, it will become more and more difficult for anyone to break this link. The crazy part is, the agreement is strong enough that if the person breaks it, for example, their memory could even be erased. In this case, he wants no one to tell about his abilities. Exactly what happened, no A-rank hunter or below told what happened, so the plan worked. In other words, the system appearing earlier actually helped him. The kitty asks what he's talking about and taps its paws on the system, asking if it's about that. The protagonist is surprised. The kitty has a system too? He says yes, and reminded him not to forget that she was a player since she was in that dungeon, even though she has now been reduced to just a familiar. The protagonist is realizing everyone awakened really became players. This can obviously make a big difference in the future. The cat then wants to know how Junso's memories work, and he gets a bit confused by that. The little creature explains that it doesn't quite understand what it's like to have a past life, because normally memories should be lived experiences. Moreover, it noticed that all Junso has are fragments, and when he ends up gaining our abilities without needing to train. By chance, is he sure those memories are his? The creature starts to theorize that perhaps his universe was destroyed, and that's why he can't remember anything. It tells our boy to explain where he received those memories, and the protagonist remembers when he fell into that lake back in the first chapter. However, the creature says it's not talking about this life, but about the past life. How did he gain the powers? And what if this is an illusion? Get out of here, kitty. Asking a bunch of questions, bro. The protagonist denies it, saying he's sure the memories are his and he can prove it. The creature wants to know how, and he stays there somewhat silent. But remember that Les asked if he also had memories. For him, this makes it clear that other people have this too. The cat wants to know if he's going to try to find these people. He pulls out a book saying that for now, he can't do that. Looking at the book, he remembers that Yurun Kang, who worked with him in his past life, is now, strangely, working with Les. What happened and why this difference? Moreover, Les was saying he wanted to save this world from its end. If what this guy said was true, he probably has some information about what happened to Yurun. The problem is that there's not much he can do to deal with this guy. Meanwhile, he's calling Taehan, who asks what's up. Our boy just says it's a change of plans. They need to have a chat. In the meantime, in a park, we see the white-haired dude talking to the kid, who asks if this is the kind of game they play nowadays. The kid says yes, that he's really good at it. Then, he thanks him for saving him and leaves. Oh my god, but the boy is trying to die because he crossed without looking, and now a car is coming. Crazy, I thought he was going to get killed, but actually it looks like they pulled a quick kidnapping. Actually no, man. The white-haired dude tells the kid to forgive him, but he needs some cash to play some pay-to-win too. Get out of here, man. That kid is really unlucky, for God's sake. The scene shifts to our protagonist in the meeting room, and Taehan sneaks in like he's the most famous K-pop star in the world. He immediately warns that he talked to the association and no one knows anything about Junso. How is he feeling? The prota says he's fine, puts something on the table, and replies that the plans have completely changed. Right away, Taehan's expression changes and he asks if he found the person who controls the priestess. He says yes, unfortunately, it's someone he can't deal with. Taehan is going to say he should have called him, but the prota just replies that if he had done that, they both would have died. All he can trust is that at this moment, they have no chance at all. Wow, Taehan is even scared, saying, "What's up? Did you see that guy's face? He's in shock? Super shock." The prota says yes. However, he's sure that this guy shouldn't be registered as a hunter. Maybe he's not even an awakened one. Obviously, this leaves Taehan confused. Meanwhile, Junso thinks that guy had a really strange ability. He could use demonic energy in a devastating way. Not only that, Yurun and the priestess were following him. On the other hand, their abilities seemed more familiar. But who really was this priestess in the past life? Was she also in some group of his? Taehan said our boy is distracted because this was all a monologue, but he just says he's fine. Changing the scene, Hyen is on the phone saying that this kid is hiding something. Yeah. As always, Taehan asks her to explain, and that's when she tells him she felt a strange energy from that kid. Maybe he didn't notice because he's from the night class. However, he had a strange force around him with a sword that clearly wasn't mana. And now, it seems that after the system activation, several people are seeing this same energy. She feels that this is the same energy that was used to kill the executor. And that's why she wants Taehan to try to understand more about it the next time he meets him. She's sure that Junsu will trust him to reveal a little more. Back in the conversation, he says the prota seems a bit agitated. And our boy is thinking that now that his plan has been ruined, there's no reason to hide the ability he possesses anymore. Would it be okay to tell him about his past life? Whoa. However, the dude reveals that he knows Hyen has doubts about the kid, but he doesn't. Obviously, the guy's ranking doesn't make sense with his abilities, and he also only messages at weird moments, and besides that is using him, a guild master, as a messenger boy. However, he doesn't care about any of that. All he wants is for the boy to see his potential. Wow, Taehan is totally smitten. Even the little guy is telling him to calm down. But the guy, now I don't know if Taehan is genuinely being nice or playing fourth-dimensional chess. He says our boy can share everything he's been holding back and doesn't have to suffer alone. He'll stand by him, no matter what happens. Oh man, back off, dude. You're in love, man. And all this love is working because Junseo thinks maybe the guy is right. He's been holding back too much and clearly needs help from others. And Taehan keeps going, saying he can trust him and tell him everything. That's when the little guy drops the bomb. A god is coming down to Earth and will destroy everything. Right away, the dude is there, kind of confused, obviously, and tells the little guy to explain exactly what he means by that. This reveals Taehan's status window. The dude is a beast rank S. He has Dungeon Destroyer, Weapon Destroyer, Astronomical, Overkill Master, full of titles. The prota remembers that, just like Awakening, the end of the world comes without warning. And then the screen appears for Taehan. Final quest, the last chapter of the world. Objective, kill a god. The friends asked Taehan if he received a new mission. That's when Junsu glances to the side and points, telling everyone to look. Obviously, from the skies, a huge angel with 6 wings is appearing. The whole world trembles. They already imagined that was the god. Meanwhile, in Taehan's window, it shows that he is a hero candidate and received an individual quest. His objective was to find a way to kill that god. The knight there is a bit confused, asking what those feathers are. Wow, man, he touched the feather and was completely blown up. Dan, are you all calm over there? It's raining feathers, run, kids. And the little guy said it lasted a week. The players desperately searched for ways to kill this god. However, it was exactly 7 days later that everything ended. He's telling this whole story to poor Taehan, saying he thinks he won't believe him. However, he pulls him by the arm and says they first need to confirm this. The prota remembers that a week later, when that creature arrived on Earth, he was lying on the ground, saying he might have found a way to kill this creature and save all the people. However, that would only be possible if he had discovered it earlier. Just then, the wall in front of him breaks, and a human appears floating there with some things around. Junso was sure it was now too late. No matter how much he needed another chance, it didn't seem like that would happen. The monster stretches out its hand, and Junso knows that the heroes who died at the beginning were the most essential to win this. Back in the present, Taehan wants to know if he really died like that, what else he has from the memories, what he knows about everything that happened. The prota tells him to remember the executor who was killing all the awakened. Probably, all this must have some connection. Taehan is hesitant but wants to know what is the strategy to defeat this god. And that's when Jumsu reveals the most important information. He doesn't remember the Dan information. Taehan is there, somewhat disbelieving, asking who the heroes are then. Who are the people they need to save, and where are they at this moment? The little guy says that, unfortunately, there are hundreds, and he only remembers a few he met. It seems something had erased his memories. The prota, however, notices that Taehan doesn't seem to believe him. But it's understandable. A guy out of nowhere says the whole world is going to end. Everyone would be a bit wary. Then, Taehan tells him to keep his finger on the ring because they will be working together a lot. The prota asks if he believes the story, and the friend replies that it doesn't matter if he believes it or not. He trusts the boy even if he thinks it's crazy. He realizes that what Junsu needs is not someone who believes the story, but someone who believes he is trying to do his best. And he promises to trust everything our boy says. Wow, I've never seen even the waifus dedicate themselves so much to the little guy. And Taehan is there thinking it doesn't matter if the kid's story is true or not. If he decided to join the guild, he would definitely be a great addition. The wretched and greedy one, he's going to say something else, but the protagonist then slides that book over and says that this is the reward he earned back in the floating islands. He asks if Taehan's system is already working, and he confirms. The protagonist then explains that he must have an idea of how important it is to get the first skill book that exists, and he's going to give this to Taehan as a kind of proof of friendship and trust between them. An S-rank item which people would probably bet countries to buy at auction. And the book shows rarity rank X allows learning a skill. Wow, but the book allows learning a skill according to the combat style class. The protagonist should use it on himself, but it's fine. Apparently, he thinks Taehan is okay. Even Taehan is a bit confused, wanting to know, why are you giving me this, man? Because Junsu just says he needs to get even stronger. The guy is realizing that they're putting some pressure on him. And Junsu says that also if he asks for things in the future, it's good not to refuse. The fool knew it wouldn't be for free, but tells our boy that whatever he wants, just ask. The protagonist then says he needs a mana crystal dissolver, and he wants it in almost 2 days. Taehan is going to say it's easy until the protagonist reveals that he needs 5 tons. Right away, the guy gets scared, wanting to know if he's trying to make a pool. However, Junsu just continues, saying he also wants the witch's slime, the blood of the night goblin, the night of the ant king. The guy is telling him to shut up. All these items were extremely rare. It almost seems like they can be obtained in 2 days. The two are arguing there. The protagonist told him to be quieter. Everyone is listening. In that, he asks Taehan what the rarest item he can get in the guild is related to mana. Then he remembers an AR item, which I think is what? Highly rare, maybe, which is the purified spiritual core, an item they got in an S-rank dungeon. Whoa, the girl just appeared there out of nowhere, Huizumin right there. And the protagonist says that's excellent, that will work, but the girl yanks like a chihuahua, saying that this is a precious resource of the guild, you bastard. And Taehan says it's very difficult to store, so he's going to ask for it to be delivered to our boy's house. However, he will still need the so-called dissolver. As soon as Huizu sees that she received the S-rank skill book, she already understood and warns that she will send it for delivery. However, our boy wants to talk to Taehan more privately, man. Just talk for 20 minutes with this guy alone. He's going to tell everything that happened in the floating islands. The scene then shifts to our boy arriving at a little house in the middle of nowhere. Whoa, he went to visit his mother. Wow, do you have a mom, protagonist? I didn't even know that. The poor thing is there in a wheelchair, asking how he is, and he says he's doing well. Does she have the classic leveling ground disease, guys? When mana appeared in the world, some people who couldn't adapt ended up suffering, and certain people gained skills, while others started vomiting blood and couldn't live a proper life anymore. He asks how she's been feeling, and she says she's fine. She's recovering. Besides that, the air on this side of the city was much fresher. He asks if what he sent arrived, and she says yes. It seems that the guild girl Huisu came by and brought that huge gallon of water, probably with the mana stuff. The protagonist thinks she must have hated doing that, but thanks to Taehan, he can finally try to do what he wanted. A chance to use all the mana crystals he's gathered for a year. Wow, son, really accumulating everything. What's this, huh? Greedy, going to take everything in now. Already at the Shinhwa Guild building, she says it seems like someone wants to see her there. It's the guy with purple hair who says he heard she was sent to the floating islands. She says yes, and that she has already passed all the information to the guild. The guy, however, comments that she said she was attacked by numerous unidentified awakened ones and monsters that came out of the gates. Clearly, this information didn't seem very accurate. Elsewhere, a guy named Chulman Han says that some unidentified black power was observed. The agent says yes, but unfortunately, they couldn't see it clearly because it seemed like there was an awakened one using part of that power. The old man asks if anyone else saw this, and he says there were some hunters there. What had died was Shinta and someone named Jahan. And obviously the cause of it all, Junsu Shin. The guy with the purple hair is a bit confused, saying this is ridiculous. What was Junsu doing this time and what exactly happened? It's good she explains everything. The poor girl wants to talk, but says that unfortunately she didn't see anything. The guy thinks this is a bit strange. And the guy in the other room also said that the monsters obstructed the view, and he couldn't watch properly to understand what was happening because he was more focused on the fight. Whoever is guilty escaped, and no one could do anything. Shulman asked if he got this information from the hunters who fled, and he says yes, but unfortunately, it seems that no one really saw anything. The guy realizes that he can talk about anything as long as it's not covered by the contract. Unfortunately, there's not much he can inform. And the guy talking to our boy says he's complicating things. It's him. Just when he's about to say something, he shows up. Unfortunately, because of a contract between players, you can't mention certain topics. And the guy is commenting that not being able to talk makes him want to tell everyone even more. Junso replies that if they found a way to talk, they could probably do it, especially since he didn't impose any penalties. However, the guy hands over the document, saying he's sure the boy must have a good reason for preventing information about this from getting out. In that, he sees that he and our boy had already met a year ago. At that moment, he thought the boy was a bit different, and now he's curious to know how to use this power that prevents others from speaking using the system. The protagonist warns that he won't believe what he's about to say, and if he wants, he can make a new contract so he can't talk about this, and then he will know. But this time, if he breaks the rules, he will have to obey something he asks. The scene shifts to Harang thinking that even if she tells everyone that the world is about to end and that this kid is on his second life, no one will believe it. And in that, we see her talking to our boy, saying he told her something that no one will believe, and the conditions seemed a bit cruel. He's not trying to force her to do something weird, right? The protagonist asks her please not to have that impression of him. What he can offer in return is good equipment. She still doesn't know why, and he then explains that he knows some things about her in the future, and he's sure she will need certain items to strengthen herself. She says she knows this must be because of those memories. However, our boy says there's one more condition and she doesn't seem excited. He says it's the last time he will use this ability. And this time, what he wants to give her is a kind of quest, which she doesn't even have a time limit to complete. There's also no penalty for failing, and everything he will offer is a good reward. That's how she ended up accepting his offer. The mission she received was to improve her skill, and the objective was to defeat the Banshee of Despair. However, she has no idea where this creature will appear. But back in the office, the boss is shouting and telling her to respond. What the hell kind of information is she passing? Is this correct? She says yes, but the guy insists on her identifying the culprit or he will take everything he gave her. She insists that everything she said is the truth, but he can't believe it. However, she just cries, telling the boss, for the love of God, this is the truth. The boss can't believe it. This report seemed very confusing. Then he asks about the rewards she received in the dungeon since she was conscious. She already knows that bastard is going to want to take the little she earned. Then he tells her to explain why she didn't notify him about what she had gained. Because she just shakes her hands, saying he's not going to ask her to give up the reward. He looks at her confused and asks what she's talking about. It was she who survived coming out alive from there, so it's obvious she deserves to have the item. Why would she want to take something like that? She asks if he is serious, and he turns around saying that of course he is, he won't take anything. At that, she gets all emotional, saying the boss is amazing. However, her expression changes when he warns her that from now on, she will only receive dungeons she doesn't like to go to. As soon as he leaves the room, a girl there tells the boss not to be so mad at her. It's a girl named Sui Kim, who is a rank B mage. Wait, but from the druid class, how is she a druid mage? The boss completely ignores her and leaves. She wants to know where he is going. His car is ready, and he just says he needs to see a certain member who retired from the Skeleton Guild. In that other conversation with that Shulman guy, the dude is also leaving the room. The old man is silent when suddenly he presses a button under the table. He asks if Park is listening, which he confirms. He will monitor the suspects and identify who these other witnesses are. And here it comes when he starts bringing in a bunch of characters. You know trouble is coming. This is the so-called Jong in Park. And that Shulman guy is saying they need to find out the connection between Jaihan and that Jun Seo. The scene shifts to the little cat thinking that today has been pretty slow. Until he had some fun when he helped that boy. Whoa, there are some people like beaten up in the background. Did he save that kid who was kidnapped? The little cat is there hoping for more cool things to happen when the system window appears. Mission Night Walk. Numerous suspicious people were having a meeting and he had to find the hideout. He still has the temporary freedom item. This allowed him to move outside the master's control for a specific time. How cool, even the little creatures have missions that make them more than just pets, you know? The little cat, however, seems not to like this very much, wanting to know why he is suddenly receiving a mission. Not to mention that the only suspicious people he met are those he has already beaten up. He's wondering how he will find this place when suddenly a giant arrow appears above his head. It would be easier than he imagined. And now there's no option. He will have to go take a look. The scene then shifts to the white-haired guy saying he liked this little game he has. He hands the phone back to the kid to thank him, who says that the person he kidnapped is at the house. The white-haired guy wants to know about the money, but the friend is somewhat honest man, he's not into crime. He says that the boy they kidnapped seems so poor, his family seems honest. Why steal from this citizen? He's not even rich. The guy agrees, saying that, indeed, it might not be a good option. He just grabbed the first kid he found around. However, it doesn't matter if he is rich or not. If the police get involved, they will get the money. After all, authorities usually use this kind of thing to negotiate with the kidnapper. The guy stated the obvious. Don't you think that money will be tracked? It'll know which account it will go into. However, the guy says it's something personal, and that's exactly what he wants. Besides, who cares? This world is fake and only exists to be destroyed, so it doesn't matter how he gets that money. The guy is there somewhat confused, but he says it's fine, when suddenly the guy feels a strange energy coming from behind. Clearly, it was demonic power. Meanwhile, the little cat is walking around looking for the hideout, when right at that moment he runs into the guy opening the door, asking who he is. The information then appears. Orang Mayo, an awakened rank of fighter class. Whoa, he is a member of the Shinwa Guild, man. And the worst part is that the little cat noticed that this bastard saw through his disguise right away. The system then says the mission has been completed, and the temporary freedom is starting to run out. The ticket appears for 5 minutes, but he doesn't know what he will do with that. While the Orang guy comments that he has never heard of people turning into cats. Probably, this bastard was there to hunt him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived right at this location. The little cat seems to notice that this guy is seeing his system window and asks how that is possible. However, Orang comes closer, saying it doesn't matter because he will die soon anyway. It could be said that this is possible because he has a powerful person supporting him. At that moment, a new chain quest activates. At the same time that Orang is taking the weapon off his back and advancing towards the kitten to give it a hit. However, the little cat smiles and says that now everything is explained. Suddenly, BAM, Smoke and the Fierce One is back, man, saying that now she understands what this ticket is for. Secret mission number 2, PvP Arena. She has to take out the suspicious people in 5 minutes. Wow. She was also going to receive a fragment of the source, 1 of 5. Is she now going to be a fierce little blonde forever? And there she is, all vampiric and beautiful, while Horang says he can't believe the system just awakened and there are already people dodging his attacks. Our beautiful vampire, however, is completely ignoring it, but wanting to know what this fragment of the source is all about. She observes the system, all interested, and then looks at the guy and says that the reward he is going to deliver seems pretty good. Horang tells the damn girl to stop talking to him as if he were some kind of monster. However, the crazy guy also isn't quite right in the head. He looks to the side and says that maybe he really isn't that human after all. The vampire, however, just activates her aura and says she knows he is from the so-called Guild of the Fantasy of the Void. And unfortunately, she was wanting to ask a few things, but there isn't much time. The mission didn't say anything about killing, but breaking 1 or 2 legs wouldn't be hard. But then Hwoarang says that if she wants, he'll take his own life. Obviously, she's a bit confused, and he says that she seems pretty strong and he doesn't want to waste energy on someone who isn't a target. She still doesn't understand. Is this guy serious? Is he talking about taking his own life? He says, that's right. If you kill me, this mission doesn't end. So I'll die right here for you, okay? She keeps telling him to explain why he's acting like this. Because he just says he doesn't feel like fighting her, especially since she dodged that attack, meaning it's going to be hard for him not to feel like it. His problem is that he never works unless the boss says that it's a job. Right at that moment, his system appears saying that the bastard is a scoundrel, and then his expression changes. He received a mission 2, PvP Arena of the Fantasy of the Void. Kill the player in front of you, 5 minutes, 10 billion. Now the guy is smiling while the vampire says she wasn't trying to torture him, but apparently this conversation isn't going anywhere. However, Hwoarang changes his expression and opens his arms saying that now everything has changed. The boss gave the mission, and it's missions everywhere, now another one activated for her too. While they are in this fight, everything will be dimensionally isolated. Suddenly, a blue wall appears around the two and envelops them in a barrier. Hwoarang tells her to relax, it's just a PvP zone. No one outside will know what's happening there. The vampire says he has serious problems, but in a second, the dude teleports and already gives her a cut on the neck. Lucky for her that she's all immortal. Otherwise, my friend, she would have been done for. Besides, strangely, she didn't feel anything with the passage of his blade. Then she spills blood on the ground, activating a territory magic. However, the guy advances saying he won't give her a chance. Even so, 2 hands appear behind him to grab him while he's advancing with the blade towards her. He realizes he's surrounded from above while she smiles, saying that now he's been caught. However, at that moment, he slams a blade on the ground while throwing the other one up, kicks breaking the hand and falls on top of that. Without stepping on the territory, he throws himself, advancing towards her again. But she now raises a barrier and slams him against the wall. The fool is falling again into the territory with hands coming from each side. He realizes that there's really something strange about this ground. If he steps on it, he'll probably die. Maybe this thing is some kind of prerequisite for her ability or an area ability that can't be dodged. At least he knows that if this is a blood ability, it has to be from the vampire class. Lastly, how does she have information about the fantasy of the void? He had too many questions and shouldn't have said he would kill her because now he received that damn mission. At that moment, he threw a rain of daggers that all hit the ground. The hands she had summoned dissolve as if they were nothing, and in that moment, he takes another path and advances towards her again. Our beautiful vampire is confused. This guy wasn't physically strong, yet somehow he was avoiding all the attacks. In that, Hwoarang decides to do a test and touches his finger to see that immediately the blood starts to melt his hand. She asks what the crazy guy is doing, putting his little finger in his mouth. Man. The girl feels violated and wants to know what this weirdo is doing, and he smiles, saying that she has a taste of like in this video, kids. We're done. Maya realizes that her magic prevents him from touching the ground and that she only attacks from a distance. He prepares a surprise attack, wondering if she can dodge something she can't see. Elizabeth gets irritated and complains that he has a serious problem, as she just wanted to relieve stress. Mayo says it's cool to see 2 monsters fighting, but she denies it, saying she isn't a monster like him. He covers his face with his hand and suddenly starts to disappear. Soon after, a large explosion of red energy occurs where he was. Elizabeth is surprised to realize that he has vanished and that his sword is stuck in the ground. Suddenly, something touches the ground behind her, but she can't see anything at all. Even without seeing, she feels his presence and says that he is still nearby. At that moment, Mayo appears right behind her with the sword and says that they are both monsters. In a swift movement, the blade flies past her neck. His silhouette passes by her, and a trail of blood flies through the air. After the strike, Mayo steps on his own sword, which is floating in the air. Mayo then complains that she turned to smoke in the middle of the cut, saying that it's cheating. Then Elizabeth holds her neck and thinks that she couldn't see him, even with her eyes open. He says he already knew she wasn't human and that she looks like a monster with incredible powers. Elizabeth gets angry and says she doesn't deserve to be called a monster by someone like him. She then thinks that she can't defeat him with simple attacks and starts preparing a new spell, and reflects that he could have left, but the guy was determined to finish her off from the start. Elizabeth then heals her neck and thinks that since he will try to finish her, she has only 1 option left. The guy realizes that she is almost invincible to attacks without mana and that he can't complete the mission alone. But suddenly, Maya remembers something important. He realizes that Elizabeth is easy to provoke and that gives him a chance to defeat her, and he thinks he needs to trick the creature to finally manage to defeat her. Elizabeth becomes suspicious and wonders if he is changing his strategy as the mission time passes. Then the guy provokes her and tells her to try to finish him off as she really can. He calls her a lady monster, and Elizabeth gets furious at the provocation. She shouts loudly that she had already warned him not to call her that way. Elizabeth then unleashes her blood magic and invokes the ability Executioner's Hands to attack him. Next, the enormous red hands advance towards the guy to cut him. Mayo starts laughing and says that her ability is amazing, and he continues to provoke her, saying that a monster should be able to do things like that. Elizabeth gets even more irritated and yells at the guy to shut up. She activates a blood magic and creates the Impaler's Territory to finish him off. But Mayo thinks she has finally fallen into his trap. Then he shouts and tells someone to do something immediately. Suddenly, a staff with a purple crystal hits her from behind, leaving her surprised. A huge explosion of blue energy occurs next and hits Elizabeth with great force. The system screen then reveals that there are still 59 seconds left for the mission to end. Balanced, Maya remains on his sword. At that moment, a new guy emerges from the smoke, holding the magic staff. The guy wonders if she was defeated by the attack. But suddenly, Elizabeth's hand emerges from above and grabs the guy's face, shocking him. She then strikes his head and throws him hard against the ground. Elizabeth then realizes that Mayo had company and wasn't fighting alone. At that moment, Mayo jumps from the sword and goes to attack her. He shouts that he finally managed to catch her. But Elizabeth invokes one of her blood swords and manages to block the attack at the last second. With the impact of the defense, he is thrown far away by the force of the energy explosion. The enormous red blade continues its movement and sweeps across the battlefield with a strike. And Mayo and his companions are hit directly and thrown away. Breathless, Elizabeth complains that the cut on her neck was deeper than she thought. At that moment, one of the masked guy's allies lands on the ground and prepares for battle. The man comes with the sword and asks his companion if his attack is ready. Then Elizabeth thinks about vaporizing to dodge, but a guy with a flaming hand appears behind her. Before she can react, the man grabs her with this fiery hand. At the same time, the other guy takes the chance and attacks her from the front with his sword. Elizabeth is shocked to be caught off guard by the two guys who attacked her together. She uses her magic and a hand of blood grabs the face of the guy holding her. The man screams in pain as she attacks him, even with a sword pierced through his chest. Elizabeth doesn't seem to be fazed by the injury. Maya warns the guy not to let her go. He manages to move quickly across the ground with magic. Mayo then advances with his sword and warns that the strike will hit his friend if she escapes. But Elizabeth is already preparing something. At that moment, he notices something strange. He is shocked when he sees that she is smiling. He is going non-stop to cut the girl. The man is in shock, and the sword passes very close to his neck. With a quick strike, Mayo takes out his ally while she returns to her cat form. Elizabeth then thanks him for being so predictable and reveals that she tracked him with energy threads. She returns to her humanoid form and calls the guy a monster. Mayo then notices a demonic energy rising from the ground. The purple threads begin to bind his body, causing the mask to fall, and the threads pull him forcefully towards his ally who is on the ground. The purple energy threads bind him and leave him completely immobilized. Elizabeth approaches and asks if he was using a skill to hide his energy. She reveals that she set a trap and patiently waited for him to come to her for the attack, and asks if the guy really thought she would be provoked so easily. He laments having let his guard down and losing to someone weaker, blaming his companions, but he says she will be fun to hunt in the future, leaving her confused. Elizabeth then steps on his chest and says goodbye, stating it was a good game and that she will see him soon. Suddenly, her face is hit by blood. Confused, she wipes her hand across her face. She then looks at the body and realizes he is already dead, with only 7 seconds remaining. A system screen appears and reveals that the secret mission was successfully completed. The scene cuts to the protagonist's building. Sitting there, our boy says he was shocked when he saw his friend's state. His cat tells him to relax, as he wasn't going to die. He still has the horrible scene in his head of finding the creature all injured. The feline mocks him, and Junseo replies that he is his familiar. The cat starts to recount that before everything, he was in a fight. The creature reveals that he fought against the Void Fantasy Guild, and the protagonist is shocked. He confirms it was them and that he felt they were already experienced killers. Our boy then remembers that this guild caused the deaths of many players in the past. The feline comments that the weaker opponents were easy to defeat, but he reveals that one of them was very strong, and that's how he ended up getting hurt. Worried, Junseo asks where the boss is now and if the cat remembers the location. He thinks about asking a friend for help, but the cat doesn't understand. Then our boy says he can defeat him since the feline couldn't fight in that state, but he pretended he already defeated him. Junseo is surprised. The feline then climbs onto the railing and says that the secret mission wasn't so bad. Suddenly, he starts to transform. The cat transforms into a beautiful vampire form and says he can finally return to normal. Then Elizabeth opens a screen and wonders what his source fragment is. The screen explains that the item recovers lost abilities and the protagonist is impressed. Junseo asks if she recovered everything, and she says she only managed 1/5. Junseo then asks about the boss, but she questions if she doesn't deserve congratulations for the victory. Junseo asks again what she did with him, and the vampire explains that she tried to keep the boss alive to interrogate him. But the boss killed himself, and Junseo is shocked by the news, and asks if the boss exploded, which surprises her that he knows. Suddenly, they hear a noise coming from the door. The vampire asks if he is expecting someone, and our boy denies while she turns back into a cat. He wonders if someone followed her to his house. Junseo goes to the door. He then opens the door, and is surprised. Since the bizarre pigeon in a top hat was there, the creature stares at him saying it found him. But Junseo slams the door in his face. The cat asks who was at the door. Embarrassed, Junseo informs that it's a monster and the cat is surprised. At that moment, the pigeon starts banging on the door, shouting to return something that was taken. Elizabeth asks Junseo to handle that, as the neighbors will hear. Suddenly, the neighbor's door opens and a young man asks what is happening. Inam looks down the hallway but can't see anything strange, because the protagonist is already on the floor holding the pigeon. The creature whispers, for him to return what is his. Our boy wonders what kind of monster would act that way. He is at a loss for how to react to the situation. Junsu then questions if what's in front of him is really a monster. At that moment, the creature rubs against him. Suddenly, the pigeon's stomach starts to growl. The creature looks at it, and then asks for food while Junsu thinks that this is ridiculous. After a few minutes, the pigeon stares at a can of cat food. Junsu explains that he arrived in the morning and has nothing else to offer, and says he bought the food for the cat, but she refuses to eat. He mentions that he wants to ask something after the bird finishes, but the pigeon says he can ask whatever he wants. Junsu finds the sudden kindness strange, but he asks how the creature managed to find him. The pigeon explains that it always locates what is its own, and the young man doesn't understand. Our boy then prepares to ask his next question. He reveals that he couldn't use his energy on the floating islands. Our boy then asks if it was the bird that prevented him from using his energy on the island. The creature just remains silent. Junsu thinks he doesn't know what he expected to achieve. He thinks he expected some answers, but this is just a waste of time. But he says he will ask one last question. How did the bird manage to escape from the floating islands? The pigeon replies that a friend helped it get out of there. Then we see it in a strange place. In a memory, a little boy says he sent it because a player broke the rules. Then we see his face. The pigeon says the boy revealed his true identity. He is the gimmick. The scene then changes and shows a monster hanging. Les appears and says that the creature is just another character in the game. He says he doesn't know if it will work and ends the monster. The monster's body falls to the ground. Next, a purple energy sphere appears in the place. Les says he needs more players to create his weapon. He walks through a corridor of bodies and says he doesn't remember who told him the legend. In a flashback, a huge angelic creature appears in the middle of a light. Seeing that, several people get scared and run away. The legend said that a black bird would appear at the end of times to help people. A huge black wing flaps and spreads its feathers everywhere. The bird flies over the city and grants wishes to those in danger. He doesn't remember his wish, but rather trying to contain his energy. But now that he has a separate dimension, he no longer needs to hold back his power. Sitting on his throne, he reveals that he now knows what he needs to do. His goal is to save the people who have become toys in the hands of others, and he declares that he will destroy this system once and for all. He thinks that to do this, he needs to create a weapon capable of facing a god. A few days pass, and the topic on the phone is Junsu's story. Hyen questions what this talk of past life and end of the world is. On the other end of the line, Taehyun admits that he also finds the story hard to believe. He argues that, thinking about it, nothing they are living makes sense. Taehyun remembers that people awaken abilities after the rift appeared 20 years ago. Now, a system calls the awakened players, and he even questions one of his own titles. Hyen then changes the subject and asks if he found the culprit who controlled the priestesses. He says it's not just about what Junsu mentioned, as it seems a malevolent god is playing with the world. She prepares to fight, but Taehyun warns her to stay calm, as the opponents are very strong. The girl asks what the plan is, and he says the protagonist was there a few days ago, with more unbelievable information. In a flashback, the protagonist shows his phone to him, who wonders what that is. Upon seeing the picture of the bizarre pigeon, the colleague recognizes it as the boss of the floating islands. Junsu confirms and explains that the creature tracked him using its demonic energy, which leaves Taehyun shocked. The protagonist reveals that he thinks that creature is the source of all the demonic energy. Taehyun asks where the monster is, and our boy tells him not to worry. He reveals that he made a deal with the creature. Taehyun doesn't understand and asks why the protagonist is telling him all this. He argues that it's a portal boss monster, and the young man says he has a good reason. Junsu then reveals that the bird said it was the system trick, leaving his colleague shocked. He explains that with the help of the pigeon to detect demonic energy, it will be easier to clear the dungeons. Taehyun is surprised to understand what he is planning. Junsu confirms, but says that now he will take more people to the dungeons, and the guy doesn't understand. The young man reveals that he is going to join an affiliated guild of overkill, and his colleague says they don't have any. Next, the screen explains that affiliated guilds are smaller groups with low-rank awakeners that clear dungeons ranked B and below. A diagram shows that they are like subsidiaries of the main guild, which focuses on dungeons ranked S to B. Our boy reveals that Overkill creates an affiliate around this time, and the friend asks if this is from his past life. Junsu then asks if the colleague remembers the unconfirmed dungeon he helped the association clear. He recalls that everyone who entered that dungeon died, except for him, and that even Ayok didn't survive. He has a memory of the bodies on the dungeon floor. Our boy explains that the Shinwa guild was dissolved and Overkill formed the affiliate to gather the members. He reflects that he forgot the young man knows the future and didn't take him seriously. Taehyun understands that the idea is to use the guild to bring the heroes of the future, and our boy confirms. Worried, Taehyun asks what happened to him in his past life. Without beating around the bush, Junsu reveals that the colleague dies in about 3 months because something defeats him. He also tells that his friend is found without the upper part of his body, which leaves the young man shocked. Back on the call, Hyen asks if what he just told is true. He confirms and says that the culprit was never found, but that the young man gave him an item to help. Then Taehyun picks up the sword he received and the scale. He comments that at least he will save money with this new weapon. The screen describes the sword Thread of Flame as an A-rank item, made to withstand his mana. In the memory, Junsu says he thought a lot about his weapons breaking, and explains that it's not a durability problem, but rather that they can't handle his mana. He says that his other sword can only be summoned with demonic energy, and that's why the friend can't use it. So to help, he created a single-edged sword like the ones the other usually uses. Taehyun thanks him but asks if he will make weapons for everyone, and Junseo says that the sword can only withstand 3 uses. After all, he is a weapon creator. Back on the call, Taehyun says that was all, but the protagonist can ask for a favor soon. Hyein says he should have warned her earlier. She reveals that she is about to leave on an important business trip. We see that she has already arrived at the airport. Taehyun questions the trip, and Hyein explains that there aren't many S-rank healers. He hangs up the phone and comes to terms with the situation. He decides to focus on the affiliated guild and analyzes the profile of a candidate. A few days pass, and the protagonist walks alongside 3 other men. A guy named JQ turns around and asks if this isn't a scam. He complains about the ranks, and the one in the overcoat explains that the guild is just starting and he only came to help. Suddenly, a big strong man pushes the guy. The guy says that if the young man doesn't want to be there, he can just leave. A status screen reveals that the big guy's name is Pilseo, a C-rank mage of the transporter class. Daojin asks if they really need to go with those 2 to the dungeon. After all, the 2 are about to fight. He also questions the strange equipment, as the patroller uses tank items and the mage has a sword, but they don't notice something watching them. Our boy says that their equipment matches with their current abilities. At that moment, Jae-hyo asks what the other's problem is. But Pilseo responds that the problem is that the guy hasn't stopped complaining. He remembers that the guy wanted to see everything and asked if the dungeon was safe. In a flashback, Jae-hyo tells a friend that the job offer was strange. Back in the present, the big guy says that when he was an athlete, he dealt with crybabies in a specific way. Unexpectedly, a demonic creature appears and charges at the group. But before the monster reaches them, a shield hits it and sends it flying. Startled, Dojin screams that a monster has appeared and the protagonist holds him to calm him down. Junseo then walks towards the boys and says he has 3 reasons for calling them. He reveals that the first reason is that they need money and would join any guild that paid well, which shocks both of them. The young man then reveals that the second reason is that they can work well as a team. The protagonist prepares to reveal the third, and says they need to get through a horde of monsters to reach the heroes. In a flash from the past, they look at the ruined city, and one of them says that it's basically asking them to throw themselves into the abyss. The 2 stare at each other, and say there's no other choice, walking towards a large gate. The memory ends with one of them saying that fighting is what they do best. Back in the present, they think that our boy really doesn't take no for an answer. At that moment, the monster approaches, and Junseo warns that no one there will die while he's around, and reveals that their test will be to fight that creature, and the 2 turn to face it. A status screen appears and reveals that the monster is called Genderuo and is a dangerous creature. Our boy then throws his backpack to them and says there's a condition for the test, and reveals that they need to use their weapons, a baseball bat and a tennis racket, which leaves the boys outraged, stating that their test, gripping the bat's handle, starts now as the monster leaps towards the 2, gripping the bat's handle. Jae-hyo then asks what they should do, and the protagonist tells them to check their item abilities. He questions what an item ability would be. A screen appears and reveals that the bat can change the trajectory of an object it hits. Next, the racket shows its ability, which adds great impact to its strikes. The guy is surprised but says he doesn't have a ball to use with the bat's ability. He reveals that the mage can create one with his ability to change the form of things, and wonders how the young man knows this, but the creature attacks him already. The guy manages to defend himself, and the monster is thrown back. A screen explains that the shield's ability adds elasticity to an object to reflect attacks. Even after the blow, the creature gets back up. Jae-hyo then complains that his ability only turns things into balls for a few seconds. But our boy says there's no useless power and that his friend just doesn't know how to use it. He extends his hand and says he will show what his class is capable of. Jae-hyo agrees, while Junseo remembers that in the past, the boy was a very bad tank. In the past, the guy needed a weapon and a partner to get strong. Knowing this, Junseo grabs Pilseo's attention to pass on the plan's instructions. He then whispers a few words to the mage. Pilseo asks if the weapon really works, and our boy tells him to trust and try. The group prepares for battle with the 2 in front and the other 2 in the back. Suddenly, the creature they were facing rises and screams. The protagonist warns everyone to stay alert. At that moment, the monster summons 2 Naga warriors. A screen reveals that the creatures are rank C and become stronger near a commander. Our boy then asks Dojin to hold the monsters, and he agrees. Next, the young man asks if the mage is ready to act, and he confirms. Junseo tells the shield guy to use his ability, and he prepares with his item glowing. A screen explains that the ability changes the form of something. Jae-hyo creates a ball of light, and then throws the ball up and asks if that was what he was supposed to do. At that instant, a blue screen appears and reveals that a targeting assist has been activated. With the bat in hand, he prepares and says he will see if the tactic works, and hits the ball of light squarely. Meanwhile, Dojin dodges the attack of a Naga warrior charging at him. With incredible speed, the ball of light transforms into a shield and flies towards the monster. The creature tries to defend itself from the attack, but the shield approaches too quickly, and a huge explosion of light occurs. JQ celebrates as Junsu's plan worked perfectly. Our boy creates another shield and warns him to prepare as another attack is coming. At the same time, Doyen defends against a strike from one of the creatures. However, another energy ball is launched. but the beast manages to dodge just in time. Seeing this, the protagonist tells the mage to act, and he teleports close to the monster. His shield then hits the wall and changes direction thanks to the ability. But even so, the Naga warrior manages to evade. Pilseo then appears in front of the ball of light and prepares to hit it back with his racket. Pilseo strikes the ball with all his strength, and the light shield flies at high speed towards the Naga warrior. With the impact, a great explosion of light occurs. The other Naga is surprised, and does not notice an attack from behind. JAQ celebrates as they defeated the 3 monsters in no time. Junseo explains that the difficulty of the monsters is designed for a group. He says that with the right partner, and at the right moment, they can defeat any monster. And he mentions that with help, they can become high-level hunters, but the other says it was the weapon. The young man asks how the boy made the weapon, and our boy says that this information is secret. Then, Pilseo comments that since he works with the 3 major guilds, he must have his secrets. Junseo says that no guild understands the system like they do, and that it's like having a teacher. In his thoughts, he corrects himself, revealing that, in fact, only he understands the system. Our boy calls Dojin. Junseo ends the test and asks his friend to take the 2 boys to the dungeon gate. He confirms that he will face the boss alone, as he needs to be alone with him. He begins to walk towards the monster's great hall. Our boy then stops in front of a large gate. With the place empty, he says that the hidden person can now appear to talk. The pigeon appears coming out from inside the coat. The little creature asks if this is the place he mentioned, and the protagonist confirms. Our boy says he brought him here as requested, and the creature transforms, becoming larger. Junseo reveals that it's time to finalize the details of their contract. In a flashback, the pigeon asks if Junseo wants a contract to collect demonic energy for her, and he reveals that the energy collection system is all his and asks to synchronize with our boy. Junseo becomes suspicious as the pigeon says it's a trick, but he knows nothing about her. He then asks what the pigeon will do with the energy, which says she will have her servants collect everything. And after that, she will leave, as that is her role there. Junseo then asks what the creature's name is, and she introduces herself as Darkness. He asks what he will gain in return for helping, and Darkness reveals that there is a final reward. At this point, a screen appears. The reward unlocks an ability and the final prize upon completing everything. The protagonist then asks what this final reward would be. The status screen begins to process the information about the reward. Upon seeing the answer, he does not understand. The final reward reveals that he will be able to create the legendary weapon known as the God Slayer. Back in the present, Junseo explains that this is how he accepted the offer and entered the first portal. He continues, saying that Darkness insisted that this was the perfect portal for them. The new ability allows him to find secret areas and dungeons with better enemies and rewards. He does not know what he will face, but he feels he is on the right path as the bird advances. The pigeon crashes into the stone gate and breaks it. With the gate destroyed, the path opens. Junseo tells him to go and starts walking into the portal. Together, the 2 walk towards the light. At that moment, a notification appears informing that the protagonist has entered the other side of the dungeon. Our boy enters the secret dungeon. He looks around and realizes that the place is a copy of the original dungeon. Junseo analyzes the system screen, which warns him that he cannot absorb the energy as it is contaminated. Suddenly, a gigantic dark presence emerges. He understands why Darkness brought him here and holds an item around his neck. At that moment, a giant Naga creature appears and causes a great explosion on the dungeon floor. The blue item reveals itself to be a weapon that gets lodged in the ceiling. That is a dart with a rope. That thing is a contaminated Nagaraja, difficulty B+. She moves very quickly, and a notification shows that she can hide in the shadows. Junseo lands on the ground and prepares for combat with his new weapon. The screen reveals that the weapon is the Purification Rope Dart, rank A+. The creature says that his weapon is interesting. Then Junseo activates the skill Grid World, and several swords of light fly up towards her. The Naga crosses her arms to protect herself, but the energy blades pierce her skin. A notification shows the monster's ability, which causes the mana sword to dissolve. The creature mocks the protagonist's mana, saying the amount is very low. Junseo says he already expected the strike wouldn't be enough to defeat the monster, and tells her to relax as he has other cards up his sleeve and activates a new skill. Feeling the energy, she is shocked and stares at the protagonist. A large pink sword appears, and the creature wonders if that is demonic energy. Seeing the sword, she realizes the danger and thinks she needs to dodge the strike. He attacks with the sword, and the Naga tries to flee, but the previous skill activates again. Confused, the creature turns around and sees that she has been caught. One of the light swords from the first attack hits her squarely in the back. She glares at the pink sword and calls our boy a rat. The sword is enveloped by an aura, hitting her as she screams that she will finish off the protagonist. He sends the weapon straight at the Naga, who is pierced by it but manages to hide in the shadows. The young man realizes that her ability allows her to disappear, and that he needs to trap her to attack. Hidden, the creature watches our boy from afar. Suddenly, the monster spits out a large amount of poison. But Junseo transforms his weapon into a shield and blocks the attack. With the impact, a green explosion occurs, creating a large cloud of poison. He recognizes the attack as the Naga Poison Cloud and prepares himself. The screen shows that his weapon has a purification aura that nullifies any poison. Another notification warns that the poisonous cloud is draining our boy's mana. The protagonist feels his energy diminishing and realizes he is in a complicated situation. He decides that the best course of action is to leave the poison area. To do this, he throws his rope dart up to the top of the dungeon. The weapon gets stuck in the cave ceiling, allowing him to swing. Using the rope, Junsu escapes the poison cloud, but the Naga attacks with her tail. The creature hits him, and he is thrown back by the impact of the attack. Even injured, he tries to use one of his skills to counterattack. However, the screen warns him that he does not have enough mana to use any skill. Kneeling, Junsu faces the creature, which says that his mana is gone. The Naga screams and tells him to stay still so she can devour him. But the protagonist stares at the monster. He then says that she still doesn't understand and that here the predator is not her. His weapon shines and the recovery skill restores all of Junsu's mana. He summons the pink sword and throws it towards the Naga, which hits her squarely. With the strike, she falls to the ground. A screen warns that the energy master has been defeated and the dungeon has been purified. Clearing the dungeon increased his absorption of demonic energy. He gains 200 energy, accumulating a total of 450 points. The notification reveals that he gained the skills Disintegrate and Combine. Junsu thinks he can use his new skills for something useful. But first, he says he needs to grab the most important item the creature left behind. He approaches the Naga's body and picks up a fang that was on the ground. A screen reveals that the item is the contaminated Naga Raja Venomous Fang, rarity B+. He recognizes the object and comments that being hit by that hurts a lot. Our boy says he can transform the fang into something useful with the skills he just gained. The screen explains that the Disintegrate skill turns an item into basic materials, and the other skill allows him to combine materials to create new items and weapons. Junsu decides to use the Disintegrate skill on his rope weapon. The notification shows that the dart has been broken down into several materials, save in the system. Then he decides to combine the Naga's venomous fang with a spiritual core. With the items in hand, he activates the combined skill. A screen warns that the combination was successful and he gained the Purified Venomous Fang. The item is now a rarity A+ and provides a significant increase in mana and strength. Junsu reflects that he has done this in a past life but didn't think he would do it again. Without thinking twice, he plunges the fang into his own chest. With the impact, he feels immense pain. Falling to his knees, he starts to cough. At that moment, a blue energy courses through his body and his veins glow. The transformation is so strong that his body seems to be breaking apart. He screams in pain on the ground as the blue energy explodes everywhere with immense force. A huge explosion of blue light fills the dungeon. Gradually, the dust settles and the energy calms. With the transformation complete, Junsu takes a step forward and says that now things are going to get serious. He can finally affirm that he is ready for whatever comes next. He realizes that injecting the poison into himself nearly doubled his total mana. Moreover, our boy feels his body lighter and more agile. Junsu then grabs the sword that was embedded in the creature's chest. With a swift motion, he tests his new strength and finishes off the monster. The protagonist realizes that he is now strong enough to compare himself to a rank B warrior. Suddenly, several system screens start flashing in front of him. The notifications show that he absorbed the fang and gained increases in strength, dexterity, and mana. His status screen also reveals that he now possesses a purification aura. Even with the new power, the young man knows he still needs more items to accelerate his growth. Our boy finds a red gem on the creature's body. A screen reveals that the item is the essence of the Naga Raja and can cure any rank B poison. He comments that he finally got everything he needed from that monster. Elsewhere, we see someone running. A young man with white hair turns around startled. Breathlessly walking through the woods, it seems he is fleeing from a threat. He realizes he is no longer being pursued. But suddenly, a surprise attack hits him. At that moment, the Mayo appears, observing the body on the ground. His mission to eliminate potential heroes has been successfully completed. The reward for defeating a rank C Awaken is 500 million won. Then the Mayo complains that he would have acted differently if he had known the mission's objective from the start. Without wasting time, he decides to access the system shop. The exclusive shop of the guild Fantasy of the Void appears with various basic items. But he is not impressed and asks to switch to the premium shop. For special members, it reveals more expensive and powerful items such as elixirs and portals. He notices that the prices of the special items are higher. He wonders if the reward for the new follow-up mission is worth it. The screen reveals that the prize is 1 billion won and he becomes interested. With that amount, the Mayo thinks he will be able to buy an item to break rank B portals. A screen explains that this item is a crystal that destroys portals and releases monsters from the dungeon. He then wonders what the target of the mission will be, but does not realize that someone is watching him. Hidden, a masked guy confirms that the rumors about a player killer were true. Realizing the danger, he decides he cannot fight alone and tries to call for reinforcements. But suddenly, the Mayo appears and prevents him from grabbing his communicator. The spy is paralyzed with fear. The Mayo asks if he was trying to call someone. With nowhere to run, the guy becomes desperate. The Mayo then cuts him down. The body falls. And the Mayo then says it's time to make money and walks away from the scene. The scene shifts to a city at night, and we see the Overkill Guild building. Inside, Taehan calls the protagonist and says they have a serious problem. In his room, Junsu hears the master say he sent someone to watch the heroes as he requested. Taehan reveals that the member who was watching has been found dead, and continues saying that the potential hero who was being observed has also been defeated. Our boy remembers that the association hid such cases in his past life to avoid conflicts. He realizes that the same thing is happening now with the media not reporting the crimes. Knowing that the association will not help, he decides to handle everything on his own. He remembers that a major incident occurred around this time and knows how the culprit will act. Taehan then says they need to prepare someone for what is to come. He says he will personally take care of the matter, but our boy has another idea. Junsu then tells him to focus on something else important. We see a woman in a wheelchair walking with her dog. From the top of a building, someone watches her from afar. The girl continues on her way, unaware that she's being watched. Suddenly, the woman stops in the middle of the sidewalk. Looking up at the sky, the girl halts her wheelchair. She turns and asks the person in the shadows to show themselves. The woman says she noticed she was being followed since the office and asks what he wants. The man introduces himself as the vice chief of the Overkill Guild and asks how she noticed him. She replies that it would be strange not to notice someone following her, and her dog barks. The girl asks what the guild wants with her, and he says he will explain. She directly asks who ordered him to watch her, but before he can respond, the dog starts barking. Suddenly, the Mayo leaps from the rooftop and attacks the woman with his sword. The vice chief acts quickly and blocks the attack. The impact is so strong that the man's armored hand is damaged. Without wasting time, he counterattacks. The Mayo laments the interference and says the mission could have been easier. He complains that lately many have been showing up to disrupt his plans. The vice chief asks Mrs. Kim if she can run, but the girl shakes her head, saying he is too fast. The guy tells her to wait and says he will handle the chief, activating his ability. With the stone skin ability, the ground trembles and he prepares for combat. Without hesitation, the vice chief runs at full speed towards the chief. The Mayo uses his first sword technique and strikes with a red aura. The wailing phantom flash technique creates a trail of black energy that advances rapidly. The strike hits the vice chief and sends him flying backward. The Mayo appears behind Miss Kim and says it's all over as he turns to the woman. Out of nowhere, a large blue energy shield appears. Junsu arrives and defends the girl from the chief's attack with his light blade. The Mayo complains that people keep showing up, and our boy says there's no point in explaining. Our boy says the chief will die here and summons several blue swords around him. Junsu stares at the Mayo and says he will die right here. Then all the energy swords fly up towards him. The Mayo is surprised by the power and wonders if Junsu is a summoner for creating so many weapons. Despite this, he thinks he can dodge but admits the attack is threatening. The Mayo dodges the blades and thinks about how strong they are. Jumping, he grumbles that such strong players shouldn't be showing up now. Suddenly, the protagonist wonders who that guy is. And the Mayo is shocked by Junsu's speed and doesn't understand anything. Our boy asks if he works for the cat, but the Mayo doubts he can get any information from him. Our boy gives a smile and remembers that he even lost to the cat. At that moment, the Mayo understands everything and screams that it makes sense. Filled with rage, he accuses the protagonist of working with the cat and charges forward. Seeing him approach, our boy remains calm and extends his hand to prepare. He remembers that the cat said the Mayo attacks in a straight line, so he summons a blue shield. The Mayo moves quickly and dodges the shield, saying the attack is too slow for him. The protagonist then snaps his fingers and says everything went as he expected. Suddenly, the Mayo becomes confused, seeing several light cylinders appearing at his feet. Junsu realizes that the opponent's movements are simple and predictable. Then he puts on the hood, and the cylinders explode in a flash of very bright light. The Mayo screams in pain with blinded eyes, and the protagonist activates an ability. The combined ability allows him to use materials from his inventory to create new items. Even without seeing, the Mayo feels something dangerous coming his way. A pink energy attack hits his sword, but he says he can defeat a weakling. The Mayo keeps running and shouts that he can fight even while blind. The protagonist smiles and asks who said he was fighting alone. Mrs. Kim uses her animal communication ability, and the dog is enveloped in a green aura. The Mayo notices the movement but has no time to react to the new attack. Without warning, the dog leaps and bites the Mayo's shoulder hard, making him scream in pain. Taking advantage of the distraction, our boy prepares to finish the fight. With the pink sword, the protagonist attacks the Mayo, who screams in pain from the blow. Filled with rage, the Mayo yells to let him go and kicks the dog away. Recovering his vision, the Mayo faces our boy and promises to finish him off right there. A screen alerts that he has been poisoned and his abilities have been reduced, making him complain. Without giving him time to recover, Junsu summons a giant sword of blue energy. With a powerful movement, the protagonist strikes the opponent squarely with the blade. The impact is so strong that a giant blue aura envelops his body. The Mayo is startled to see Junsu summoning items to attack from all directions. A huge explosion of blue light occurs at the spot where the Mayo was. Our boy is surprised that he dodged the blow even while being poisoned. Looking up, he realizes that the Mayo has fled to the roof of a building. From high above, the Mayo prepares and says he wants to see how he will handle his next attack. He then activates his second sword technique for a much more powerful strike. His blade begins to shine with a red and black aura, much darker. Jumping, the Mayo uses the spectral death cut and launches the energy towards everyone. Without hesitation, our boy runs and throws himself in front of the attack. The black energy blade advances with destructive force. But the blow is blocked by a wall of blue energy, creating many sparks. The girl is shocked and asks how he managed, while the protagonist looks exhausted. To protect everyone, our boy had to create a giant energy barrier. Kneeling and panting, he realizes he has used almost all his mana to stop that blow. But Junsu knows that the poison must be taking effect and just needs to land the final blow. Up above, the Mayo doesn't understand who this guy is that seems to know his every move. He realizes it's as if Junsu has a strategy just for him. But the Mayo refuses to lose to someone who has only been a player for a few months. He thinks that this will not happen. Then, filled with rage, the Mio charges for one last, desperate attack. However, when he strikes, the protagonist stops him in mid-air using a new ability. The system screen shows the Link ability, which allows him to control the opponent's weapon. The Mio's own sword turns and strikes him squarely in the chest. Surprised, he realizes that Junsu saved that trick for the end. Completely defeated, the Mayo falls to his knees on the ground as blood flows. Our boy then explains that the poison prevents him from using mana and from escaping by killing himself. At that moment, the girl thanks him for saving her and asks what is happening. The protagonist says he will explain everything later. Suddenly, a mysterious red butterfly appears and starts flying through the alley. Seeing the butterfly, the Mayo realizes that it perceives something. He then asks her to contact someone and tells them to call an ambulance for his friend. The butterfly lands in the pool of blood and seems to absorb everything. The protagonist and Mrs. Kim turn around startled. The creature transforms into a red mass and our boy wonders what that is. Suddenly, the Mayo wakes up in another location while his body is being healed. Someone then appears and speaks to the Mio, saying that he was all messed up back there. He gets irritated and says he didn't need help, but the woman tells him not to stress, and that he can't do much after being reborn. The Mayo asks what she is doing there, and she replies that she came to help, explaining that she was summoned by a guild member who completed the mission to call her. The Mio then says that she is an intermediate boss and doesn't care, as the world is going to end. But she then complains that he hasn't changed at all and continues doing random things. She asks if he wants help. She offers an item to break B-rank portals and he asks what the condition is. She says that the master has been patient and that it's time for him to do his job, leaving the boy irritated, and then reminds him that he only has one life left and therefore doesn't have much choice. The Mayo takes the item and tells her to be careful as this world is different, but the woman says she will be careful. The scene takes place in front of a hospital at night. Inside, the guild master runs desperately through the corridors. Suddenly, he stops, for he sees Mrs. Kim greeting him. The man is shocked and asks the protagonist what he is doing there. Mrs. Kim explains that Junsu and the Overkill Guild saved her. Our boy says he already explained the basics and that Mr. Yun can tell the rest. But the guild master grabs him and demands an explanation, angry that a member of his guild was attacked. Junsu responds that he wouldn't believe it, but the leader insists on hearing. The guild master then asks how he knew about the attack, but the dog jumps at him, and the girl says to him not to make that face because he looks like a criminal. She explains that Overkill is investigating the recent deaths. The guild master remembers hearing something about this in a meeting. Junsu warns that the culprits will likely return to get Mrs. Kim. Our boy says that as long as he protects her, nothing bad will happen. The protagonist says he can use the girl's power whenever he wants, and the man gets irritated. Mrs. Kim confirms it was a way to thank him, but the guild master doesn't seem to like the idea. At this, Junsu says his job is done and it will start now. He turns and faces them, and asks what he wants now. The guild leader says he knows the young man thinks he is just a bandit, but he has to say one thing. He extends his hand and thanks for all the help. The protagonist just stares, but they shake hands and our boy says it was nothing special. After that, he walks out of the building. He summons Elizabeth, who asks why she was called. Our boy shows a photo on his phone and asks if she knows what that is. She asks where he got that photo. Junsu asks if she recognizes the ability and she says that it's called Red Flower, and explains that the user is named Isabel and is a vampire who trained with her. Junsu asks if the vampire is a player from another world and Elizabeth says it could be. He then thinks she could be as strong as Elizabeth and that he can't fight now. Kneeling and tired, he admits he doesn't have enough mana to face all the enemies. Our boy realizes he only survived the last attack because he improved his stats beforehand. For now, he decides to focus on solving the current problem. It is explained that not all dungeons are portals. There are hidden dungeons where one can obtain special artifacts. Then our boy opens the door to an ancient temple. These places are, in fact, dimensional rifts that serve as secret dungeons. Inside, the young man faces a giant statue of Buddha in a dark hall. He thinks that only hero candidates could enter there, but he has a universal key. Suddenly, his companion appears and says they have arrived. The protagonist asks if the creature can open the portal and she confirms. Then the pigeon uses its power and a large red crack appears in the air. A mission screen pops up saying he must defeat the guardian to attain an artifact. Our boy then enters a mystical forest. A system screen warns that a player has been detected and the guardian has awakened. A mysterious voice says that this place is not for an intruder. The voice continues saying he has no right to be there. Then a giant black tiger appears and the voice says he will pay with his life. Unfazed, the protagonist summons a large pink energy sword. He says he has no time to waste with guardians. The enormous tiger roars, ready to attack. With a swift motion, he launches the pink blade of all of his strength, causing it to be cut in half. But the tiger splits into two smaller copies after the attack. The two beasts run towards him, and the protagonist knows only one is the original. He thinks the common strategy would be to figure out which is the true creature. However, Junsu will not follow that plan and summons several blue swords around him. He says he doesn't need to worry about that kind of strategy. All the blue energy swords fly and hit the tiger with full force. The beast roars in pain as the blades pierce its body. After the attack, only one of the tigers remains and stares at our boy in fear. The protagonist just looks at the creature that roars in anger. The monster tries to bite him, but our boy is confused by the little tiger hanging from his arm. The creature has turned into a plushie. He then cuts the creature again. Now only the keychains are left. One of the tigers points to a portal and says he can pass to the next stage. A system screen appears and informs that the mission has been successfully completed. Then another screen informs that he will be moved to the location of the next test. He says passing the second test will cause the rift to close. The new mission is to defeat the second guardian to obtain a mysterious artifact. In the new location, our boy faces a mysterious silhouette that looks like him. The shadowy figure is surrounded by a blue aura and raises its hand. Suddenly, the enemy activates the grid world ability and summons several energy swords like Junseo's. Then the monster reveals itself to be a doppelganger, an exact copy of the protagonist. Junseo remembers this from his past life and doesn't seem surprised. The creature begins to attack, and Junseo also launches all his blue blades towards his clone, and says that this only makes him an easier target, causing a huge explosion. The dust from the explosion settles, and we see the damage Junseo has done. He realizes that fighting from a distance is pointless since both have the same abilities. Our boy then creates something. The creature advances to attack, but becomes confused. Our boy says he can do things the doppelganger can't and summons a weapon. A screen explains that the sword increases his weapon mastery to the maximum level. In the blink of an eye, he slices the clone in half with a precise cut. The clone's body falls to the ground and dissolves into a puddle. Junseo says this is what comes next while holding a purple dagger. This weapon has a powerful poison that drains mana and reduces abilities by 30%. Suddenly, the clone begins to regenerate, and the system warns that it is reviving. The copy completely reconstructs itself. The screen warns that its attributes have increased by 150%. The clone summons its own energy sword for the fight, and runs towards our boy. But Junseo just puts the sword forward. The blades clash. The clone doesn't understand what happened, but the protagonist realizes that the clone's power only increased its physical attributes. The doppelganger starts swinging the sword without technique. Our boy thinks that, without skills, the clone is just attacking randomly. He begins to defend all the attacks with ease. The copy becomes overwhelmed with the attacks, and is thrown back by the combined force of the blows. He then prepares a huge downward attack with his energy sword. Suddenly, something seems off in the clone's eye as it prepares the attack. The protagonist simply observes the enemy's movement. He then asks why the clone is trembling and what is happening. Junseo asks if he is feeling anything unusual in his body. Desperate, the clone launches a rain of blue swords towards our boy, but the protagonist defends all the attacks with hardly any effort. The clone is panting, and the scream warns that its mana has run out due to the poison. Junseo then explains that he stabbed the dagger into it before the regeneration began. He activates his grid world ability to finish the fight. The pink dagger hits the clone, and then pierces it with the giant sword. With victory, a system screen appears and notifies that the mission has been successfully completed. He receives a mirror and a scroll for defeating himself in battle. The two items then appear floating in front of Junseo as a reward. Without thinking much, he decides to use the scroll, and the system shows a list of abilities. Junseo then holds the item and chooses the creation ability to enhance. The screen notifies that the skill is leveled up, and now he can add elemental attributes. He then chooses the lightning element, and an electric sword appears. The system screen confirms that he can now add the lightning attribute to his weapons. Our boy then tests his new power, and an electric sword appears in his hand. He dispels the weapon and prepares to leave the location. Back at the temple, his companion flies around him while he inspects the ground. He picks up the remains of the clone and says he will use them to create new items. He then takes the bronze mirror and says that this is the real prize. The dove thinks the item is bad, and the protagonist says that's why it was sold in the past. Other ancient artifacts appear floating around him. He then remembers defeating a fox and obtaining a bronze sword. Another memory shows him finishing off a goblin and earning an ancient bell. He opens his inventory and confirms that he has all the materials he needs. Outside the temple, our boy stares at the artifacts floating in the air. He then grabs the last bronze item he needed to complete the set, and says that this is why he came, and the items begin to shine. He throws all the artifacts into the air. A system screen warns that the artifacts are resonating and starting to merge. The items fuse into an intense light in the sky as Junseo watches. The light dissipates and reveals a golden belt with a screen notifying that he has obtained it. The screen explains that the belt allows copying a target's ability for 1 hour. Without hesitation, the protagonist reaches out and grabs the new item. Another screen alerts him that he has discovered a secret combination and moves to the next stage. The system informs him that he has uncovered the hero advantage of celestial beings. Our boy then asks the pigeon who the heroes mentioned on the screen are. The creature explains that they were hero candidates who passed the final mission. Junseo says they entered the rift to face a god but ended up failing. With a determined look, he asserts that he won't let that happen again. He then summons a ring that allows him to use mana drain ability on targets. Junseo decides to combine the two items, and an intense light envelops him. The fusion is a success, and the screen informs him that he has obtained the greed of the sovereign. The S-rank ring is extremely powerful, copying abilities and stealing mana just by touching the target once per day. He says this will solve his mana problems and earns the title of Hero Candidate. A screen then alerts him that the main mission has been unlocked and asks if he wants to teleport. Without wasting time, Junsu accepts the mission. He is then enveloped by light and remembers the 6 heroes he encountered in his past life. But this time, he promises he will find the 6 and all the others who were not found. The main objective is to pass the test of a celestial being to become a hero. He then arrives at a grand palace with ancient architecture. The protagonist appears inside a hall on a pillar of golden light. Inside, he faces a mysterious woman who says she hasn't had visitors in a while. Sitting on a throne, she asks what he is doing in that place. A screen identifies her as Queen Sobiul, a descendant of a celestial god. Our boy then kneels and says he came to pass her test and become a hero. The queen calls him arrogant and doubts that a rank C like him can become a hero. She then lifts his chin, says she can see through him, and that he will fail, and offers him the chance to leave so he can continue living. The protagonist says he wouldn't have come this far if he were afraid of dying. He says that to get stronger, one must take risks. The queen then starts to laugh, but her smile fades and she calls him a fool, telling him to know his place. The woman then says that his death will change nothing, but the young man responds that he came prepared, and asks for a chance, saying he will prove his worth to her. The queen is one of the 6 heroes and grants special abilities. He already knew that finding her was easier since she doesn't require a specific rank. And to top it off, the protagonist has an item that will greatly help in her test. Queen Sobiul says she likes our boy's courage. She then says that either he is very good or he is just a fool. A pillar of fire appears and she explains the mission: defeat the demon Chaos and his followers. Sitting on the throne, the woman tells the young man to show what he's made of. The protagonist smiles and accepts the challenge. Done and done, our boy is sent to another location. There he encounters 2 monsters called Maddie, strong but not very intelligent. One of the guardians notices Junsu's presence and is surprised. The creatures ask if he thinks he can pass through them, and the protagonist confirms. Our boy then tells the monsters to get out of the way or face the consequences. The guardians are confused by the young man's attitude. They call him arrogant, and one of them charges at the protagonist. Junsu then uses his creation ability to make a new item. The monster attacks but hits a blue energy shield. A screen explains that he created an A-rank shield with the soul of a guardian goblin. The item's ability reduces the power of demons and can frighten them. The 2 monsters are paralyzed with fear and their powers are diminished. The creatures panic at the shield and decide to flee. Suddenly, several followers of Chaos appear and say they sensed an intruder. They then break down the temple door to find who invaded the place. One of the monsters shouts for everyone to catch the intruder. Our boy is then surrounded by dozens of enemies. Junsu activates the grid world and summons several energy daggers. One of the enemies, who appears to be a wizard, is hit by one of the blades and becomes furious. The young man identifies the wizard and prepares for the next move. He lunges forward and grabs the wizard monster before it can react. The protagonist uses his mana-draining ability to weaken the enemy, and says that the mage's mana isn't much, but it's enough for the plan. The other followers of Chaos get irritated with the scene. All the monsters rush to attack our boy at once. But the young man uses his mass production ability and adds a new attribute. The enemies become confused when their weapons start to emit lightning. Suddenly, a rain of electric swords falls from the sky. The protagonist then uses his link ability to control all the weapons. A huge electric explosion hits all the followers of Chaos. He then finishes draining all the mana from the mage he was holding. All the enemies fall to the ground, charred by the protagonist's electric attack. Suddenly, a creature appears and says he seems quite experienced. The monster then says that the protagonist will be an interesting prey. The screen reveals that he is the demon Chaos, one of the 4 he must defeat. Our boy responds that, in fact, he is the one who came to hunt the demon. But the monster says he will fight to survive and activates a curse ability. A bizarre monster with multiple arms appears screaming. A scream warns that the curse of the cursed minion is spreading. A system alert warns that in 60 seconds his soul will be sucked. Our boy understands that the trick is to force him to fight against the boss and the minions. But the protagonist has a plan and summons his shield to neutralize the enemy's trick. The screen then warns that the shield guardian will attack the cursed minion. The blue spirit of the shield advances and grabs the monster. The guardian then slams the minion to the ground and neutralizes the demon's curse. The screen warns that the power of all monsters and curses has been halved. Chaos says that Junsu thought of a good way to fight the minion. The demon praises his tricks, and the screen warns that his power has been reduced. But he still says he can hunt our boy with ease, even while weaker. The demon then leaps and attacks with his axe, but the protagonist defends the blow. He uses his combat mastery ability to enhance his powers. He slides back, and prepares to continue the fight against the demon. The enemy is surprised and praises the protagonist's sword skills. Excited by the fight, Chaos charges again to attack the young man with his axe. The weapons clash violently and create a massive shockwave. The protagonist thinks that even with the debuff, the opponent is still very strong, but our boy manages to defend the attack with his energy sword. Chaos activates his cursed soul ability to change the fight. Pink souls begin to emerge from the bodies of the defeated followers. They will attack Junsu, but the blue daggers start piercing the pink souls in the sky. He then realizes that the young man is using the spears he summoned earlier. Chaos understands that the protagonist knew everything he was going to do. His ability adds 20% elemental and piercing damage. He charges and hits the demon squarely with his electric sword in the chest. Our boy says he finally managed to reach him, but the enemy grips the blade tightly, even while gravely injured. The opponent then asks what he will do now. Junso grabs his arm and says he will end the fight. His ring glows and he copies the cursed minion's master ability. The demon is surprised and the scream warns that the curse is spreading. He says the young man's efforts are futile and that his soul will be sucked soon. Desperate, Chaos grabs the sword and pulls it from his body. He tries to use his ability again with the multi-armed creature, but Junso activates his grid world ability for the final blow. The sword advances and tears off both of the opponent's arms. He screams in pain and remains. But he says that, even with control over the minions, this won't change anything and transforms. The transformed demon screams that he will kill everyone and charges, while our boy just waits. Suddenly, the shield guardian is summoned, and Junso challenges him to attack. The monster in its tiger form charges fiercely at our boy. Junso looks at the timer and sees there are 50 seconds left. He needs to hold on with what he has. The creature dodges the various energy blades falling towards it. The beast is agile. Then the opponent uses an ability called Dark Pull and creates a magic circle on the ground. Junso begins to be pulled forcefully towards the enemy, but the masked guardian of his shield appears to protect him from the attack. The giant blue creature then charges fiercely at the beast on the ground. The guardian's attack causes a gigantic explosion of energy inside the temple, but Chaos doesn't give up and launches its attack called Tiger Strike. To defend himself, our boy activates his shield and reduces the power of the enemy's strike. The energy tiger attack explodes upon hitting the blue barrier. Even with the attack failing, the creature advances. Junso then uses his creation ability and summons electric chains in the air. The chains quickly wrap around the enemy, who is quite surprised by the trap. Then he imbues the lightning element and electrocutes the monster, frying it completely. With 35 seconds left, the creature falls to the ground as Junso advances. The monster screams in pain with the electric chains coursing through its body, but with a roar of anger, the enemy manages to break free and shatters the chains. Our boy just watches in surprise. Without wasting time, the creature uses the wave of destruction and prepares to attack. It fires a massive energy beam from its mouth with full power. Junso narrowly dodges the deadly attack and escapes the danger. The creature's strike causes a gigantic explosion inside the temple. Junso sees the destruction and realizes the situation is becoming desperate. With 25 seconds left, the shield guardian appears behind the protagonist. The creature then screams for him to disappear and charges to attack the shield guardian. Suddenly, he begins. He then uses body sacrifice, and a part of his body simply explodes. The demon casts the black thorn curse on the protagonist, but on his face, Junso says it was about time to end everything. The dark thorns then fall from the sky towards our boy's silhouette. A scream warns that the curse cannot be avoided and disables his mana skills. The demon then charges with everything and creates a massive explosion at the site. The creature says it finally caught Junso and attacks him. With only 10 seconds left, the protagonist stares him down. The beast then opens its mouth to devour our boy once and for all. But the protagonist uses the familiar summoning ability and expends his demonic energy. Suddenly, giant red hands grab the monster's mouth and stop its attack. Elizabeth then appears and says she won't let anyone hurt her master. The creature screams that this alone won't be enough to stop him. Several red arms emerge from the ground and seize its body. The arms then completely immobilize the monster, which cannot move. But it says it will defeat him anyway and prepares to attack. Even while dying, the creature says it will use its wave of destruction one more time. Junso responds that this is the wrong answer for him. Junso says the enemy was doomed from the start of the fight. The monster is surprised to see it cannot use its attack ability. It is pinned to the ground. The scream warns that time is up, and the minion devours the offering, which is the demon. Desperate, the enemy screams that it cannot lose to such a useless prey. The protagonist just watches. After the enemy's defeat, a bamboo item falls to the temple floor. Our boy then picks up the item and the screen announces that he has gained the cursed minion. He is surprised because in his past life, the minion was destroyed forever. The screen describes that the rank item increases the effects of curses and necromancy. Junso thanks Elizabeth and she says it was nothing much and that she didn't do much. The two walk and he says it's time to claim his first reward. Back at the palace, the queen admits she was wrong to call him a naive fool. She says it was an impressive fight and he replies that he only used what he knew. The woman then approaches him and asks if he is lying, but Junso denies it. Then the queen lifts our boy's chin and says there might be something about him she doesn't know. She says she will see what it is and touches Junso's forehead with her finger. Suddenly, she has a vision of a powerful entity with glowing red eyes. With the vision, the woman is completely shocked and speechless. Looking at the protagonist, she says that now everything makes sense, and that she was wrong about him. She understands that he was chosen by a higher divinity and that she is just a step in his path. The woman then tells our boy to get up because he has proven himself worthy of being a hero. As the goddess of heroes, she declares him a hero of the celestial beings and a light surrounds him. A huge pillar of golden light rises from the temple towards the sky and envelops our boy. A system screen warns that he has completed the mission and reached rank B. He also acquires the characteristic of a hero of celestial beings that increases his stats. The queen then snaps her fingers and says he deserves an appropriate reward. A golden bow and a shining item appear in front of the protagonist. The screen describes that the celestial bow converts damage to holy and adds piercing damage and overpowered item. Junseo says that the celestial bow will be very useful for his future battles, but he takes the shining item and says that this is indeed the true greater reward. The screen explains that the rank a seed absorbs mana to be able to bloom later. He thinks that the best thing is to keep the item until it blossoms. The woman says she will send him wherever he wants, and Junseo thanks her for the favor. She asks if someone is waiting for him, and he says no, but that they need his help. We see someone on a plane looking out the window. Suddenly, an energy rift appears in the sky in the direction the plane is heading. Out of nowhere, a bizarre creature with white wings appears in the middle of the city. People are confused, wondering if it is a monster or an angel. Suddenly, a system screen appears in front of one of the guys. The creature then speaks, saying it brought an invitation, and everyone is shocked that it can talk. One of the guys there is completely in shock at the situation. It spreads its wings and warns that only those who meet the requirements can accept the invitation. With a bizarre smile, it says that those who are unqualified will be eliminated. Then the creature unleashes its powers and attacks everyone who run away in desperation. In the midst of the chaos, a woman trips and falls to the ground. She asks the monster to back off as the dark tentacles approach. But out of nowhere, a flaming sword appears and blocks the attack. Taehyun appears with his flaming sword and protects the fallen woman. He then tells the girl to run away as fast as possible, and she thanks him. Taehyun remembers that Junseo warned him about the monster that would appear. Without thinking twice, he charges forward to attack the bizarre creature. He runs full speed and tries to strike the skeletal creature with his sword. The monster then uses its ability, and bone spears shoot up from the ground. But Taehyun manages to dodge just in time. The creature uses the ability to explode the bones, but Taehyun manages to dodge. He realizes he will need more power to break the monster's barrier. The creature then launches a rain of bone stakes in his direction. With no choice, Taehyun activates his berserk ability to increase his power. He then leaps forward to attack. Determined, he activates the maximum power of his berserk ability. And with a final strike, he attacks the monster with his giant flaming sword. The monster is hit directly by Taehyun's flame attack. With the impact, a massive explosion of fire occurs in the middle of the street. The creature's skull then falls to the ground, completely shattered by the blow. He thinks that the creature was strong and that Junseo's weapon helped him a lot, and then decides to get the civilians out of there as there may be other monsters. But the winged creature uses a resurrection ability, and the creature returns surrounded by dark energy, and heads towards Taehyun. But someone destroys the creature with a sword strike from behind. Taehyun is shocked to see this. Someone says that the creature can only be defeated with holy attacks. At that moment, Junseo appears and congratulates his friend on the job. The protagonist then receives a black key for defeating the monster. A system screen then appears in front of Taehyun. The mission warns that the world will be destroyed in 7 days if they fail. Taehyun is surprised, and Junseo explains that it is a mission for all players, and that it won't be too difficult and that they just need to prepare well. The scene then cuts to an abandoned warehouse somewhere. Maya looks at his mission screen and complains that the world is a mess. His mission is to stop the protagonist and delay the progress of the current scenario. He wonders how a new player emerged so quickly in less than 6 months. He takes his phone and sees a picture of Junseo and his friend talking, and is surprised to discover that the guy who defeated him is the new player. Reflecting that even being rank C, Junseo almost completely defeated him. He thinks that the protagonist has everything he needs to save the world. Then he accesses the shop and decides to buy a dimensional rift generator. He says he knows where Junseo is going and that he will wait for him there. He bought a dagger that creates a dimensional rift that allows a person to enter a portal in a place called the Temple of Fanatics. One of the members shouts for everyone to protect the sacred relic with their lives. Junseo appears in the middle of the temple and is surrounded by the fanatics of the place. Calmly, he summons several blue energy swords around him and launches all of his blades. The swords pierce the fanatics and defeat them easily in seconds. After the battle, our boy stands still observing the bodies on the ground. He then walks towards a shining chalice that is on an altar and takes the vampiric chalice, but says he doesn't have time to take everything. He thinks about grabbing something for Elizabeth and that he needs help to collect the items. A mission screen appears and warns that he needs to defeat a hidden boss. Then the protagonist uses his ability and summons Elizabeth to help him. He points to the crystals and asks the vampire to mine everything for him. She gets irritated and asks if she was called for manual labor, but he says it's for the mission. He says he needs help to create an item for her and that the boss will escape. With no time to explain, he summons a light pickaxe for her. With bloodied hands, she mines the crystals and complains that she will never forget the humiliation. Junseo remembers that there is a secret door around there. He then finds a hidden button on the wall and presses it. The door opens and he recalls that in his past life he was attacked by monsters there. But upon entering the room, he is shocked, for the place is filled with the bodies of the fanatics he was supposed to face. As he approaches, he realizes they died recently. Then he walks through the room wondering who got there first. Suddenly, a voice says he took too long, and Junseo recognizes it immediately. The protagonist asks how the person knew he would be there. Then Maya reveals that he knew the boy would prepare for the trial. He holds the essence of a vampire and says he knew Junseo wouldn't lose to the boss. Maya warns that he won't fall for the same trick twice, and says he has understood everything about the protagonist. Mio charges forward and says he won't give Junseo time to think. He tries to attack and says he will keep the protagonist busy, but he notices something. Junsu summons a blue energy shield and protects himself from the blow, and says that he won't defeat him like that. Mio is surprised and wonders if Junsu has gotten stronger, saying it doesn't matter because he will never be defeated in hand-to-hand combat. Junsu attacks, but Mio taunts, saying our boy can't keep up with his pace. Junsu replies that he doesn't need to and uses his creation ability. Several blue energy blades fly towards Mio. He manages to dodge and says he won't fall for that. Junsu then leaps over Mio and attacks him. The two then exchange blows with their swords. Junsu says that this is enough for his plan. The two continue the intense exchange of blows with their energy swords. Mio can't believe it and thinks that just the power of a player wouldn't make him so strong. He tries to think of a new strategy for the fight. Suddenly, a golden weapon flies towards him and he barely dodges, and he realizes that Junsu is attacking him to break his rhythm and he can't get close. But out of nowhere, the energy shield appears again. Junsu then slams the shield hard against the ground. Mio says that Junsu's technique reminds him of something he knows, but he hadn't noticed the sword coming from behind, but managed to defend at the last second and wonders what kind of trick that is. But he finally notices that Junsu has disappeared from in front of him. Our boy appears behind him and uses the ability of his ring to copy Mio's skill. He then manages to copy his rank of sword skill, which irritates him, and he tells the protagonist to get his hands off. Junsu then attacks him with his dagger and poisons him, reducing his abilities. Junsu angrily asks where Mio learned that sword skill. He says it's impossible because the manual for that technique hasn't been found yet, but Mio says he will have to defeat him first. Desperate, he accesses the system shop and spends all his money on a fury potion. He didn't want to use that, but with no choice takes the potion that increases his stats at the cost of his sanity. But he praises our boy, saying he's not so bad. Then Mio enters fury mode and a scream warns that his attributes have increased by 200%. With his new power, he prepares to use his third sword technique, and shouts that now he will finish off Mio once and for all. The technique creates a whirlwind of dark energy, but the protagonist mocks him, asking if that's all he can do after so many threats. Our boy says he doesn't even know how to use the potential of his own ability and that increasing stats doesn't help. He explains that Mio's strikes seem random but actually follow a pattern. The scream warns that the copied ability combined with his mastery of combat maximizes his power with the sword. Junsu thinks that the strength of the attack only makes the counterattack easier since he can see the pattern and react. Mio's technique advances with dark energy, but Junsu counters with a grid of blue energy blades. Hit squarely, Mio can't believe he was caught by the blow. With the impact, a great explosion of light occurs at the site. After the dust settles, we see Mio on the ground and the protagonist with his sword. Junsu approaches and tells him to give up because no one will help him. But he refuses to lose and grabs a pink dagger for one last strike. He tries to use the dagger, but our boy blocks it, cutting his arm. The protagonist realizes he tried to escape with a dagger that cuts dimensions. Junsu says that now he has no more lives and Mio mocks the situation. Our boy then points the sword and tells him to answer his questions if he wants to live. But Mio denies, saying he can't because his soul is controlled. He then smiles and says the protagonist knows nothing about them. Mio reveals that people like him became monsters to survive and betrayed their worlds. Laughing nonstop, he warns that soon Junsu will understand what he means. All that can be seen is blood flying. He then returns to the main room and closes the door behind him. The protagonist is surprised to see the scene. Elizabeth has finished mining and asks if he has dealt with everything. She complains about being left behind, and Junsu uses his ability. The essence of the vampire improves the quality of the item he is creating. She continues to complain about the treatment, but falls silent when he hands her the shiny item. He explains that it is an elixir that will increase her attributes. Elizabeth is happy and thanks Junsu for the gift. Without thinking twice, she swallows the elixir in one go. Suddenly, a powerful energy envelops her body. Her vampire wings emerge and she feels much stronger. He asks how she feels, and the scream warns that her seal power has been restored. The scream warns that 60% of her seal power has been restored and her rank is now A. She asks if he can find more of that, but he denies. He says the recovered power is already enough and she complains that it will only mean more work. Junsu ignores the complaint and says they are done here. He then shows the dagger he received as an unexpected bonus. With the weapon in hand, he says it's time to go to the global disaster dungeon. In the sky, a huge crack with skeletons begins to form, and it keeps getting bigger. Junsu says he needs to find Tadium because the guild might have the materials he needs. But before he finishes speaking, something catches his attention. A giant flaming skeleton appears in the middle of the city, shocking both of them. The protagonist wonders if the disaster has already begun, and a system screen appears. The mission warns that a toxic giant has appeared and they have 72 hours to clear the area. He realizes that other disasters must have started as well and grabs his phone. The news confirms that inexplicable calamities are happening all over the world. In France, a giant tree has grown uncontrollably in the middle of the city. And in China, a huge ice palace has appeared out of nowhere. And in the United Kingdom, a dark tower of a wizard has emerged. Seeing all this, our boy is shocked by the disasters happening, because he knows all of this was supposed to happen only in 2 years. Suddenly, someone calls him, and he turns to see who it is. His friend Dojin appears and says that the guildmaster sent him there. Junsu asks where Taehyun is, and he explains that the guy had to leave with another guild. He explains that they are trying to stop the giant to evacuate the people, but the protagonist is worried about that. He tries to call Taehyun and says that the giant cannot be defeated now, but he can't get in touch and starts to panic. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers the twin ring he gave to his friend. He knows he can reach him with the power of the ring, which allows them to exchange thoughts and teleport. Meanwhile, Taehyun and his team prepare to fight, but suddenly he hears Junsu's voice through the ring. The protagonist asks him to stop and come back immediately, but Taehyun doesn't understand and says he needs to stop the giant. And Junsu explains that the giant is just a form and his real body is elsewhere. Taehyun ponders the new information, and then tells his team that they are leaving. The leader of the other guild gets angry and asks if it's a joke, but Taehyun says it was Junsu who told him to stop, and then asks what the protagonist wants him to do. Junsu asks him to go to the nearest station and wait, and also asks if the item he requested is still with the guild. Taehyun confirms and says he will wait for him at the station. Our boy then tells Dojin to go to the guild, and the two run there. Junsu asks if his friend came alone, and he confirms. Suddenly, the protagonist's cat tells them to stop. They then see several bodies of hunters on the ground. The cat explains that a group started hunting other players, and that they feed on the blood of their victims, and reveals that the one responsible for this is Isabel. Junsu looks at the bodies, and then tells them to hurry because the enemies may still be nearby. Suddenly, a magical item attacks the two. Daojin is startled by the rain of ice attacks, but he is protected by the protagonist's shield. He thanks him, but notices something and screams. Suddenly, a giant vampire appears and tries to attack Junsu with an axe, but the protagonist manages to block the blow with his shield. The vampire is impressed but breaks the shield with another attack, and prepares for the final blow, saying he has caught Junsu. But Elizabeth appears and pierces the vampire with her blood hands. She then kicks the enemy's body away, saying she won't let just any vampire attack her master. Another enemy appears behind her and tries to attack her, but the vampire uses her ability and vaporizes, dodging the blow. From the top of a post, another vampire with a staff shouts to defeat the two. Dojin is confused as to why a vampire is helping them, and Junsu explains that she is his familiar. He then asks his friend to take care of the mage on the post. Dojin agrees, and Junsu advances to deal with the rest of the enemies. He exchanges blows with one of the vampires, and realizes they fight like novices but have rank A or B stats. The mage on the post calls the other vampires fools, but her attack is blocked by an energy sword. She then holds the weapon with her staff, and says she has finally found her target. She then launches a powerful energy attack. The mage wonders where he went, but Dojin appears behind her and attacks her with a dagger. At the same time, the other vampire is attacked. Elizabeth explains that their abilities are high because vampires absorb the power of their victims, and she blames Isabel for this. Dojin realizes they are using criminals to attack because the vampire he defeated was a wanted man. In this, he remembers reading about the mage because she was an assassin who escaped, and now he sees posters of other criminals, and wonders if someone is turning awakened ones into vampires to use them, but his phone suddenly starts ringing. Looking at the screen, he sees that the call is from Secretary Minhuisu. Dojin answers the phone, and the secretary desperately asks for help, saying the guild is in trouble. Huisu explains that a gang of awakened ones invaded the guild and attacked them. Suddenly, the call is cut off with a scream from the girl as a shadow appears over her. Two shadowy figures comment on the guild, saying they expected more, and one of them calls the members rats. In the reflection of one of the villain's eyes, we see Huizu as he says that it doesn't look very appetizing. They then arrive at the guild building and walk to the entrance. Dojin is shocked by the scene, as the guild lobby is filled with bodies. Junsu notices that all have bite marks and are bloodless, but he doesn't find Huisu. Dojin remembers that she went upstairs to get something when the guild master took the others outside. The protagonist then says that the priority is to find Huisu. The protagonist asks Elizabeth to search from the first floor up, and for the Dojin to start from the middle of the building upwards. Then Junsu walks to the guild master's office. Suddenly, he hears a voice and peeks through the door. Inside, he finds two rank of vampires. The protagonist recognizes the bag that the female vampire is holding. He then storms into the room and asks what they did with Huisu. The vampires mock him and challenge him to a fight. The vampire named Suihyun then lunges forward to attack Junsu. Junsu doesn't waste any time and readies his sword. He's about to strike. Suihyun is surprised by the strength of the blow. Next, he lands a kick right in the vampire's chest. The hit is so strong that Suihyun feels the impact fully. Because of the kick, he flies far away. The vampire realizes that the attack had holy power and that he only survived because of his armor. His partner shouts for him to be careful. Suddenly, a rain of light projectiles appears above Suihyun, but the guy seems to enjoy the challenge and faces the attacks with a furious look. He says that Junsu is better than the others and creates a shield that absorbs 80% of the damage. Then all the light projectiles fall at once onto the vampire's barrier. Junsu then uses the skill world of grids, creating one and trapping the vampire. Seeing this, Suhyun's partner uses a dark shield. The shadowy barrier protects the vampire from the light attack. Suhyun thanks his partner for the help, and she says it was easy. At that moment, Junsu appears, but the guy is quick and blocks the attack with his shield. The light sword clashes against the defense, and Suhyun mocks the strike and asks if that's all he can do. Then the protagonist grabs the large sword and says he's not good with swords without that weapon and imbues it with lightning. Junsu prepares for the strike using his combat mastery, but the other girl steps in front and stops the sword with her hand. She is shocked to see that the protagonist's weapon has a divine aura, but the other vampire named Seudi says that he is not a support. Junsu blocks the blow but is thrown back by the impact. He lands on the ground and prepares to continue the fight. Suddenly, the vampire's hand starts to bubble and regenerate. He gets excited and says he finally feels like he's hunting something. Our boy wonders if regeneration is a vampire power. He realizes he needs a holy skill to break the shield and stop the regeneration. Then he uses his creation skill to make a new weapon. The two vampires charge at him to attack. He then punches the ground, and a huge barrier of light explodes and throws the two vampires away. They are surprised by the power of the attack and wonder if that is a shield and are impressed by its size. Junsu then appears in the air and uses his creation skill again. He challenges the vampires to try to block his next attack. The two use a shield and say that the arrows won't work against them. But Junsu just smiles and asks if they're sure. The vampire blocks some arrows and thinks they are common. Suddenly, a giant light arrow appears in the sky. It hits the vampire squarely and his partner screams in despair. The screen shows that it is the gigantic arrow of the saint with holy damage. The female vampire gets furious and tries to use her dark shield. But Junsu is faster and cuts her with his sword. She falls to the ground and he explains that he didn't use holy damage so she will heal. The protagonist then points the sword at her and demands answers. Suddenly, the Dojin appears carrying Huizu in his arms. He calls Junsu, and the protagonist asks if they found her and Elizabeth confirms. Junsu understands that they spared the girl to take the guild's items. Elizabeth reveals that they made a deal with Isabel to become vampires. After a while, our boy looks at the ground, where the two vampires are defeated with light spears pierced through them. He then says it's better to wait for Huizu to wake up, but hears his friend's voice. Taehyun warns that they are being attacked by a horde of vampires. But a system screen warns that the powers of the ring have suddenly been blocked. Junsu doesn't understand anything. Meanwhile, Taehyun fights with his flame sword. He uses his berserk skill to face the horde of vampires, and complains that even though they aren't strong, there are many of them. Suddenly, a voice mocks their difficulty. Taehyun shouts and asks who is there. Isabel then appears and says she expected more from an awakened rank S. She says she is disappointed with their strength. The leader of the other guild asks if she is their boss. He charges at her with everything he has. He says it will all end when he defeats her, but the vampire smiles and says he won't succeed. With a single strike, she easily paralyzes him. Taehyun screams desperately for his friend, but the vampire attacks him. The young man's body is then surrounded by red flowers. With her blood magic, she creates a red spider lily on his back. She mocks him and says this is what happens when you attack without thinking, and complains that all players are weak except for one. Taehyun realizes she is talking about Junsu and that she knows him. Isabel then says it's his turn and that she will turn him into a vampire, but Taehyun gives a small smile. She asks what he means by that, but she's surprised by a punch coming from the guild leader, and he says he didn't attack her without a plan. Isabel is surprised he survived her attack, but he has a bad feeling. Isabel then uses her magic and creates a curtain of butterfly smoke. The red butterflies fly and surround the two boys. Suddenly, a dark sphere appears, capturing them. They wonder what that is as system screens pop up. The screen warns that the ability affects vision and breathing and reduces attack power. The guild leader says the barrier won't stop him. He then punches the barrier with all his might, but he is surprised to see it still standing. Taehyun says they need a powerful attack to break a hole. He then activates his berserk ability at full strength and says he will create an opening. He launches a fire attack with all his strength at the barrier, and tells the guy to go quickly because the opening won't last long. The young man asks what will happen to him and Taehyun says he will be fine, but Isabel appears and says she won't let them go. Taehyun screams for the guy to leave quickly. The guild leader gets angry and charges forward, but the vampire says that won't change anything, and with a single gesture she stops the fire with her hands. Taehyun is surprised and she says she will try not to disappoint him. Taehyun prepares to attack Isabel with his flaming sword. He then activates his rank S ability called Tyrant of Flames, and says he has never used a rank S skill before. The vampire says he had a trick up his sleeve. With a single blow, he creates a massive explosion of fire in the area. Back at the guild building, Junsu says they can't help the guild master because the ring has been deactivated, but he trusts that his friend will be okay. The protagonist then takes his phone and calls Taehyun to check if he is okay. He says he couldn't get in touch because he was attacked by a group of vampires. Junsu realizes it was Isabel who attacked them. Taehyun tells him he managed to stop the vampire thanks to the items Junsu gave him, and wonders how he knew he would need that skill book. Junsu says he won't be able to use that ability for a while. Then Taehyun warns that he won't be able to participate in the raid in the dungeon as planned. Junsu understands and asks him to return to the guild immediately, because the enemies are moving and he can't stop them alone. Huisu then hands the protagonist the promised item. He explains that the item is the key to stopping the disaster and that the vampires want it. The item is the gem of the sleeping dwarf. The secret mission is to activate the gem and defeat the monsters to unleash its true power. Junsu thanks Huisu for the item. Dojin warns that the smoke is getting thicker and that everything is about to begin. An updated mission screen appears in front of Dojin. The mission warns that the first night of the disaster is approaching and monsters will emerge. Junsu says the mission will throw the world into chaos and that it won't be easy to protect the place. He then uses his creation ability to make a new weapon. He hands Dojin an item that will ward off the giant's toxic smoke, and says they need to protect the guild members. Junseo says he will go to the next mission and leave the rest to them. He then arrives at a church and the scream warns that he has entered the boss area, explaining to your girl that this is where the harbinger of the dead will appear, and that the monster enchants people with its music every 3 hours. The monster resurfaces elsewhere if killed and continues collecting souls. He says today is the best day to defeat it since it hasn't enchanted many people yet. But upon entering the church, he sees that the place is full of people. Suddenly, he notices something, and is shocked to see Jia sitting on one of the church benches. Jia is shocked to see the protagonist there. Junseo asks her to be quiet, and the girl asks how he found her. But our boy asks the same thing, and she explains that she saw the message about the disaster and was helping people escape. But out of nowhere, some pale awaken attacked them, and when she realized it, she was already in the church. The protagonist then asks if they brought her to the place on purpose. Jia replies that she heard them mentioning something about a ritual. Using her sharpened senses, she hears a noise coming from afar. Junseo says to head towards the sound since they know how to summon the field boss. Then the two walk through a dark passage. They find a person all wrapped up. Up ahead, a hooded guy is performing a strange ritual. He celebrates that he will survive the apocalypse when he finishes the mission. His mission is to summon the Bishop of the Dead by collecting 666 sacrifices. The vampire senses their presence and is surprised. Without wasting time, Junseo attacks one of the cultists with a sword of light. The vampire is surprised by the intruders appearing at that moment. Ji shoots a light arrow at the vampire. He is hit squarely and screams in pain from the blow. Blood drips, and he wonders if the arrow has holy damage. Junseo asks if he was performing the ritual, and complains that now he will have to figure out where the harbinger resurfaced. Jio's bow fires more light arrows in the direction of the vampire, but another female vampire appears, and blocks the arrows with her whip. The rank of vampire named Juhai says he shouldn't have come alone. 2 masked assassins appear to attack him from behind, but they are hit by energy arrows. The protagonist says he brought someone with him. We see the girl outside as a sniper. He then uses his ability and summons a giant energy sword. Junseo grips his sword. Dry advances and says he shouldn't rush. He blocks the strike but is thrown back by the force of the attack. Our boy realizes she knows how to use aura skills. She then attacks him from above and unleashes a rain of electric bolts towards Junseo, causing an explosion. The vampire says she got the protagonist, but nothing happened to him, and Jui wonders if what he has is a shield, but it's the energy sword. However, Jui uses the electronic lure ability. Our boy is surprised since the sword was hit by the whip. She shouts for her minions to attack Junseo. The hooded vampire then advances to attack the protagonist, but Jio appears and shoots several light arrows at the vampire. He is hit squarely. Other vampires are also hit by the arrows. Jai is shocked by the situation. Suddenly, Elizabeth appears and pierces her. Her body then falls to the ground and the vampire stands still. Jia says she defeated the other enemies and Junseo thanks her for the help. But a system screen warns that the ritual was completed with a sacrifice, and that a hidden boss has appeared and the mission has been updated. The hooded vampire starts to laugh and celebrates the victory, then falls dead on the ground over a magic circle. At that moment, a huge red energy bursts from his body. Junseo realizes that the summoning has been completed. He then shouts for Elizabeth to get Jia out of there immediately. Suddenly, everything goes silent. The red energy then transforms into a new creature. The monster says it smells fresh souls. The screen identifies it as the Bishop of the Corrupt Followers, a difficulty at plus boss. It then uses its ability to consume the souls in the area, and unleashes an energy blast. It says it hasn't feasted like this in a long time. Junseo realizes he needs to stop the monster from consuming the souls. Red tentacles then grab the protagonist, but a system screen appears. Junseo says he almost forgot something important. He then charges forward to attack the monster, which says it will save the protagonist's soul for later, and that it needs to finish consuming the other souls first. But Junseo advances and says he won't let the monster consume any souls. The screen warns that he found a rare material from his past life, and that he can use it to create a weapon with human souls. The monster is surprised and doesn't understand what is happening. A huge explosion of light occurs in the middle of the church. Junseo says this time, the monster will serve as a sacrifice to complete his mission. He then creates the Sword Echo of Souls, an item of rarities. The vampire becomes furious, and the screen warns that he failed to absorb the souls, and threatens Junseo, saying that his soul will be his. The protagonist scoffs and says he found it offensive to call the sword a toy. The souls then appear and float around the sword. The weapon now has the property of Soul Blade and the ability Soul Release. Junseo says he will show what he can do with his new weapon. Irritated, the vampire attacks with his energy tentacles that go towards our boy. He then activates the Soul Release ability and increases his power. He then launches a huge blue energy beam towards the monster. The vampire says Junseo's weapon is interesting. He then charges forward to attack, but hits the ground as Junseo vanishes from in front of him. Suddenly, the protagonist appears behind him and strikes him directly with the Soul Sword. Junseo says he already warned that it's not a toy and that the weapon now deals soul damage. He then uses his Combat Mastery ability and cuts him. The monster's body falls to the ground, but the scream warns that he will revive. The protagonist knows he needs more effort to defeat him, and that he needs a decisive move to expose his weak point. The monster mocks Junseo's sword, and asks if he can call that a weapon if he can't kill his enemies. He then begins to transform and revives the defeated vampires to turn them into toys. Junseo challenges him and tells him to try if he can. Suddenly, a bizarre creature emerges from the shadows. Our boy wonders where that creature came from. He is attacked and thrown back by the blow. The monster says he will crush Junseo along with his creatures. The protagonist then uses his grid world ability to defend himself. With a single strike, he pierces the creature. The protagonist then turns to face the monster, who charges forward and says he has Junseo now, but his strike is blocked again. Junseo then jumps and prepares for a counterattack. He attacks with his sword but hits nothing. The monster says his sword can hurt him. He then attacks with his tentacles to grab the protagonist's soul, but Junseo manages to dodge the blow. He then uses his ability to move his soul weapons to a new location. Several blue souls fly and transform into rocks. Junseo then uses his soul release ability and attacks the vampire, who is hit directly and starts to cough. He confirms and says that is more than enough to defeat him. The vampire admits he is a treacherous enemy, and that he will have to defeat him another way. He then pierces his own chest with his claws, and says that Junseo has no idea what he has inside him. A huge red energy explodes from his body. The screen warns that the underworld anchor ability has been activated. He mocks and asks what Junseo will do now. Our boy says that this has always been the plan and starts to collect the souls. The guy is surprised and doesn't understand anything. Junseo says he has no more reason to conserve materials or mana. He then creates the Sacred Soul Bow, weapon of rarities. The weapon gains 50% holy damage and 250% soul damage, and is also imbued with the lightning element, which increases damage and piercing power. The protagonist then challenges the monster to block his next attack. He then launches a huge electric energy arrow. The arrow causes a great explosion upon hitting the barrier, and easily breaks it. The vampire is surprised, but the arrow doesn't hit him as he used the tentacles to stop it. He celebrates, thinking the attack didn't work, but is shocked when the arrow explodes. The power of soul release is activated and increases by 150%. The guy is hit by an explosion of light and is defeated. Junseo says he was doomed to lose because he didn't recognize the weapon that would kill him. The screen warns that he earned 2,000 contribution points for the victory, and that the enemy faction suffered a 20% delay in their mission. The protagonist then looks at the bodies of the vampires on the ground, and decides to check for survivors. Suddenly, Jui opens her eyes. Junseo then asks her what she knows about the fantasy of emptiness. A vampire receives the news that the boss has been defeated. Her name is Suiyong, and she wonders who could have defeated the bishop so quickly. Suddenly, one of the hunters attacks her with a sword, but she holds his hand with a mouth. The young man is surprised and his weapon begins to disintegrate. She then absorbs the weapon and defeats him. Suiyong then says it's better to see who defeated the boss. Junseo wonders if they consumed the boss from the dungeon. Juhai explains that she doesn't know much since she was hired to become a vampire. The protagonist thinks that Les also hunted hunters and must be involved with the fantasy of emptiness. Juhai reveals that she failed her mission and now needs to survive on her own. But in her thoughts, she plans to return and defeat Junseo. The protagonist laughs and says he knows she will return to Isabel, and the vampire is shocked, and that she will come back with more vampires to attack him. Junseo then uses his rental contract ability and says it's an unfair contract. He touches her forehead and says that in exchange for her life, she will do everything he commands. The first rule is not to reveal anything about her abilities or weapons. He then orders her to answer his questions about the fantasy of emptiness. And the last rule is that she will speak to him with respect. The contract is registered, and the screen warns that breaking the rules will cost her life. Junseo then asks Joy to tell him everything she knows about the Swordmaster. He thinks that the Swordmaster consumes monsters to gain their abilities. The mission warns that defeating the boss revealed part of the gem's value. He realizes he hasn't received any notification about changes in the mission. He says he got a spy in the fantasy of emptiness, and that now it's time to check the true reward. A sphere of light emerges from the monster's body. The screen warns that the reward has been altered due to his special system. Suddenly, darkness emerges, and says it senses his energy and asks him to open the item. Junseo gains the demonic core of the corrupt. The item grants 1,000 demonic energy and a new ability. He then activates his passive ability and absorbs the energy from the core, and gains 1,000 demonic energy and unlocks the inheritance ability. The protagonist wonders what this new inheritance ability is. The screen explains that the ability allows the transfer of skills from demonic weapons. Junseo says that with this, defeating the Swordmaster will be easy. He has the option to summon a corrupt undead or take a staff, and thinks that the item that traps souls seems quite useful. But he doubts it will be possible to arm the undead. He then chooses the staff as it may be more useful than it seems. He takes his reward and says it's time to find the next monster. Outside, an elderly lady thanks Junseo for saving everyone. Jia says that everyone owes their lives to him, but our boy says he needs to go to the next mission. Jia asks what it is. He explains that the captured victims are not good hunters, and asks her to take the people to the guild before the fog worsens. He thanks her for the help and says goodbye. Somewhere else in the city, 2 hunters patrol an area searching for the Swordmaster. One of them says that the monster only attacks hunters, and told the other to stop relaxing, but suddenly a system screen appears. The warning says that the weapon-devouring monster has appeared. He is shocked by the news. His friend is attacked from behind by the vampire. He uses his ability and becomes invisible to try to escape, but Suyong finds him and says he cannot hide. He is surprised to discover that the creature can speak, but he is attacked and easily defeated. Suyong complains that she hasn't found any prey since yesterday. The hunter asks what she is. She replies that it doesn't matter and that she needs him. He is then attacked, but several energy swords emerge and stop her. She is surprised by the attack. Junsu then appears and says he was looking for her. He attacks Suyong and throws her away, and wonders if our boy is the one who defeated the bishop, while the other guy who was being attacked questions how the protagonist threw a swordmaster far away just with strength. In that, Suyong asks if it was him who defeated the bishop. Junsu uses his ability and creates a light grenade. He throws the grenade at the vampire, who becomes confused, and it causes a huge explosion of light. He says he can create weapons, but that it won't work against her, and that he doesn't seem to see who defeated the bishop. Junsu asks if she knows what a weapon that isn't a weapon is, making her not understand anything. He then advances to attack her, and throws her far away with a strike. Junsu then shows his combat gloves and says that the answer is a fist. The screen warns that he consumed 10 demonic energy and activated the inheritance ability. The gloves of rarity D inherit the mastery and combat ability. She even started to bleed from the blow. Suyong wonders why he is so strong, but he says she is weak, and that she is not as impressive as he thought. Suyong realizes that Junsu is dangerous and has to think of something quickly. Then she attacks with a giant mouth, but he manages to dodge the blow. She wonders how Junsu reacted so quickly, but he hits her squarely with a punch. The blow causes a huge explosion of light. Our boy thinks that in his past life the demon wouldn't have taken damage. Suddenly, the giant mouth of the demon appears. She says that he is not an ordinary player and that it makes sense now that the creature from before died because of him. But she will add Junsu's weapons to her collection. Suyong then uses her ability and creates dark armor. Junsu realizes that she transformed the demon into her familiar. Several weapons then fly towards the protagonist, but he manages to copy her ability and take control of the weapons. And when they get close to him, the weapons now obey Junsu and float around him. Suyong becomes furious and asks what he did with her weapons. The protagonist recognizes the weapons as those of his former companions. He thinks that they sacrificed themselves to protect others, and asks how she dares to call their weapons hers. Suyong is paralyzed with fear and cannot move. Junsu then hits her with a punch, throwing her far away. He uses his creation ability, and summons chains of energy that bind the vampire. He throws her hard to the ground, and attacks her with a punch. Suyong falls to the ground defeated. The protagonist says that they could have become players if it weren't for her. The hunter, who was there, is shocked by the scene. Our boy punches Suyong several times. Suddenly, Elizabeth appears and helps the injured hunter, but he screams in fear upon seeing the vampire. Elizabeth wonders if she is a problem. He tells her to stay away because he thinks she is with Suyong, but his sword starts to tremble. Suddenly, he looks at the protagonist. Junsu holds the vampire's hand and says that this is where it all ends. He then throws the hunter's sword into the air. The demon uses its digestion ability to consume the weapons. Suyong says she will take back the weapons he stole. Junsu scoffs and says he will feed her to death. Suyong is surprised by the rain of energy weapons. She then commands her demon to eat all the weapons. Junsu attacks her with his energy sword. He snaps his fingers and imbues the lightning element into his weapon. Suyong screams in pain, and a giant lightning bolt falls from the sky and hits her squarely. She falls to the ground and says that defeating her won't change anything. But before she finishes, Junsu attacks her, cutting off her head. He says they can try. The hunter thanks him for saving him. He recognizes Junsu as the hero player and says he saw his video, but Junsu denies it and says he is not the hero. He asks the guy to remember the other person in the video and remembers Taegeun, the guild master. Then the guy understands that the true hero is Taegeun. Junsu tells him to go to the guild to stay safe. He then turns around and asks if the vampire is really working with Junsu, which makes Elizabeth angry for him being ungrateful since she helped him. The protagonist confirms and says she is one of his most trusted colleagues, and she even blushes. The hunters then leave. Elizabeth asks if the master is okay with that. She says she thought the hero thing was a secret. Junsu explains that people need a hero, and that he will act as if he is working for Taeyeon. A system screen alerts that he has completed the dwarf gem mission. The gem then shines with an intense light. The screen notifies that he has discovered a new secret meeting. A huge skeleton king appears in front of the two. Junsu then greets the deity of the dead. Junsu asks if he will take revenge on the gods. It seems that his body caused problems. Junsu remembers that in his past life, the king was sealed by the bishop and the sword master. The skeleton says that his body is releasing a black mist. Junsu asks him to help them stop the disaster. The skeleton says that the underworld is not so bad. He extends his hand to the protagonist and envelops him with a golden light and says that all creatures belonging to death will obey Junsu. A pillar of golden light then rises in the middle of the city. The protagonist gains the spirit player advantage and new passive abilities. The screen explains that he can now command undead monsters and reinforce them. He completes the mission and can now create a weapon that kills giants. Junsu realizes that his stats have increased and that he can strengthen Elizabeth. He then uses his ability and searches for the necessary items to create the demonic weapon, and says that he now has the means to end the disaster. The mission alerts that he needs to find the giant's heart and pierce it. The protagonist thinks that the system only gives the rewards that the player needs. He decides to clear the mission and find out later. He then walks with Elizabeth to the next mission. Somewhere else, a magic circle appears in the middle of the street. The screen alerts that 70 hours have passed and the undead monsters are stronger. Isabel says it's safe to say that no one will come, and that with her increased stats, she can easily defeat the Ranks player. She reveals that his body will be the perfect vessel for her sponsor. About the other Ranks player, she says it's better to kill him quickly, and that his blood is what she needs to further increase her stats. Suddenly, the magic circle starts to malfunction. Her servants warn her that an intruder has appeared. She says she hopes it's a player to get more blood. Junseo says that drinking blood is for low-level vampires, or for those desperate to create servants. Isabel recognizes Junseo and asks how he got there since she had someone take care of him. The protagonist mocks and asks if she's talking about the guy with swords. He then reveals that he killed him after he followed him. The vampire is shocked and angry. She then orders her servants to attack Junseo, but they don't move and a system screen appears. One of the servants explains that they cannot move, because Junseo's hero advantage prevents them from attacking. Isabel wonders how he can be the hero of spirits. She then advances and says she will deal with the protagonist personally, but Elizabeth holds her arm. Isabel asks if she really thinks she can stop her. The vampire says she wants to know everything that happened while she was asleep. She then kicks Isabel away, but she manages to stop. She says she postponed dealing with Junseo but didn't expect him to get so strong. Elizabeth remembers the days before she lost her powers. Isabel says she will defeat her and take her blood magic. She then launches an attack of red butterflies, but Elizabeth says she survived by staying with that family. Junseo then uses his ability and strengthens Elizabeth. Isabel launches an attack with her blood hand, but Elizabeth manages to dodge the blow. Isabel complains that her stats are higher because of the mist, but she says she has the advantage in the confrontation. Isabel says she doesn't care if she has a master to strengthen her, but her hand is surrounded by rings of energy. She is forced back to her original form and doesn't understand Elizabeth's ability. Suddenly, she realizes something. Elizabeth then uses the curse orb, an item of rarity A+. She then unleashes a powerful energy beam that hits Isabel squarely. Junseo says he will let Elizabeth decide what to do with her. He then says it's his turn, and takes the black key that reveals the location to end the disaster. He then uses the key on the red portal, and steps inside. He thinks that in his past life it took 3 months to reach that place. He then faces a huge pulsating heart. Junseo advances with his energy sword, and strikes the heart. He can't believe how simple that was, and the screen notifies him that he cleared the mission. The restriction on the player is then lifted. A mysterious voice says he has finally arrived, and that it can't believe how quickly he got to this part of the game. The boy that the darkness had spoken of before says he gave the trick to Junseo, but that he was faster than he expected. Junseo doesn't understand, and then asks who the mysterious boy is, but he realizes that our boy still hasn't regained his memories. He reveals himself as Odin and says he gave Junseo a second chance. The protagonist is surprised and asks if it was him. He then launches an energy attack at the boy, and says he chose the wrong person to mess with. But Junseo says there are no advantages that reverse time in the system. He then gives him another chance to reveal himself, but insists that his answer is the same. Then reveals that he is the god of war and creation, and that he created the system and can create save points. He reveals that he created the system because of the last god standing. Junseo wonders if someone is trying to eliminate the other gods. He explains that he created the system to create warriors who would oppose the last god, and that he sent him back so he could create weapons and support the heroes. Junseo asks why he doesn't fight the enemy personally, but the boy reveals he was hit before gathering the other heroes. Odin reveals that the last god created his own, and that he was attacked and had to sacrifice himself to activate the save point. He then used his last power to choose Junseo. The protagonist asks why he chose him since he was useless in the final battle. Odin agrees. He was just a rank to support who created daggers, and that he only dreamed of becoming as strong as his guildmates. But in the end, he managed to join them. Junseo gets angry. Then Odin reveals that it was exactly for that reason he chose him, and that heroes are not chosen for their power or skills. He says that Junseo simply caught his attention and that opportunities come to those who work hard. He says that Junseo could do nothing but watch his companions die, and that's why he turned him into a hero. He asks if Junseo hasn't become strong enough to join his old companions. The protagonist remembers his friends from his past life. He then asks what Odin wants from him. He asks Junseo to continue saving the world and promises any reward he wants. A mission screen appears. The main mission is to eliminate the last god standing, and the reward is to become a deity. Junseo says he is not interested in becoming a god, but that he can help. He accepts the mission and gains the hero advantage of the god war and creation. Odin then says he will give him the gift he never gave in his past life. He then hands Junseo the Gungnir Spear of Rarity A. The protagonist asks what that is. Odin explains that it is his favorite spear and will serve as a basis for Junseo to create what he needs. He then grips the spear tightly. The screen notifies that the player's restriction has been lifted. Junseo then returns to the train station, but he is surprised by the scene. Isabel's servants are kneeling in front of him. Elizabeth explains that she took care of Isabel and that the servants now belong to him. The protagonist wonders if he can command them like soldiers. He then asks how many of them have killed people. Junseo understands that they were well trained and that Isabel planned to use them to conquer Seoul. He then orders Joy to stand up and names her captain of the group. He orders her and the other vampires to spread out across Seoul and rescue the civilians, and that if anyone asks, they should say they were freed by Taehyun. Junseo then tells Elizabeth that they need to go to another place as the disaster has started in other locations. Then they go on a floating island. Les says he finally found all the hero players from other worlds. The priestess congratulates him, but he says the work is not over yet. He explains that he searched for hero players in this world, but eliminated those who had no potential and waited for the others to awaken. He then decided to borrow heroes from other worlds. Dark tentacles then wrap around him, and he says that what he is doesn't matter, but rather what he can do. He then attacks the elf and defeats her, explaining that a bug allowed the gate of the floating islands to open to other worlds, and that he managed to collect the weapons of the hero players to create the Godslayer. Suddenly, a system screen appears. The mission is to secure a skilled creator to forge the weapon. The Les then orders to bring the recluse because he needs to see the weapon creator, and that there is no time to deal with his attitude and that he will force him if he disagrees. In the guild building, Taehyun looks tired. Wheesu offers him a coffee and says they have been very busy in recent weeks, and Taehyun agrees but doesn't understand why people call him a hero. And he heard that the vampires spread the rumor. Wheesu says at least Junseo explained everything. It would have taken a long time to defeat the undead monsters if it weren't for Junseo. A giant skeleton emerges from a red portal. Suddenly, a system scream warns that the disaster in Seoul is over. Taehyun's ring shines and he hears Junseo's voice. He confirms that it is over, but only in Seoul. Junseo explains that he sent vampires to help clear the monsters, and that he needs to go to the next region. He says that the rank S abilities that Taehyun mastered will lead him to an opportunity, and tells him to form a group with Jia and Dojin. He thinks that becoming a hero will still help in the future, and says he needs to sort some things out and asks about the vampires. But Huizu reminds him that they lost all communication, and he then remembers that the system had already warned about this before. Suddenly, Joy bursts into the room and says she cleared all the monsters. She reveals that she told everyone to join Taehyun. Taehyun wonders how he will work on the mission with all that happening. A month later in the city of Hwajeong, which is a desert, there Junseo walks. He pulls his hood and stands silently watching the horizon. Suddenly, a giant hand emerges from the sand and punches the protagonist. The giant sand creature appears and starts laughing. The god of sand says he is disappointed with the hunter. He launches several light stakes, and they hit the hand of the giant creature. He realizes that something is wrong. Suddenly, an energy shield appears and blocks the stakes. Suddenly, the giant creature is hit and loses its arm. He wonders how that is possible, and understands that Junseo is one of those people who assimilated a boss, and says he is hardly more human. The god of sand advances to attack, but Junseo cuts him with his energy sword. He then pierces the giant's chest, causing the body of the god of sand to fall to the ground. Junseo thinks that he was able to replicate some of the monster's powers in just a few weeks, and realizes that fortunately he is gaining strength faster than his enemies. The pigeon complains that it is tired and hungry. Many things changed after the restrictions were lifted. He gained a movement skill and his familiar learned the blue wing skill. His weapons are now imbued with demonic energy, increasing their power, but he feels that there is something more to it. The scream warns that his creation skill is now imbued with demonic energy. He thinks that Odin has no information about demonic energy, and that he will investigate this when he gets the chance. Suddenly, someone calls him. Urim appears and asks how he is. Junseo says he didn't recognize him on the floating island. Urim mocks and says that the rank D creator was just trembling with fear. He explains that it wasn't hard to find him since everyone received a notification. Junseo asks if Les sent him and he confirms, saying he wants to talk about something, and says that kindly he came to fetch him and then asks to come along. But Junseo refuses the request since he remembers Les's philosophy of sacrifices. Urim says that our boy didn't listen to what his boss has to say, but still he refuses to go, and says they now have a way to stop the apocalypse. Urim mocks and says he could stop the disaster in no time, but that he won't accept a no for an answer. Junseo says he won't be captured alive, but Urim snaps his fingers and says he never mentioned capturing him alive. A red portal appears behind Junseo. He then dodges a surprise attack that cuts through the entire ground. Junseo wonders if that is the Executor. He appears and asks if he really thinks he had died, and says he came back to finish the fight. Urim says the priestess worked hard to transform him, but Junseo realizes they are not there to retrieve him. He asks if they plan to kill him from the start. Urim says he won't go into details, and reveals that he was the traitor in the previous round. Everyone stares at each other, and Junseo asks what he means by traitor. The Executor steps forward and says there won't be time for talk, but his strike is blocked. The protagonist uses his ability and takes control of his weapon. The Executor is surprised and doesn't understand anything. He is then hit by a kick from Junseo, and complains that Junseo is a loser, and that he stands no chance against him in hand-to-hand combat. He then attacks with his sword. Junseo says it's time for the pigeon to work, but he is hit by the Executor's strike. Urim thinks the Executor had no trouble blocking his attack. He then decides to take care of the others to get the full story. The dark monster then screams. Junseo says he knew it would come after him. He then attacks the monster with his energy wings, and defeats it easily. Urim is shocked by the scene. Junseo says the Executor is next. He then throws the gunner's spear in his direction, but he manages to block the attack with his sword. He is surprised that the spear doesn't move. Junseo mocks and says maybe he should start throwing some weapons, and that it might be a bit different from what he remembers. The inheritance ability now allows him to copy the properties of demonic weapons. He can add another ability on top of that, and then copies the properties of the flame sword. The executor is shocked and doesn't understand anything. Junseo then opens his hand, and several fire swords fly towards the executor. Yurim is hit by the explosions. He screams from the shockwave, and wonders how a player can do something like this. He wonders if Junseo is launching missiles. The protagonist thinks the combination of abilities work very well, and that he can use this strategy with many different combinations. Yurim tries to use his rule ability, and says that the second rule is that Junseo will obey his command. But the protagonist says he is too slow and uses his ability. Yurim wonders what happened. Suddenly, a giant serpent appears and attacks him. He screams in pain as he is coiled by the serpent. Junseo then says that finally they can talk. Yurim screams and asks how he got so strong. Junseo asks if he wants to talk now. He then uses his rental ability. Yurim is scared and questions what he is doing. In a flashback, we see that people waited for the end of the apocalypse, but the hero players failed to stop it. A mysterious figure finds Yurim and says he thought everyone was dead. He says he needed a player, and offers a second chance and a secret ability. Junseo asks if it was him who manipulated the association. Yurim confirms, and the scream warns that he is under an unfair contract. He reveals that Les was responsible for the disaster happening earlier. He'd overused the floating island gates to find materials, and that he has the ability to manipulate gates with demonic energy. Our boy asks the pigeon if that was where Les's demonic energy came from and what it has to do with the system, but he says he knows nothing. The pigeon explains that he only remembers what he needs to collect. Yurim says they were both chosen by random gods, but Junseo wonders if killing the last god will really end everything. Yurim then asks what Junseo will do with him, but our boy just asks to be taken to Les since he has all the tools to create the god killer. The guy says he could have taken him, but that Junseo destroyed the only way to him. The protagonist remembers that the creature could open portals, so he grabs the dagger that cuts dimensions and says that should work. Back at the guild building, Huisu complains that they need more people. Suddenly, a portal opens and Yurim falls to the ground. Then Junseo arrives at the floating island. Les says he was waiting for him and that he is late. He asks where the others are. Junseo then throws the remains of the monster on the ground and says he heard that he wanted to see him. Les asks if Yurim betrayed him. He says that Yurim and he have known each other for a long time, and that the priestess was probably a pawn of the god from the beginning. But Junseo thinks that Yurim is with Les all the time and might betray him. However, Les notices that Junseo is anxious and reveals that he created the priestess using his powers. Our boy realizes that the demonic energy can break the limits of the system. The guy says that the priestess is practically a part of him, but a being that can manipulate the system could always play tricks with her too, and Junseo could end up the same way. Les asks what he means, but Junseo says he noticed something when he arrived, and that he doesn't have even half the demonic energy he had before. His energy hovers like a mist over the floating island. Les says it was Yurim's idea to use the island, and that Junseo would have ended up like him if it weren't for who is by his side. The protagonist wonders who he is talking about and if it would be darkness. He reveals that his first memory is of finding the black bird, and that he asked to put an end to the system. Junseo says that can't be the only reason he received so much energy. Les says he received a tremendous amount of demonic energy, but it was too much and he had to live on borrowed time. He then followed Yurim's advice and occupied the floating island. Junseo understands that he doesn't have crucial information about the demonic energy. He says they share a common goal, and that he just needs Junseo to make a weapon for him. The protagonist is shocked to hear that he needs the God Slayer. Les explains that he received a mission for this weapon from the beginning, and that he had to collect the weapons that the gods gave to their heroes. He then uses his demonic energy. Junseo is surprised by what he sees. A huge sphere of weapons floats in the air. Les reveals that those are the weapons he took from players of other worlds. He says he has all the materials and tells Junseo to make the weapon. The protagonist asks what happened to the owners of the weapons. Les says he recycled them and Junseo calls him sick. He asks what happens if he refuses to help. Junseo realizes that he is acting as if he has the advantage, but decides to give him a reality check. Les proposes a deal. Junseo uses his rental contract ability and says he will create the weapon but will keep possession of it. Les says the deal doesn't seem fair but accepts. However, our boy says that Les will give all the energy to him. The guy is surprised. He says it's not his problem and that it's a burden he has to carry. The protagonist says he won't find a better weapon creator. Les clenches his fist and wonders what makes him so sure, but Junseo laughs. He says he himself said there is a greater good worth sacrificing for. Les laughs and remembers saying that. He says he was right to spare him back then, and that he will keep his promise and agree to the deal. Junseo says the system guarantees it. Then Les agrees to give all his demonic energy. Then the protagonist wonders if the contractor's name is really nameless. At that, Les accepts the deal, but a red screen warns that the deal was rejected. Suddenly, a red crack appears in the ceiling. Junseo asks if that is the rift. Several red lightning bolts appear and attack both of them. The rift causes a huge explosion in the area. A mysterious figure appears and says he tries not to get directly involved with the system. He says that Les won't go any further and that he is about to ruin everything. The scream warns that the last god standing has appeared and Junseo is shocked. He thinks that this isn't right. The screen warns that a player has deactivated one of his abilities. The mysterious figure says he still has some useful pieces, and reveals Sayan, who is by his side. Junseo is surprised to see his friend, and asks why he is with that thing. He says that Junseo never trusted Sayan, and that he simply made his suspicion a reality. Sayan then lunges to attack Junseo. The protagonist prepares himself, but he teleports behind our boy, and tries to stab him with the sword. But Junseo tries to attack them, only for Sayan to vanish and reappear in front of him. The protagonist is surprised by his speed. The last god says he picked up something interesting on the way, and that he thought about reviving it. The executor then appears and says he has now caught Junseo. He then attacks with a huge explosion of light. He mocks and says he picked up something useless from the ground and recycled it. Junseo says it doesn't matter how many times he comes back, his attacks won't work. The executor says he won't fall for Junseo's provocations, but he moves forward to attack. The two then exchange sword blows. Sayan advances to attack Junseo. He thinks he won't lose in close combat, but a system screen warns that his ability has been disabled. He then attacks Sayan, but his strike is blocked. His weapon is suspended in the air thanks to Junseo's ability. The protagonist thinks he grabbed the sword without thinking. He then creates energy webs to trap Sayan, but the mysterious figure says he can't let him do that. The screen warns that the selected player cannot be the target of player abilities. Junseo wonders how it's possible to apply such powerful buffs. He realizes it's the same as what happened last time, and that he must have intervened as well. The executor shouts for him not to turn his back. Junseo attacks and defeats him. He says he has no time to waste on him, and that now he just needs to focus on Sayan. The executor gets back up, and says he hasn't finished with him yet. The mysterious figure says he was useless, and that's why he gave him multiple lives. Junseo then says it's time for the pigeon to shine. Our boy activates the wings with the help of darkness, but the executor shouts for him not to run away. Junseo mocks and says he is just support who can't do anything alone. He then uses his ability and traps the executor. He thinks he can neutralize abilities and revive people, but that he is only using buffs and debuffs. He realizes that his powers are still not beyond the system. The mysterious figure wonders if he is trying to bombard them. He then applies a debuff on Junseo and limits his summons, but Les attacks him and cancels the ability. The last god complains that he took the hunting dog he created, and that what he really hates is his arrogant face. He then asks if Les knows who he is. Les mocks and asks how he would know. Junseo then launches a rain of energy swords. He thinks his attacks are clumsy, and notices a strange glow. Junseo uses his ability and turns the swords into grenades. Sayan realizes he can't dodge them. The grenades cause a huge explosion. He says it was close, but Junseo says he can't move in the air. He then uses his ability and traps Sayan, and then strikes him with a beam of energy, and Sayan falls to the ground. Junseo says it doesn't matter how many times he kills him, he can revive him. The mysterious figure says that was what he wanted to see. The protagonist thinks he can attack less because of the demonic energy. The executor then gets up and prepares to attack. He mocks and says the hunting dog is back. The pigeon then flies towards the mysterious figure and absorbs its demonic energy. Junseo unlocks a new ability and says he won't fight alone. The mysterious figure is surprised by what happened. The protagonist then uses his new ability and makes his weapon immune to curses. The executor advances to attack, but a blue crack appears and blocks his strike. Taejeon and Hyen appear and wonder if that is a rift. The mysterious figure gains access to the portal. Junseo launches an energy attack and causes a great explosion. The executor says he caught Junseo, but is shocked to see something. Holding her weapon, Hyen says she is glad that happened. Then she positions herself in front of Junseo with her weapon glowing ready for battle. She's not playing around. Junseo is shocked to see Hyen. She says Taehyun didn't tell him about her return. He says he didn't have the chance to see Junseo for a long time. She explains that it took her a month to return from the trip, but the executor says it's a shame they came all the way there to die. At this, Hyen gets furious and says she needs to think of the most satisfying way to kill him. He is surprised by her attitude. The mysterious figure calls the executor and tells him to listen. He tells him to make sure they don't leave that place and gives him a buff that increases his stats by 300%. Junseo says that the executor received ridiculous buffs. Seeing this, Hyen says she has something in mind that might work. Our boy asks what she has and is surprised. She takes a stone and reveals that she's been thinking of using the item since her sister died. She says that even if he is revived, he won't be able to do anything if reduced to ashes. But Hyen says that unfortunately, this won't be enough. Junseo says he has another plan. Saeyeon moves in to attack Taehyun. He wonders if he is faster than any player he has ever seen. The two then exchange sword blows. Taehyun wonders how he produces so much power with such a thin sword. Saeyeon receives the buff from the fallen god and his stats increase by 300%. At that moment, Junseo whispers something in Hyen's ear. She is shocked by the plan, but Junseo says it's their only chance. The executor asks what they are whispering about. Hyen uses the Saint's shield to protect Taehyun, but the executor breaks it easily. Junseo uses his ability and tries to hit the executor with his energy swords. Our boy wonders if he received more buffs. The executor goes for Junseo's wounds and tells him to stay back, but Junseo creates an energy shield. He breaks the shield with ease. However, Junseo says he doesn't understand why people underestimate supports and asks if he has any idea what two supports can do together. He then uses the blessing of the god of war and increases the damage of his weapons. The executor wonders why he is using that ridiculous buff. He then shows his gauntlets and calls them the Saint's Fist. The executor mocks the weapon but is hit by a punch from Hien and thrown away. He is surprised by this. Suddenly, chains of light bind his feet. He asks if they think that is enough to defeat him. Hien dodges, then attacks him with a punch right in the face. She says that is for the families of the people he killed, but the executor becomes furious with the attack. She then hits him with another punch and says that is for herself. She then bites the bloodstone and holds the executor's face with her hand. She says that is for her sister and attacks him with an energy strike. He is hit squarely and his body begins to break apart. The scream warns that he used one of his lives to revive. He mocks and asks if she is done, but she says no and grabs a golden staff. She says she will revive him herself. The executor is shocked and doesn't understand what she is doing. She then revives him with her ability. The executor then returns to his human form and is shocked. Junseo explains that she replaced his resurrection spell, and that he is nothing more than an ordinary nobody now. Hien then uses her energy to create a huge pillar that pierces the ceiling, turning the executor into a barbecue. Junseo asks if Taehyung is okay, and he confirms, and says that Saeyeon seems to have lost the will to fight. Junseo wonders why he lost the will to fight so suddenly. He then realizes something, and sees that the mysterious figure has disappeared. The protagonist complains and wonders where he went. He says he probably went to look for a new player to use as a vessel, and Saeyeon reveals that his dream has always been to become a player. Hien asks if she can trust Saeyeon, but he reveals that he found him right after the incident on the floating islands. We see that he had been sent to some strange place. There, the last god says he is being punished for killing someone and stealing their weapon. Saeyeon asks who he is and where he is, but the figure questions him as he should remember that place, and reveals that he is in the dungeon where he got the weapon. Saeyeon says he only found the sword. He mocks and says he didn't take it as a reward, and reveals that the sword belonged to someone. He says he knows what Saeyeon did in that dungeon, and that he will now replace the pawn he killed. He says it doesn't matter who takes the weapon. Saeyeon reveals that he had to follow his orders since then. Our boy knew something was strange, but Taehyung says that actually the weapon was familiar. Junseo reveals that there was a murderous maniac in his previous timeline. He says he felt the energy of the sword but did not recognize it, and thinks that maybe that's why Saeyeon is so shy and passive. Taehyung asks how he knew his plans, but Saeyeon reveals he heard from the key figures he summoned, and that they need to find the right vessel to contain him. Hien asks why he needs to become a player, but he explains that he needs to be a player to receive missions. At that moment, the dove appears. Junseo wonders if the dove knows something, and asks him, but the dove says he doesn't know, and says he hasn't absorbed enough to know. Junseo is confused by the answer, and asks if he gained this knowledge by absorbing the demonic energy from Les. After a while, Les complains that he absorbed all the demonic energy, and Junseo says that if he wants, they can sign the contract now. He reveals that the demonic energy contained memories about the dove and Les. The gods received a revelation that a being with the power of creation would destroy them. They then created the system to build heroes who would retain part of their powers, but some tried to control the system for themselves. They were Odin and the nameless god. Les confirms that the black bird was sent by Odin. He created a virus to hijack the system, and the system detected it as demonic energy. The dove reveals that the nameless god stole Odin's power and erased Les' memories to use him as a virus to dominate the system. Taehyung asks if that's why he is trying to become a player. The dove says that in most cases, the system will offer players ranks paths to become a hero, but Junseo says that he and Hien are the only ranks players with ranks abilities. She wonders who he is behind. Junseo says it must be Ayuk. Taehyung remembers him bragging about getting a ranks skill book. Junseo wonders if he bought it on a floating island. He thinks that Geo would have used the book and that he gave the other one to Taehyung, and that he put a tracking clause in the contracts. Suddenly, he remembers something, and that one of the players from the White Skeleton survived. Taehyung asks where Hayuk is. Junseo says he will open a portal to his guild, but a red screen warns that it is too late. The red portal explodes. Taehyung says it is coming from above. The floating island begins to be consumed, and unleashes a huge beam of energy. Taehyung is shocked by the explosion, and wonders what is happening. He says that if Junseo hadn't warned him, everyone would be dead. Junseo asks how everyone is. He is shocked to see the scene. Saeyeon is standing with a strange aura. He says his job was to buy time. The screen describes the assassin's blade as an A+ rarity weapon. He says that is what he is, and that now he doesn't need to pretend to be innocent anymore. Junseo launches his energy swords, but Saeyeon says he doesn't have time to fight. He then enters a portal and says goodbye. Junseo's swords cannot stop him. Junseo runs to help Hien, and says that the wound isn't very deep, but that she needs him to get treatment. Les calls Junseo, and says they are running out of time and need to sign the contract, but our boy wants to stop his bleeding first. Les warns that what he wants to give is his mission, and Junseo asks what mission that is. But Les says it is the mission to create the God Slayer, and that the last god standing must have received the same mission. The screen warns that the mission was created by manipulation of the system. An hour later at the Overkill Guild, Ja asks if Saeyeon really killed people. Junseo says he participated voluntarily, and that his demonic sword only releases its powers when wielded by someone with a thirst for blood. He confirms that Saeon enjoyed killing people. Taehyun says that Ayeok is the biggest threat, but Junseo says that the memories the Dove gained showed that souls do not disappear so quickly, and says they need to calm down and prepare, and that he first needs to talk to Les. He is lying on a hospital bed. Junseo asks him something, and if he is sure he took all his demonic energy, he says he cannot use the powers he had on the floating islands. Les says it seems he still doesn't know much about demonic energy, and asks if he remembers the various windows that appeared. Les is surprised by the answer. Junseo asks what he is talking about. He reveals that it is a living virus created to hijack the system. The warning screen says that a large amount of demonic energy has taken over his body. Les says he never received the warning because the pigeon absorbed the energy for him. Junseo asks if he can use his energy in the same way. Les confirms and says he will be even more powerful. The protagonist remembers that Jae-pyong had a debuff that disabled all item abilities. He realizes he must be preparing to fight against creators like him. The pigeon asks what he means. Les reveals that all the weapons he collected have disappeared. Junseo asks if he conducted human experiments to create heroes. He says he will have to collect the gods' weapons again, but Junseo says there is no need. He reveals that he checked his weapon stock and took some for himself, and says that the last god must have taken them. Les asks if he is going after him immediately. Junseo says he needs to create some weapons. Les says he better hurry because he must be angry. Junseo asks how he knows that. He says it's easy because he feels robbed now. He went from having divine powers to becoming a living body. Junseo then leaves the room. Les calls him and asks if he can ask a favor. He reveals that it is a virus someone planted in this world, and asks Junseo to find its true name. He knows there is no salvation for him, but would like to know its name. Junseo says he will try to find it, and Les thanks him. Taehyun calls Junseo. He says it's happening again and the disasters have returned. A red crack appears in the sky and the scream warns that an unidentified player has reset the disaster timer. The scream warns that the final disaster has begun and an angelic creature appears. It flaps its wings and several feathers fall from the sky. A girl wonders if that is a feather, but an explosion occurs and someone shouts to be careful, but the girl is protected, and she wonders if it is a shield. Elsewhere, a man says that this is boring, and that he thought the view would be pleasant, but it only ruined his mood. Suddenly, he notices something. The angelic creature launches a powerful energy attack. He says that he finally appeared. Junseo creates a golden bow and prepares for battle. The man asks what took him so long to appear. Junseo asks if he is the last god standing. He introduces himself and mocks the protagonist. Junseo asks why he would call him anything other than his name. He then calls him Loki. The protagonist reveals that he saw him in the memories of the demonic energy, and that in those memories he was just another player. Loki gets angry and attacks him. He causes a huge explosion in the city. He turns and asks if Junseo absorbed all his demonic energy. Loki praises our boy, saying he has become much faster. The protagonist tells him to take a good look while he uses the blue wings, and that he won't be around for much longer. The swords advance against Loki, who asks what the rush is and says he has a gift for Junseo. Not understanding anything, the protagonist questions what Loki is talking about, but suddenly one of the energy blades stops right in front of a person's face. The boy reveals himself to be Hayeok, who is completely shocked and confused, asks what is going on. Then Hayeok says he thought he was dead, which leaves the protagonist completely in shock. The gods created the system to prevent their own destruction. Monsters began to appear and people were used as pawns. He wonders what happens when they fail to stop the apocalypse. In most cases, they are simply discarded, but that is not always the case. The gods can reset everything and reload any world and its players. It is a world built on illusion and lies. He says this is the true nature of this world. Junseo understands why it is called the fantasy of emptiness. Loki says that everyone is just puppets that can be created and deleted. Suddenly, several people rush to attack Junseo. Dojin attacks the protagonist, but he says he has no control over his body. Jia shouts for Junseo to move and dodge her attack. He realizes that they are being controlled but can still think for themselves. The Jia hits the Dojin, and he falls to the ground. While Junseo thinks she is powerful, he then defends against the attack from the other companion, and realizes that his stats are based on his previous life. Tuwon shouts for him to be careful. Loki mocks and says it will be the third time he sees them die. He thinks the goal was to wear him down, but Junseo says it was a superficial move. He then uses his ability and searches for suitable items. A huge explosion occurs. Tuwon wonders what that is. A giant figure of light appears. Energy chains bind the Dojin. He screams in pain as he is dragged. Junseo asks if he thought he would panic with something like this. Loki complains about the situation. He says he will panic at some point. Several angels with black wings appear, but Junseo adds the elemental attribute to his weapon. The scream warns that the lightning element has been added to Gungnir. He then launches a powerful lightning attack. The demonic weapon increases the skill damage by 800%. Meanwhile, the light golem fires an energy beam. The attack causes a massive explosion. At that moment, Jia shouts for Junseo to be careful. He then uses his transfer ability and throws it to the ground. He then binds her with the energy chains. He uses his blue wings and flies away. He apologizes to Hyonu, but the energy chains bind him. He screams in pain as he is pulled. The two then exchange sword strikes. He thinks that Dojin is strong in close combat, but that he is not trying to defeat him up close. Dojin is surprised by the chains, and Junseo says he has him now, but a system screen appears. The screen warns that a super powerful debuff item has been detected. Dojin complains that the chains have come loose. He then attacks with his dagger. At that moment, Saeyeon appears and says they would see each other again, and that he finally showed up. Junseo says he knew he was coming. Saeyeon wonders what those butterflies are. He says he has fought against fast types like him before. Elizabeth then appears and says she was waiting for him. Suddenly, Dojin appears. He tells Doman to hang in there because he will save him. Loki wonders how she managed to stop Saeyeon. Junseo shouts that this is it. Loki turns around and says he understands what happened. He realizes that Junseo created weapons with demonic energy to bypass the debuffs. While looking up, we see that the Beast King has been summoned. He strikes Loki. The girl with glasses smiles thinking this worked. But seeing the scene, Junseo looks a bit worried about what happened. He then looks at the creature in shock. The monster then explodes into several pieces and is defeated. Loki asks if that's all he can do with demonic energy, and threatens to take the boy's energy for himself. He says that Junseo created weapons with demonic energy, and that he is not bound to the system. Loki smiles, saying it doesn't matter anymore. Loki reveals that the demonic energy is his creation. He then binds Junseo with his tentacles. He says he was curious to see what Junseo would do with the energy, and tells him to hand over the energy and die. Suddenly, Taehyun rushes to attack. Loki says he almost forgot he was there. He says he will have to do better than that. Taehyun tells him to shut up, and unleashes a massive explosion of fire with his ability. Junseo is thrown back by the explosion, and Taehyun asks if he is okay. Loki says he has a powerful move. Loki laughs and says that won't work on him, but he doesn't notice a light coming from behind. At that moment, Jiao launches a golden meteor attack. Junseo says she arrived just in time. She says this is their chance to make him summon his weapons. He then summons his demonic weapon. The giant serpent appears and attacks. He says just because he can't kill him doesn't mean he can't contain him. The energy chains bind Loki. He then summons another weapon, and jumps off the chains. Then he summons the demonic sword Mistiltane, causing a massive tree to rise and seal Loki. Taehyun asks if he managed to seal him. Suddenly, he realizes something. The screen warns that the disaster progress is accelerating. Loki says he knew someone using demonic energy would challenge him one day, and began to possess Taehyun's body, and reveals that he knew Odin would hand her over to someone else, and that he saw how excited he was when he offered him the energy. While transforming Taehyun's body to Loki's appearance, he says he didn't think he would put a protection on something he created. Junseo shouts for Taehyun, and asks what he did to him. Loki tells him not to be so dramatic. The protagonist gets angry. Loki then tells him to hand over the demonic energy, and attacks Junseo, throwing him to the ground. The screen warns that his demonic energy is being drained. He says the old man likes the weak because they are easy to manipulate. Junseo asks where he is trying to go with this, but Loki questions if he knows what the revelation said. He reveals that the revelation said a being with the power of creation would bring the end of all gods. Junseo wonders about the power of creation. Loki says that when he attacked Odin, he chose the most pathetic player with the most laughable power to create, and that he chose him because he thought he was a lost cause. He admits that Junseo's growth was an unexpected surprise. Several golden weapons appear in the sky. He says he will take back the demonic energy. The screen warns that the target has been completely drained of its energy. Loki says that now he can finally achieve his goal, but Junseo says that becoming the last god is not his goal, and that he knows what he wants to do after becoming a god. He says it doesn't matter because Junseo is out of demonic energy, but the protagonist says no, and that he is just getting started. Loki scoffs and says it's too late to do anything, but something suddenly passes by him. He wonders if that is a ball. Junseo tells him to watch. Elsewhere, Jake asks if Jia can really see that far. Jia uses her enhanced senses and tells Jade to shoot. Jake uses his ability and transforms the object into a ball, and hits the ball with his bat. Several portals appear and the ball passes through them. Loki asks what the big idea is. The portals move and redirect the attack. He says he is tired of their games, but Junseo attacks him with more of the same. Loki asks if he thinks he would fall for the same trick. The ball then bounces on the ground. Junseo shouts that it is now. Then Pill hits the ball with his racket. Loki says hitting him with that ball won't change anything. He is surprised by what he sees. A golden seed flies towards him. The seed splits into several. He asks if that was what Junseo was after all along. The ball bounces on the ground, and Junseo confirms. The screen warns that the seed absorbed an item. Then it blooms into a golden flower. Junseo thinks that now he can fulfill the requirement for the final mission. Suddenly, he becomes paralyzed. A mysterious voice says that none of his tricks will work against him, and that he uses the ability of reality manipulation. He says he will give him a third chance, but in exchange, he will give him all the wealth, power, and fame he has always desired. He says Junseo has no choice. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls Loki. The protagonist wonders what that voice was. The voice says that this vessel is not his to control. He realizes he is escaping. Loki complains and wonders how he is still there. Junseo decides to take the chance and absorb the flower. Loki says he won't let him do that. He then attacks Junseo, but he is blocked by a golden shield. Suddenly, the priest disappears and asks if she interrupted. She then attacks Loki. He gets irritated and asks how she dares to stand in his way. But she says it's nothing personal and that she's just following orders. Loki says he will send her to her master. She walks into a dark place, but the screen warns that the ability cannot be used on that target. He wonders if he created her in advance to fight against him. Yahello says she has more bad news, and that he will soon finish absorbing that thing. Loki advances to attack, but it is too late. She smiles as time runs out. She then attacks Loki. He watches in despair. The screen warns that the flower has been absorbed. At that moment, Junsu becomes the new master of the system. He receives the main mission to eliminate those who call themselves gods. The reward is that no one can stop him now. He wonders where he is. A mysterious voice says he is in the Well of Destiny. Junsu asks who he is. He reveals himself as the being he remembers as less and the creator of the system. The protagonist wonders what he means. He had foreseen the fall of the gods and created the system for that, but Odin and other gods killed him and used his remains to gain control of the system. But he secretly hid his consciousness in Junsu when he was reviving. He explains that Odin suspected he might still be alive in one of the players, and that Odin monitored the players but some escaped his gaze, claiming that Junsu was one of them, but that he was the only one who helped him regain his true form. Junsu asks if he will take revenge on the gods, and says that all he wants is for him to fulfill his promise. He says he foresaw the fall of the gods but never saw what form it would take. The protagonist says the mission told him to create a weapon that can kill a god. He asks what kept him going all this time. He says he wanted to stop the end of the world, and that he always wanted someone to call a teammate. He wanted to be useful to the people who trusted him, but to do that he had to save the world first. He says Junsu has the power to create the end he desires, and that if he doesn't need weapons to create the end he desires, then it's simply a matter of creating something else. He suggests he creates something only a supporter can do and pushes him, falling from there. He wakes up. Loki shouts for Junsu, but his sword breaks. Junsu is then enveloped by a huge energy, which sends Loki flying away, causing a massive explosion, and says he has a question for him before bringing the end. Loki says he doesn't decide when this ends, but Junsu uses his ability and reconstructs what was destroyed. He then launches a powerful energy attack. Loki is hit and ends up freeing the protagonist's friends. He falls to the ground defeated. Junsu asks if the end he desired was to become the last god standing. He reveals that he saw his memories in the demonic energy. Junsu says he knows the end Loki deserves but won't decide for him. Instead, he snaps his fingers and says he will give him the chance to choose for himself. Suddenly, Loki appears in a forest wearing simple clothes and feels confused. He then wonders if he's in a forest. He hears a noise in the bushes and turns around startled. A little hooded boy then appears holding a basket. He grabs him by the hood and asks where Junsu is. He screams and demands to know where the protagonist is. The boy says he knows nothing and was just gathering herbs. Loki scoffs and says the boy must be another of his illusions. He says he will destroy that world one by one, but nothing happens. He realizes he has no powers anymore and tries to open his status window, but nothing happens. The boy shouts for him to be careful, but he is hit by a massive explosion. A fire monster appears and roars. Loki wonders where that monster came from and why it seems so familiar. A weapon appears in front of Loki and he recognizes it as Junsu's sword. The fire monster charges to attack. He cuts it with his sword and uses his combat mastery ability. He remembers seeing that monster at the end of the world. He realizes that this is the world he used to live in and wonders how this is possible. He calls the boy, who was hiding scared. Loki asks if he was planning to hide there and asks if there are any players or heroes in that world. The boy says the last remaining hero disappeared not long ago. The boy reveals that he took care of him and the other children. Loki realizes that this world is not a mere illusion. At that moment, Loki notices something. The screen alerts that a hidden location has been found. He wonders if Junsu is deceiving him and says he told him he would give him another chance, but he still doesn't understand. Suddenly, Junsu appears from a portal. The mysterious figure says this means the job is done. He says he is very happy to have chosen Junsu and asks why he doesn't become a god. He extends his hand and tells him to take his hand. But Junsu says that this is how he turned Loki into a god, and the boy asks what he means. Junsu says that if he takes his hand, he will lose control of the system, but the boy says that doesn't make sense since he saved him. Our boy says that Ymir told him everything about his plans. The boy transforms and says that Ymir is persistent, and that he supposes there's little sense in hiding his identity. Then he reveals himself as Odin and says that Junsu made a big mistake. He says he started all this to prevent the apocalypse. Junsu asks if Loki knew about this, but Odin says that if he had changed, he would have told everything. He says that by keeping Surtur fed with new worlds, the gods are spared, but they cannot create infinite worlds, and that's why he wouldn't have betrayed him, but says he is glad he killed him. Junsu says he didn't kill him, and asks what he did. He gets irritated and asks why he didn't take his revenge. Junsu says that power doesn't need to be used as a weapon, so he can decide his own ending. Odin calls him an arrogant fool, and says that Loki is a selfish man who puts his own survival above all. Junsu says he never had a choice in the first place, and that Loki missed his family and constantly regretted. Odin asks what his alternative is. He says that Loki sacrificed his world to become a god. At that moment, Loki sees Yu raining fire. Junsu says that's none of his business, but that the portal he used will be the only entrance and exit from that realm. Odin laughs and says he intends to trap him there. Junsu asks if Surtur won't come after him. He says then they won't have to wait long. Odin shouts for him to wait and begs to take him along. He then closes the portal. Junsu says it seems Loki made the right choice. But Ymir asks how he knew Loki would make that choice. And the protagonist says he heard the way Odin explained things to him. He reveals that once a god becomes human, they age rapidly, and that he was aware of this when he made his decision. He says it's his turn and asks if he forgot the agreement, and that he wants to get rid of the system and put an end to the god's childish game. Junsu says there's one last thing he wants to create before getting rid of the system. He says he will give choices to those who never had one. In a flashback, a little boy points to the stars and shows him growing up. He is on a terrace looking at the sky. Someone asks what he is doing there and says he will catch a cold. He says the company can't function without him and invites him to come down and join the others. We see Taehyun and Hayok staring at each other. Hyun is fighting with her sister. We see everyone working in the office. The girl in the office is confused and wonders what is happening. Suddenly, Junsu and a colleague appear bringing several pizzas for the staff. With a big smile on his face, he seems happy with the life he has built.